nghĩ trận đấu tiếp theo cũng có thể là trận đấu cuối cùng của tụi em, nên là tụi em sẽ cống hiến hết sức và đánh như là tụi em ở LCB.
지현은 LPL에서 369의 자리를 대신하게 된 신인 탑라이너입니다.
当我确定作为套波首发上场的时候，我决定要做好套波上单能做的一切。
작년 푼과 제이안은 서로의 플레이 스타일을 맛봤습니다. 이제 이 둘은 글로벌 무대에서 다시 맞붙습니다.
烫，虽然你更有经验，但这次留下来的会是我。
카나비와 스큐몬드, 자존심을 건 또 다른 리매치.
Teleport coming in now from Team Secret Wales and Kanabi's also rejoined the fight, finds another kill on the BA.
제가 작년 월드 때 스키본 선수를 이겼었는데 이번 MSI도 무난하게 이길 것 같습니다.
지난번 만남의 아픔은 스큐몬드에게 쉽게 잊혀지지 않았습니다.
Playing Scanabi is really important because I want to take my revenge. I expect this matchup to be pretty bloody.
Alti still going, connecting onto Jackie Love. Skewmon grabbing the double.
LEC 1번 시드와 LCK 1번 시드. LCK는 퍼스트 스탠드의 복수를 노리고 LEC는 글로벌 무대에서의 명예 회복을 노립니다.
I expect him to really be active on the early game side, and for me, I will do the same.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2026. It is the AA broadcast once again. Like we did in play-ins, it is I, Atlas. I'm joined by Azael, and we are here ready to see who is going to keep themselves alive here at MSI.
This is going to be a really exciting game, I think. TSW, let's be honest, they kind of drew the short straw in the first round, had a really tough opponent. Top obviously wanting to prove that they are not the same Top from previous international tournaments, though, where they have been criticized for not being able to live up to expectations. Their first two games against G2 were brilliant.
I was going to say, like, I think, you know, if they realize it's a best of 5, they're going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, someone told them it was best of 3.
Yeah, and they nailed the best of 3.
They crushed the best of 3.
It was beautiful.
Unfortunately, 3 more games were played.
They were, and they didn't necessarily look as good. But there is G2 magic, right, that also has to be taken into account. We'll have to see whether Team Secret Wales is going to have a little bit of that themselves.
Absolutely, and I mean, to me, coming into the tournament, I had G2 and Top on a very similar tier, very similar level. So losing a 5-game series against them, I think there's absolutely no shame in that. G2 is really the only Western team that is beating the LPL or the LCK.
I really like it when you say that, because we did get swept by them quite recently. So quite pleased that G2 are just the best team in the league, in the world. And that's why we can be happy.
I saw some stats. I think that it's something like all-time for LEC and LCS. G2 by themselves has won something like 7 out of 12 of the total best of 5 wins against the LPL and the LCK. So I mean, they are the hope of the LEC. They are the hope of the West, period. If you want to take down those big teams. So Top lost to them, but no shame in that. Of course, they're going to be disappointed in the way in which they lost, because it was that reverse sweep. They would have thought that they had it all locked up. And it is interesting because you now have got to wonder how much pressure is on some of these young guys' shoulders, people who haven't necessarily been here, Fengyue, Zueon, who I think were stellar for them in the LPL, and even stellar for them at times in that actual series. You wonder, will that carry over into this series? Will they be nervous? Because we did see Zueon getting picked on a fair bit, you know, in those later games where G2 was really trying to attack him. We saw him with the Tristana counter pick that didn't really work out. And when you talk about bright spots for TSW, a lot of people are going to be thinking about Pun Volibear, right?
Yeah,
and so
I was wondering whether we're going to
get,
are we going to get Volibear bans in this series? That's what I'm interested in, seeing whether we are going to get a lot of respect put on Pun's name, because he did look pretty good in a series that didn't have a lot of things that looked good in them. But here we are in Champion Select presented by HyperX, and we are ready to get into some bans ourselves. No Volibears just yet, just a Snake and an Ezreal and a Poppy here. We'll see what is going to eventuate, though, because these are kind of weird bans. Poppy and Ezreal being taken away immediately means that a few of the meta options are going to slink through.
Yeah, absolutely is the case. His though does have a very deep champion pool, but Poppy not really something that he has been playing much of, so it's interesting to see that actually coming out. I do think it is going to be a champ that is rising in priority, though. It feels like every time Poppy comes out, it looks ridiculously effective. It is so strong in the meta. There's so many dash champs,
Pa ljudi moji, dobro jutro.
that can be shut down. With supports moving away from enchanters and more towards engage, you're getting even additional value there. You're getting value against a lot of the meta junglers and top laners. So,
Ja se nadam da ste dobri i lagani. Ja bacam lagani autopilot do kraja ove serije.
Setup, you just knock a few of them away and you're having a much better time. The Orianna though is going to be taken away and there is the Rumble ban, and I don't know whether there's been enough homework
Ja ne gledamo
as
G2.
the first pick Rise is concerned, but the Jarvan taking it away from his toe feels like a pretty good move here for Tien.
Yeah, absolutely does. Getting Tien on a playmaker, to me, he is the star of this team. I think he is their best performing player when I look to the LPL. I feel like he really was in some of his best form that I've seen him in a long time. He has really been smurfing it. So it is going to be a big challenge here for his toe. Is kind of the engine of the Secret Whales, really is their star. But I think the question on everyone's mind is really how is the early game going to hold up for TSW? We heard the devs talking about it. D-Ray has received a lot of criticism for his play internationally. In regional play, you know, he's one of their top candidates for MVP. He's looking incredibly good. He's such a playmaker. But when you go international, there is kind of a bar, right? And that is something that, you know, our teams have struggled with for years too. And really everyone in the West except Caps has kind of struggled with. And you have to be this tall to ride, right? You have to be able to beat a Faker or a Cream or a Rookie or a Knight.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like Cream had a bit of that in the past as well, right? Where as soon as he went internationally,
Navijamo svim srcem za TES da završi što pre.
Maybe he can learn something from Cream here today. D-Ray on the rise this time around, though, as we can see the Jace locked in as well as the Ziggs, expecting the Ziggs to go towards Jackie, but obviously it's a bit of a flex. And his toe onto the Lee Sin here for some earlier playmaking, and I like that. And his toe certainly a man that can make this one work, but we're gonna have to see a lot from them early on in this game. All right, some more bans to come on through here. Looking at some bot lane champs for TES. They want to take those away. On the other side, I think we want to try and save the top lane. The Shen going to be taken away first, though, and that could be either support or top, so that feels like it's doing double duty.
Yeah, it absolutely could. You know, we have been seeing more Shen support these days, obviously. He actually got brought out in the series against the Secret Whales. Delight was playing it. We've seen, you know, a number of supports are at least practicing in solo queue, even if they haven't brought it out on stage just yet. But TES obviously compositionally shaping up to be a poke style composition. You have Ziggs, you have this Jace, and you are going to be looking to just kind of soften them up, then hard engage with the Jarvan. You can see on the other side it is much more about the hard engage, and that's why TES is banning out things like the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa and Nautilus, such a classic pairing that we saw all the time back when Kai'Sa was really, really popular. Obviously has fallen out of the meta somewhat, but is still a popular pick, and the Camille pairing going to get banned for Ziggs. Which kind of leads me to wonder, you know, are we going to get something along the lines of a Rel, or are you going to get the more spicy stuff, like even a Pyke, or you know, how crazy are they going to get?
Yeah, I think Camille and Pyke seem to be the two that are picked interchangeably in these lanes, but often the Pyke is more popular with the Mel, but we'll see whether it is going to be something they take into the Ziggs at the same time. I think you could also just very happily pick a Leona here and be okay with it. Yeah, exactly. Anything with a bit of engage. Last ban going to be that Sivir to be taken away from Eddie, so not going to have that later game scaling. I don't think he's going to be too worried about it, though. And we'll see. I feel like they're going to play Jhin.
I think so too. I was going to say, because, you know, there's kind of a couple different options for AD carries. If your team is playing hard engage, you can dive alongside them, which is the Kai'Sa. You can kind of enable them to go in and just ricochet through, which is the Sivir, obviously. Jhin is another one of those options. Senna is also something that does really fit the bill. It's a good pairing with Nautilus. You have that ultimate over-the-top, shielding people up, allowing them to go in with that dive. Also gives you some pretty good sustain against a poke-heavy comp here, like the Ziggs, as well as that Jace, and it's going to be Rel Yone snap down here for Feng Yue and Cream.
Yeah, the Cream Yone to come in here. This is pretty exciting, and game number 1 as well as Pun. He thinks it might be a Volley Bear day. This would be just signature picks all over the place. If the Volley Bear is going to be locked in here, but maybe it's BA just playing with our hearts. And Olaf being a consideration, still feeling fairly northern as we get a Viking instead of a polar bear, and that will be the lock-in here towards the top side of the map. And this Olaf really could get out of control, especially when Senna is supporting him later on into the game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, Olaf can be a problem, and you're going to be able to ignore most of the CC, but something that you can't ignore is the Cataclysm, right? So I do worry a little bit about that potential interaction. If you do get stuck in and then Tien just kind of flag and drags out and people hit you, you can't just run through walls still, which is one of the problems that Olaf sometimes can still have. That being said, pretty powerful dive here. The ability to play side lanes is obviously there for D-Ray on the rise. You know, Eddie can help to support that with Senna ults. You can look for plays.
Mislim neću Jace da igri Volibera. Teško da stikuješ na Jace-a.
The compositions don't really matter. You know, the strategy doesn't really matter. You have to be able to stay within striking distance to even have a chance, because the LPL and the LCK teams are so good at team fighting. If you fall down early, you're just completely screwed.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like it's a two-step game for TSW. Not only do they need to keep themselves up in the laning phase, but they also need to be able to turn on a dime, because otherwise they will get poked out of every single situation. And so they have to be incredibly decisive and make sure that they can stand toe-to-toe against top esports, which is going to be a difficult ask here, especially with their backs against the wall. Let's get onto the rift here for game number 1 and see who is going to keep themselves alive in the tournament.
Ignite Jace. So Zweon is getting a little bit spicy here. He's saying, yeah, you want to go to 6, you want to play slow, look for an all-in on me. What if I just threaten the all-in on you pre-6? You know, that is something that is very, very scary. Obviously, post-level 6, Olaf pops Ghost. If he actually hits on the axes, then there's not a lot Jace can do. Jace is going Storm Raider Surge, though, as an answer, and I would not be surprised at all if Zweon does go early Swifties.
Well, there you saw the Jace, and coming out in Riftbound's upcoming set, Vendetta.
Pričaju o draftu, brate moji. Slobodno kucaj o draftu, ono. Imaš moju totalnu dozvolu, brate, da mi daš tvoje analitičko mišljenje šta mi išao u ovom draftu. Ja sam sljedeća 2 sata na aparatima. Še, brat moj, pričaj o draftu.
And BA not going to quite find the dredge line there as we get the crash down from Fengwei. And Jackie Love taking a bunch of damage here. Eddie trying to throw some of these piercing darknesses down. But this is the problem, especially if you do miss bouncing bombs. There's just not going to be a whole lot of damage here in this lane.
Apsi nakon ovog još 2 dana, tako da. Nisam odmah, Kevine, ne.
And it looks like control for the lane here on TSW's side.
Izbao sam 2 sata. I svako će TES ovdje išutira TSV u 3 gema, tako da... Samo je pitanje šta će poslije izdogađa. Kaže pali kameru. Dobri ste danas. Nisam znao da je petak večer komedi show sa chatom. Cijenim. Šta nam je dole? Aha, okej.
Beat TES at first stand. They were going toe-to-toe with the very best teams in the world, taking them down or pushing them to the limits here. And they really did shock the world. But this team was clearly the best team in their league. And then it all kind of got broken up. Some of them went to the LPL, you know, everything.
This is the thing, there's a lot of names there that you can recognize that aren't necessarily in the LCP anymore.
Yeah, and that's kind of the question now on everyone's mind, because TSW came in. They were able to kind of take over that spot as the clear #1 team. But does that mean they can replicate the success of CFO? Well, thus far, no, but that remains to be seen, because obviously HLE is a ridiculously hard opponent. Top, I think, should be more manageable, but really good.
Trying to get the sidestep here, but Eddie going to get satcheled back. Jackie Love has him in his sights. One more auto will do it as Tien makes his way down. Barrier last second, but first blood still going to go over to Jackie. They do get a flash out of Tien, but that is the best they can hope for.
Really well played there by Fengwei and Jackie. I don't even know if he needs Tien, to be honest, but he shows up, helps out, does get that assist, and...
All right, Pun, let's see whether he can make this one work. He's on fire for now, gets himself the shield and the solo bolo for Pun in the top lane.
That is huge, because that is an Ignite Jace. I'm shocked Zweon never tried to flash an axe there in that 1v1. Maybe he was thinking that he was going to get the hammer form knockback back up in time to be able to knock him away and then use the flash after and some sort of ability to outplay, but he popped the ignite, got him low, tried to wait out the shield, but then just never flashed. And generally, any all-in against an Olaf, you gotta flash an axe. Like, that is objective number one. Yeah, that's what you have to do. Maybe he was just thinking that if I flash, he flashes, and I die anyway, even if the axe is missed.
Nešto neće otići na traku, vjerojatno sljedeći game.
First axe connects, he has him on the ignite, he's trying to wait out the W. W gets used, goes into melee form, did not flash the axe, and then realizes, oh god, I made a mistake. Yeah. When he went back into melee form, he's point blank, so that second axe, you would have to predictively flash it. You know, you're not going to be able to react to that. The first one he could have flashed, but you know, he was full health, so I just kind of think he misread and misplayed. When he went melee form, I'm wondering if he kind of forgot about the Olaf W in his calculations. That's what I was thinking as well. It's sort of what it looked like there, as HWE is going to get at least the shove back in. Jace will still have a fair bit of control in this lane, as we can see a few CS in the lead, but Pun in a great position now. And Cream and Dire, yeah, still just fighting this one out. Dire actually doing a great job in lane so far, though. And is it exciting to see him get ahead? Because remember, this game against HLE, my man was 1v9 on the Volibear up there. Oh, yeah. He was actually winning them fights with everyone in his team, like thousands of gold behind. It made absolutely no sense that the gold lead was as large as it was when you saw him in team fights. Yeah. Because they could not kill him. TS, though, are going to be unperturbed by what's happening on the top side of the map, though. As they move towards this dragon, look to lock down the first one. Yeah, it looks like they will be able to do that, but TSW are moving over. Oh, another anchor. BA has been fantastic with these. It is going to be Tien locking down the Drake, but Jackie is in a lot of trouble. He is going to hold on to the flash and still go down. That is another kill as well, as Dire is able to lock down the Rel. And TSW off to a great start. 3-1 so far in kills, and starting to build a gold lead. That is huge. Jackie intelligently does not use his flash because T-Ray was waiting over the wall for him. Yeah. So he would have just donated it to the Rise instead. TSW realized, all right, maybe we're too late for the Dragon, but Tien is still hitting the Dragon, and the fight has already broken out here. His toe is on top of Jackie, and this is what I'm talking about. If you flash over the wall there, D-Ray is waiting, so you'll just give the kill to the Rise. So Jackie just accepts his death, has to hold on. And BA was behind him. The Sentinel was coming in as well. This is just really well played early game by TSW. So we asked the question, can they hold up in the early game? Yeah. So far, check. Well, this is the thing. Both of the steps have kind of been done as well, because you saw they were laser focused in that last fight. It wasn't like, let's steal a Drake. His toe was nowhere near the Dragon. Didn't care about it at all. They knew their targets, and they pulled the trigger. I think a lot of it based on BA, who is just landing anchor after anchor on this Nautilus. Looking fantastic so far. Histo looking to steal away a red buff. This could be dangerous, though, as Fengwei is moving down. And is going to catch wind of it. Does just move himself out of the way. Is now Cream. Getting aggressive, but put in prison. And that's going to stop that one for now. Yeah, Fengwei spent quite a bit of time up in that top lane brush. He was trying to help out Zweon, who has fallen behind. They were hoping that Pum would look for another all-in. And then the Rel was just kind of sitting behind him in that brush. Then obviously Histo gets spotted on that control ward. So then he's going to go over there and try to help him out. Pun has got to get back to the lane. He's just trying to decide what to do. He's just going to run it. Zweon. Dire is going to move his way up towards that top side. The flash out. The ignite was ticking, but it's not going to work. And Histo is going to lock down the kill. He brought his friends this time. No solos for Pun, but he's pretty happy to get another kill for his team. Get by with a little help from my friends. Exactly. The Beatles said it, and it needs to be respected. Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. And in this case, you know, we saw Zweon trying to actually, you know, bait him on that play with Fengwei behind him, and then in this case, Pun is able to actually bait Zweon. So he goes in. Pun was taking so much free damage, was down to half health before he even popped his ult and went for it. But he knew he had 4 members in the area, is able to survive.
Previše rano za... Ali baš jako previše rano za...
There's the kickback though, Cataclysm, safeguard immediately up, there's the knockoff, Mega Inferno Bomb, not quite enough, but Cream is there to lock up the kill. Still it's a 1-for-1, both junglers down, and Cream is on the wrong side of the map. And Dire has got a prism with his name on it. There's an undertow to connect. I don't know why there's a Viking here, but he is. And Pun is going to look to grab the kill. Dire is going to take it away. And this is turning into a real snowball, despite the fact that Zweon is up here towards the top side getting some damage on this turret. Yeah, that is huge, because this is Dire now in a great position. His laning has really been his weakness internationally, and now he's kind of gotten past that. He has a 1K gold lead. Histo is taking this fight, and he's taking it so aggressively because he knows that he's going to have the Sentinel ultimate. He knows that BA is coming. He knows that Pun is coming.
Beautiful.
They were ready for an aggressive fight here. Pun says, I'm going to drop waves. I will be here for the fight. Cream does get in and get a kill, but D-Ray's behind him. Pun is here. BA is here. There's no real way for him out, so his objective just became buying time for Jace to get plates.
All right, well, we are 3-man on the grubs for now. Looks like Histo's not going to be able to do anything about it, especially with, it's a 5-man. There's a Jace and a Yone on the flanks, and so they'll say, yep, you guys can have that one, and they will just get waves shoved out. You can see Pun is
zadnje ti još i okej, ajde.
And there is a center in the bottom lane as well. So TSW doing good homework here as a response.
Yeah, I mean, this one seemed a little bit of an overcommitment as well. I wonder if TES are like, well, you're going to send Pun for just a random scrap on bot side? Surely you send 5 here, so we need everyone.
Yeah,
but there's no team
maybe
bot.
they were baited by the extra crazy that was happening earlier. They're like, well, I guess we just need to group for everything. Otherwise, we're just going to be giving away picks.
Because now, as a result, they do drop a wave or 2 bot. They lose a place to Eddie. They push in mid and lost some minions there. So TSW, yeah, they do lose the grubs. And it is really good comp to play with grubs. Obviously, you have Ziggs as well as Jace for pushing lanes. But still, TSW play the map well. And they're up 2K at 10 minutes. Is just not something I thought I would be telling you.
No, this is precisely what they need as well for a composition like this. And this is the other thing that we have to talk about. If they ever get a snowball rolling, making it work later on is actually pretty comfortable with a champion like Olaf, as long as he can get out of the way of these cataclysms. There's the hammer boot back as Xueyan is at least able to wait out the Ragnarok, and will be able to at least get some control here. But Pun is real frightening, still without his first item completed. That is going to make things even worse.
Yeah, and he did trade his ultimate out there, but he got the Ignite from Xueyan, and he didn't use any of his summoners. So next time he has the Ghost back up, next time he has that ultimate back up, he could look for that window before the Ignite comes back up. And Xueyan using the Storm Raider Surge very well there. Pun should be okay because he does spot these guys coming in, but he is going to have to evacuate and at least give up a plate or 2.
Yeah, he is just leaving. Tien is going to come on over and make this Cataclysm work. See whether it does happen. As never mind, just going to give a good old thumbs up and back the heck out of there. So no flag and drag ulti or anything like that from Tien. Was a little bit worried that everyone's going to show up. And I feel like the Secret Whales are in the heads of top esports right now.
They are. And because they went for that chase, Tien clearly thought he was going to be able to get in range for the Cataclysm. He thought he had the angle to actually catch up to him. Xueyan was not hitting the tower during that whole time. So yes, you are still going to deny a couple minions, but it's a cannon wave, so Pun won't lose as much. It is just that one additional plate that ends up going down. D-Ray already has completed his Roa. His tier is stacking up. Things are looking really, really good for TSW. And like you said, their composition is not complicated. You're going to go in, you're going to press Nautilus R on one of the carries. Olaf presses R, runs in, send an ult over the top. Like, they know how to play this, right? You don't have to get too fancy. Whereas TES, it's going to be about, can we land enough poke to engage ourselves, or can we land enough poke to at least make TSW just back off and not take the fight?
Yeah, and there are certainly options for the TS composition, and I think as the game goes later as well, they will have a lot of damage. Their damage profile is very nice, but right now it's not necessarily working for them. And TSW
right
are in a great
profile.
spot. Yeah, precisely. It's just hard. Okay, BA going to move up towards his top side, is distracted by a control ward. Will be smacking that one with his anchor, but it looks like Jackie Love will just push this wave out, and then Pun just clears this one up himself. Having a look at where the next objective is going to be, probably around this Herald in 2.5 minutes. An option for TSW to break open the map here a little bit more as well, because I think that that will really help them out.
I agree completely, and Herald is just always scary against the Ziggs team because they have 3 grubs. If you take Herald, you get a charge, and then you basically can just satchel and execute that thing.
Yep.
So it almost guarantees you will just get the full turret, which I think is going to raise the priority for both teams, right? TSW are going to want to stop that. TES are going to really want to secure that to be able to get themselves first tower gold, which is still up and available, because as much action as there has been, no towers have yet fallen.
It's just champions that we want to be killing here in this game, and I've kind of been enjoying it. So far, only 8 in the 13 minutes we've had, so maybe we could have that action accelerate, but that's probably not what TS want to happen. They want to slow this one down, get money onto Jackie, who does at least have that first item spike. Someone that has worked with Orcs for quite some time. I do know that first item Ludens is big strong.
Ako TES bude izgubio prvi game, bit ću veoma tužan, Caster. To je sve što ću vam reći.
Flash ulti could have actually been an option there. but not going for it. And he's still actually going to go back, looking for Fungwo there as Cream over this side. That's a nice sonic wave that's going to connect. Histo just going to bait him, switch him a little bit.
Having some fun with it.
He is definitely having some fun. As far as the vibes that we're detecting here, it is certainly looking in TSW's favor.
Yeah, the vibes are looking good, and that was a subtle thing, but HWE, I think, had the read that they could be going for Cream. So when Cream was going to snap back, Histo wanted to actually land a sonic wave on him, but HWE was standing in between him and where that would be to block any chance of that, and we can see in the Coinbase gold grind, D-Ray opening up a big lead here, 1.3K ahead.
This was not the gold grind I was expecting to see.
No.
But I was expecting to see it on the other side.
A little flip.
Yeah, because Cream has been having
Ja se nadam da neće, ja se nadam da neće.
He is put in prison, but able to win out on this trade quite nicely. And once you get towards
Brine me što su Sena Rai s druge strane, iskreno. To je jedina stvar.
Start going ballistic, but he's staring down the barrel of a 1.3K gold advantage, and it's a rise. He will not stop doing more damages.
Yeah, this champion is going to become very resilient. And when Rise gets to 3-4 items, it becomes tough, I think, for TES to take him down.
Well, BA is dealing with 3 people, but he is able to flash away really nicely. Kickback is gorgeous onto Fungaway. They are going to be able to take him down first. It's Tien in with the Cataclysm. Everyone getting out, but it's the Olaf that just dives into everyone. Mega Inferno Bomb will help put him down, but not before Dire has taken out the chase. They get rid of Jackie Love as well. There's the damage missing, and TSW can do no wrong today.
They are looking incredible here. 10-3, a 3K gold lead.
Ne ovako.
As well as TES kind of inexplicably hard force on what felt like the Nautilus.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the Nautilus is a little far
flash
off,
as well. I mean, there is vision in that brush, but it was still a gorgeous flash angle.
Yeah, and look at this kick here from Histo. Ward hops back, gets a 2-man kick, and then the TP from Zweon. He had nowhere else to teleport, but that spot was so difficult. He's forced to instantly flash, he's CC'd by BA and D-Ray, but then he goes over the wall directly into the Olaf. Nice sidestep on Cream's ult. And they just get rolled in the fight, and look at them, they are pumped up about it. TSW here to play today.
Yeah, they are. Coaching staff, though, not counting any chickens. I didn't see any counting there, and in fact, everyone is still feeling very measured. Yes. Don't worry, plenty of counting in my house, even if you can't talk yet. We're just practicing. 3,000 gold the lead, though.
Ne gledam I ne verujem. Znači da se TES je pretiltovao od G2-a I sad će da izgube ovu seriju I čao, vrati.
I mean, I'm just going to highlight the jungler's item. Oh. And you can do with that what you will. Because
they didn't color in the axe correctly. That looks like a small rock.
It does look like a small rock.
Is that a typo?
A red square in his pocket.
Huh.
That's tough.
That's 20 rupees.
D-Ray, he's got his second item as well. So I'm going to repeat that. We got this, we got this, and then we got, he doesn't even have a rock.
Hey, we talk about this all the time, though. The one item spike of the Yone, the Blade of the Ruin King.
Exactly.
Just don't look on the other side of the screen where Rise hits one of the most famous 2-item spikes already. Without getting his Seraphs there. There is the Cataclysm into this mid lane as Eddie already going to be flashing out of the way. Fungaway is a bit too far forward though. Booted back and taken down. BA though is just going to try and take a Shelly exit, but she was on no health, so that's not going to work. A trade of supports probably favors TES given the game state.
But when you realize that Olaf is top hitting your tower, that was a 5v4. Then I'm going to say it goes the other way because they kill the mid lane tower. He's taking plates and denying CS top.
Shelly was there on Secret World.
Shelly was there.
Yeah.
We'll give you a solid half. So that's a 5 versus a 4.5.
Yeah, 4.5.
Shelly was doing
her
best.
But yeah, with Pun in the top lane.
I'm sorry, Shelly. I didn't mean to slander you.
You know what? All she does gets headaches bumping into turrets, so I can understand. Zweon realizing that he just cannot be in the top lane. The fear of that guy is just too much. A bit of a test of the 1-item spike compared to 2-item spike. I think I know where the good money's at. And BA down towards his bottom side, getting some vision in. And spots out the fact that Fungwei is able to get that ward in there. There's my first dire of the day, but that will continue, I assume, as that is a great anchor once again. Dawning Shadow, not quite doing too much, but does give out some shields as Cream is able to get himself out of there.
Does have to use his flash, though, so things looking a little dire for TES.
There we go. That's what I meant to say. It sounded like it was a noun, but no, it's not what I was saying.
D-Ray also, his tier is fully stacked, his Archangels is ready, and he's at 8 stacks of the Roa. So before 20 minutes, he's going to have everything fully online, already going to be working in towards his third item.
Oh, another anchor to collect Tien. And man, they are suffocating them. Like, TSW are everywhere. They're not a secret, you know? The whales are just there.
Team
and they're really
whales.
big. Yeah, team very much their whales. As Histo, he is very much there as well. He's going to find Jackie Love as there is the resonating strike kick. Not sure about that play, though, as he just lands the Q, and that is going to do it. And he knows that he wanted to kind of follow him over that wall.
That one was more secret. He was around the corner.
Yeah, he's like,
they can
wait,
do it all.
where did he go? Oh, man. Still, a nice little kill there, and that just shows the state of the game, right? Like, he finds Jackie, he messes up a little bit, still kills him. There's still not enough of a response from TES if Histo is in their jungle.
Yeah, it's looking tough. I mean, Jackie is very strong. He is the biggest gold lead on his team. It does have a full damage build here. He has Stork Boots, he's got Shadow Flames, so he's got a lot of flat pen, plus the Ludens as well. He decides to not flash in that play, which I think I can respect, you know. Maybe just doesn't feel like it's actually worth it in that moment. You know, maybe Histo's just going to ward hop after you and kill you anyway, so holds on to that. But the question is, to me, can you actually stop this soul stack? Because Ocean Soul is problematic if you are a poke comp.
Početkom avgusta.
There is no even attempt.
Početkom avgusta.
Cream on the bottom side of the map. Finally, they get some vision as Tien's making his way over. An interruption attempt here from BA. He can hold Tien in position for quite some time. As Histo, he should be able to lock this one up. There is the kickback. Flashes back into it. Stolen by Jackie Love of all people. And Tien now gets back over. It is going to be a freebie given there, but still, can TES find more? That is the question. Anchor into the backline as BA is trying to make something happen. Histo is being targeted by Cream, but that is going to be the pickoff, and TSW are going to continue their onslaught. They do take the Realm Warp over. They do not want to let any of these Barons get away. But it looks like 3 are going to get out, and man, Jackie just keeps the game alive.
That was heartbreaking, because it looked like such a beautiful play from TSW. They throw the Nautilus ult onto Tien. Histo hops out, kicks him away, flashes back in the pit, and surely you think he has the secure here, because they're just burning it down. It looked like this was just brilliantly set up. So there's the Nautilus ult over onto Tien, kicks him away. It is at 1300. Oh, he early smited. He way early smited. He panicked. Oh no, that is when he's going to want back.
He was trying to do the combination of cool buttons and not realizing the
He didn't even have his Q on the Baron though.
Yeah.
He smote, and he smoted to 580. So that was not even close. Once he had kicked away Tien, he just needed to go back in the pit, let it get low, finish it off, but
didn't need to press the button. I think got a little bit overexcited.
Heartbreaking. That's a panic moment for sure.
Still, it would have been a very sexy play if it had worked, and the state of the game is still TSW in a lot of control. They are going to take Soul Point here. It is only an Ocean, but still should be able to get them a whole lot of power, especially against all this poke that is going to be coming out of TS later on in this game. TS not too worried about Drakes, though. They are just looking to clear out these inner turrets, and they will be able to do so. Jackie with the satchel will be able to execute it. And there is still an outer in mid, which is kind of crazy given the fact that they've taken 2 turrets in the top lane. There's an outer in bottom lane as well. But evening things out so far. And TS sort of feeling like they are getting back into the groove.
Yeah, I mean, that Baron steal was game-saving.
Yeah.
Absolutely game-saving. TSW are still in a good spot. They're still up a couple thousand gold, but their lead is way smaller than it would have been. They are on Ocean Soul Point, which I do think Ocean Soul is going to be difficult for TES to deal with when you're pretty reliant on poke for this comp. You know, you're not likely to win
I like
a full
Olaf.
100-0
Olaf
fight.
with Ocean Soul feels pretty ridiculous as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you know, Senna sustain plus the additional sustain from the Ocean Soul. Lee Sin is very fed, so Lee Sin's not easy to kill off. So they are going to get good value from it for sure.
Well, let's see what more they can get here at the same time as Histo clearing out some control vision. There is a Jace in the bottom lane doing a whole lot of work towards these turrets. I have to go back and think about the 3 grubs that they collected earlier. It is really going to help them try and claw back some gold.
I do not love the skipping actualizer here for Rise. I just feel like that is the Rise item.
Oh no, I've been watching too many Chovy videos, you know, he just loves a dash cannon. And look, you understand it, extra mobility for the Rise does make some sense, but Actualizer is so strong. And what, does he now build an arm guard as well? Like, do you have
to... Or are you skipping Zonias?
Oh, no, you can't skip.
4th.
Ugh.
Then where's your death cap? So
yeah. Okay.
I'm not a fan.
No,
but,
I think
we'll see if
sell
it works out.
Yeah, hopefully you can sell it later and buy the Void stuff or something like that. But I think Actualizer should be coming in hopefully soon if he wants to keep up the damage. You also are pretty tanky, right? The extra health on the dash cannon is pretty good, especially when you have the Seraph shield and all that sort of stuff. Still just doesn't make you feel very good. I'm sure, like, we shouldn't really talk about it because we know that Orcs is going to talk about it for about 15 minutes after this game. So we'll just leave it to him.
That's not on the Ziggs. He's not going to talk about it, buddy.
He will. He just doesn't like dash cannons being built on absolutely everything. And look, Jackie might build it third, and then we'll be in for a world of hurt. It's okay. 1.7, so it is TES using that Baron to get themselves a little bit further back into this game. 2 minutes on said Baron to respawn, but 2.5 on the Ocean Soul. I actually think this is a beautiful moment for Team Secret Whales to play around this Soul and not really care about claiming it themselves. Just guarantee yourself a Baron, pull TES around the map, and stop them from being able to get that setup that this composition really can play around.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think if they can't...
Or just kill Tien. They're going to kick him back, and now... Oh no! The Viking can't get out of the Cataclysm! It's okay, because the Blind Monk can. Still able to flag and drag his way to safety.
But they get his flash, so it's really good still. Tien's got no flash for the next objective, and I agree. I mean, I think you can pressure Baron if you don't feel like you can get a setup at the Dragon, but I feel like Baron is kind of fake, honestly, in this season, and so I still would prefer that they play towards Soul as long as they can get that setup first. And it's going to be hard for TES to walk in now. With Tien having no flash, if they show up late, the chances of him getting into steal are pretty low, so...
What about Jackie, though?
That's pretty high, apparently.
Yeah.
Based on our one attempt, he's 1 for 1.
So 1 out of 1, 100%
That's
of
pretty
Barons
good.
have been stolen by Jackie Love so far today, which I think is a very, very large number for an 80 carry who is currently playing a mage. Well, we'll see whether it can happen again. Maybe Lightning can indeed strike twice.
Jackie's on 3 items, has his Void Staff now as well.
And that's not a dash cannon, so we've
there's
avoided
no
even
dashing.
more, which is absolutely fantastic. That is huge damage potential. You're exactly right. From the Ziggs. All right. Are they ready for a team fight, though? That is the big one, because we haven't had too many of them over the last little while. Top Esports really have tried to slow this game down, as Histo wants to speed it back up again, looking for an angle towards HWE. Jackie Love with a little bit of a fadeaway. And the Olaf unable to find an angle here as Cream teleports in, does rebind the Soul, and it looks like Team Secret Whales not going to be able to find their angle. They're going to try and get themselves back out of here.
Yeah, that was a very preemptive Olaf ult. You know, generally you want to be pressing that when Nautilus is pressing R, so you have someone guaranteed that you're catching up and hitting. Because they just kited that out so easily, and now Pun without that ult for the big potential Soul fight is a really big deal. So now TSW are going to just start up the Baron here. They're going to try to draw top over to them, but they think better of that as well. Yeah, half the cooldown on the Ragnarok. It is coming up very quickly. We'll see whether they can wait that out before they actually do start a fight. BA taking so much damage. This is what we were scared about from the very beginning, just after the draft. This is what this top esports composition is capable of, right? If you are indecisive, they will just poke you down, and you won't be able to do anything even if you do find an angle. Well, they're back to the Baron. They're saying, nope, Cream, you cannot go solo that Dragon. BA has base. He's coming back out, and Eddie can keep them pretty healthy. So they're buying time well. Ragnarok's up in a couple seconds here, so they could actually look for a fight when BA gets back. Yeah, well, looking for an angle right now. Is down to 50% is Pun, but he does have that Ragnarok like you were talking about. Fangui looking for a bit of an angle, but BA gets in there first. There's the knockoff. They take out the Jace Dawning Shadow to keep the team alive as Tien. Cataclysm on top of the center, but it's not going to do anything. He's just going to kill everyone around him. It's a double for Dire. Jackie Love goes down for the triple. Can they give him the quadruple? Pun says no. Eddie's just going to collect it. They'll take a Baron, though, and Team Secret Whales, 4K gold lead. They look like they're about to win game 1. That's 5 for 1 at the Baron. They're going to get Baron and Soul and an ace. What a start to this series for TSW. And that fight, let's be honest, it wasn't even really close. The initial engage was great. BA, no hesitation, gets back. They're straight on to the Jace. He is just one shot. Then look at Eddie. Fangui says, let's send it on to Eddie, but it's just Tien and Fangui back there. There's no damage. No one is going to be able to actually knock him down. And on the other side, Histo and D-Ray are so fed. They're wiping through the rest of TES. Fangui can do nothing. TSW, they get it all. Yeah, they get the Soul as well, as you can see picture in picture. And
I swear, like Eddie's positioning in that fight as well, absolutely gorgeous. So much of Top Esports' composition is front-loaded, as BA might be in a little bit of trouble, but he's a pretty tanky Nautilus. There's the root, and down will go Tien. No options. Kickback is gorgeous onto Fengwei. It's a setup for the anchor, as Histo and BA, man, this is a gang squad that are working so beautifully. Cream, oh dear, he is going to have to go back to that blind monk, and Histo will find him. Another anchor comes in. TSW are just styling on them. Jackie will be able to get a kill back though, as BA a little bit overly aggressive, but there is Pun flashing on forward, picks up the kill, and TSW, I think they just want to focus on game number 2 and send this one into the books.
It absolutely looks like they do. They have that wave mid here. Swayan's got to try to clear out the wave as much as he possibly can, because Jackie and Cream are dead for a very long time. This next wave is coming up though. I don't know. I don't think they have time to finish. I think it will just be the inhib and then a base.
Yeah, it should be. They will have a lot of their health bars back, though, with this Ocean Soul that has been picked up, but maybe not in time for Fengwei to start some sort of defense engage. Just be some undertows being thrown back, and yeah, there'd be a lot of money to spend. We've got a 4,000 gold advantage for Dire. His toe is exactly the same number. That's an 8-0-10 rise. My God, let's have a look at this MasterCard priceless moment of the game, as it's just a bit of a victory lap here for TSW.
Yeah, I mean, TSW, again, it is top engaging on BA. Ocean Soul, Aftershock, Locket. You know, he has so much durability at this point. And then Cream tries to go in and take out D-Ray, but he has the Seeker's arm guard. His toe is waiting for him as he snaps back, and then BA just full sends it. He gets taken down. Wow, indeed.
Wow, indeed, indeed. As D-Ray is indeed legendary. 9-0-10 as Jackie's lying on the floor. Sometimes we had this issue yesterday, but the replays are difficult. The video game is just accelerating here, but mainly beyond TES. I mean, it's quadruple the kills here for Team Secret Whales. They are close to a 10,000 gold lead as Pun is going to turn Cream unbinding his soul into an attempt for a bit of a ghost engage, but he's just running around the enemy base, just having a great time. And the inhibitor's already down in the mid lane. They're going to do the same thing for this top side one, and Top Esports, one last opportunity for a defense, but man, it's going to be so hard. 11,000 gold in the hole. And there's a full Zonya's done for Dire here. There are 3 items on the center. She's starting to scale up. And by starting, I think she's basically at the end, because this game does not have very much left in it unless Top Esports can perform a miracle. Jackie behind his Nexus, trying to use that for protection, but that means these Nexus turrets are in so much trouble. And they're just waiting, letting these minions do the work. As first Nexus turret does go down. The Unbound Soul is going to be able to keep Cream alive, but he still takes so much damage here. Dire just going to be dashing back. And there is the Magnustorm. They try and get on top of the Rise. Mega Inferno Bomb not doing nearly enough as the Dawning Shadow comes on through. And Fengwei is just going to die as an afterthought. HWE is going to have to get out of there, but it's that's mown down. Histo finds his mark, and it's the Team Secret Whales that take game number 1 over Top Esports. And man, maybe we had this team underestimated. Maybe Hummerlife Esports are just completely ballistic, and it's Team Secret Whales that should have been the favorites here.
29 kills by Secret Whales alone in 32 minutes. And what a final fight even from BA. Completely stuffed the engage, hooked Tien out of his flag and drag. That was domination. Ox, how you feeling, buddy?
That is a very good question, actually. Before, you know what? We're going to take the scale back that we had in pre-show from it doesn't hurt into it hurts a lot. So vibe check from my 2.
I'm not feeling great.
You're not feeling great.
No.
You're not feeling It hurts even more. Why even more? Because you had expectations. Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah, very happy.
First win for Secret Whales, guys. First win. And an amazing one.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really massive for them, especially, like I said, with CFO breaking up and them being such a formidable team, being able to contest LPL and LCK teams. And it started early on in this game with this kind of skirmishing that we know TSW is capable of. Well, really it started with this, with HWE at a bit of a rough game, dying to the Olaf on top side.
Yeah, even running the Ignite to try and get the edge in the 1v1, mitigate some of that sustain didn't work. And then this setup, it was an overforced Dragon. They didn't have the prior mid, and Jackilov just gets left in the middle of all these Team Secret Wales members, and that is not a one-time instance. That happened a lot during this game.
Yeah, we saw it quite a few times where Team Secret Wales were at an objective or at a fight quicker than Top Esports thought they would be there. Top Esports thought, oh, we can sneak away this red buff, we can sneak away this dragon, but Team Secret Wales was so quick to react, and this is when we were praising their mid-game play and their mid-game skirmishing. This is exactly what Team Secret Wales do well.
Yeah, and I want to call up the Rift Herald fight, right? Because I thought that was a great collapse from them. You already have the Olaf kind of fainting on the bot, going into fog, into the brush, TPing then into the fight, and again, like we already set up, this is another play where TSW are able to collapse much quicker than I think Top Esports expected.
And importantly, if you look at this, it is so premeditated from Team Secret Wales. You can see BA stepping out saying, hey, I'm here, come get me. There's a ward behind for the TP immediately. And then you have the flank coming in. Like Top Esports, they took it hook, line, and sinker. Honestly, this game felt very much like they weren't doing their due diligence, and Team Secret Wales punished that incredibly well.
And you talk about, go ahead.
I would just say that I think if you don't pull off the good engages, Olaf, Lee Sin just diving on your backline, it felt like the center was just never really under threat. You know, you're playing in a mobile pick into Zig's job, and it was very rare we saw that pulled off.
And you guys were talking about BA, and I feel like he's been on top of his game with Nautilus. Even in the later stages of the game, we're going to look at one specific replay, because as every second counts, thanks to the reliable Cisco networks, he finds the perfect engage with Nautilus, which leads to the Baron in the end. And I'm always worried when it comes to games like this, because I'm like, are they going to be able to bring it home? And they were clutch on every timing.
Yeah, and BA was so good in this game, right? Like, this isn't the first big hook or big Nautilus ult that he was able to land in a lot of the team fights, but here, getting that catch onto Shueon before Feng Yue could wrap around the top side on the rel, because again, we talked about how slow Top Esports setups were in this game. This is another example of them just finding a play and then immediately being able to collapse on Top Esports.
And Nautilus is such a volatile pick, especially into so much poke, so much damage. We've seen even recently Carrier having a bit of a tough game on that. And you have to go in with confidence. That play was such a decisive one. He dies in the aftermath, and it's like, my job's done. You guys take it away.
And you see Team Secret Wales being able to innovate here, I feel, especially with what they brought in the draft. They had the early game guarantee, they had the late game caution in the likes of Senna and Rice as well. And he's still on Listen. I don't feel like it's something that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, we haven't seen that a lot from him. He has only been around for 2 years, and Lee Sin hasn't really been meta during that time, so he's only got 7 games on the pick, but it is something that he is known for in the region at least, and he's very good at it, especially when he gets these more skirmish-heavy mid-games, because then he can team up with D-Ray so well.
And this is how domestically we saw them performing really well, right? It was Histo taking the role of really, really pushing the team forward, going for those mid-game teamfight setups like you already mentioned, Medic, and him and D-Ray working together in this game, something that we were really worried about from their Hanwha Life Esports match, and they performed so well together as a duo, especially with D-Ray doing so well in lane.
Yeah, he was having a great laning phase up against Scream, and I think having the confidence to bring out Lee Sin, Rise, where he's so reliant on the other person, D-Ray just really dominating and just pumping so much damage as well. I think that was maybe the concern when you're going up against Cream and Tien, and they really were ahead in that 2v2.
I mean, that's the thing. We see confidence from this duo. We see the right priorities when it comes to draft. The way to execute the picks in game. What have we learned so far?
Top Esports are struggling. I'm
going
to be honest about it. Team Secret Wales have played this really well, but you look at the draft, and coming out of draft, I was saying, I like Top Esports draft. They have good ways to punish D-Ray in the early game. Histo shouldn't be able to get too far ahead through that mid-game as well. And then you saw them just be really uncoordinated and skipping steps, not doing their due diligence around that Drake, around that red buff. I wonder if it is... I don't want to say they're collapsing, but we have seen this from Top Esports as an organization before, if not from all 5 of these players.
I think also we saw Real Love Deep Cross Gaming really struggle in the play-ins, and then obviously Team Secret Wales lost their first series, but it was against HWE, and I think everyone was looking at the LCP and thinking, oh, I guess they're just not a threat, but I think proving that they have to be respected, and they will take games and maybe a series off you if they are not.
Hear the Whales here in game one. They open up the score against Top Esports in our elimination series. They brought the fire in game one. Let's see if they can do it again.
That just dives into everyone. Mega Inferno Bomb will help put him down, but not before Dire has taken out the chase. They get rid of Jackie Love as well. There's the damage missing. This one up. There is the kickback. Flashes back into it. Stolen by Jackie Love of all people. And Tien now gets back over. It is going to be a freebie given there, but still, can TES find more? That is the question. Anchor into the backline as BS trying to make something happen. Histo is being targeted by Cream, but that is going to be the pickup. And
where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He brought it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen 2! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Gentlemen, to MSI 2026, we are up to game number 2, and if you missed game 1, a little bit of an upset, a little bit of maybe not what you were expecting. We're moving into a match where Team Secret Whales are looking for match point moving into this second game, and Top Esports looks like G2 may have done a number on them in this one.
Yeah, a little bit of a mental damage, perhaps.
Yes.
Done up, especially Zweon, to me, like, he was blowing me away in the LPL with how consistent he was, how he was able to go toe-to-toe with, and sometimes just actually smack the very best top laners in the league. And so a little bit surprising to see the way in which he was solo killed. We know that Pun had even some great games against, in his previous series against HLE, his volleyball game obviously standing out, but Zweon, the way in which he's dying, he's looking uncomfortable, and I feel like TES, you could see some panic moments where, we were just talking about this, but where, when Pun made that roam down towards that fight in the jungle, and they weren't ready for it, and it felt like after that, they were so afraid of the fact that
anyone could be anywhere.
That then they overcompensated, and they sent 5 members to Herald without answering any of the 3 waves. And when you go for a play like that, you're just losing gold. And so it was very strange to see the team with the extra teleport on the Ziggs kind of getting ran around the map a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, they were missing a teleport from the top side of the map, but that was because the Jace picked Ignite so that he could win lane and then got solo killed.
Yep.
It's just unacceptable, basically. And we'll see whether Top Esports can get back on the horses.
Gotta lock in.
It was a really good start to the series against G2, right? But, okay, hear me out. Maybe this is all part of the strategy, because they were like playing well at the start, that doesn't win. Playing well at the end, that is what is able to get the win. So let's see whether that is going to work, as Pun just trying to put some fear into them with a volley bear hover, but instead it's going to be the Bard locked away for BA most likely. There it is. Will they be pairing it with a Caitlyn to start this one off, as instead, looks like we're looking for a Dire pick to get off the ground, and that is going to be picked into the Vi. Vi and Aurora together, pretty powerful, so taking that one away from Cream does make some sense, but Vi, Ari, I mean, there are a lot of things that Top Esports can play around now.
Yeah, there absolutely are, and I'm just always a little bit nervous when you are last pick and you are blinding your solos, right? That just always feels like that is kind of the big advantage. Of course, Aurora is a power pick. Like you said, Cream is really, really good on it. It's his most played, so it can make sense, but Cream can play a lot of stuff. And Cream gets kind of the run of the show now. So it is going to be Rumble, Ari, Vi, 3 really kind of high prio champions these days for these players. And the question is, what will we see for Pun, or will they shift something around? We used to see a lot of Galio and Ornn as kind of like Rumble answers. You can obviously go aggressive counters. You could even move the Aurora up towards the top side and put it against the Rumble if you want, because that is something that is also another one of those answers. So I'm going to be curious, because now that it is Rumble, it does open up the possibilities of a flex a lot more. And then if you grab the Fury, you could even do like Galio in mid lane against the Aura. Like, there's so many options here, so I'm kind of curious where TSW wants to take us.
Yeah, you could actually just pick Galio and then still everyone's confused about where things are going to be going. Getting a little ahead of ourselves, though, as we are into the next round of bans. The Kai'Sa going to be taken away. You are ahead of the game. It's probably
Sam najsigurniji da idu s ovim draftom. Mislim, sviđa mi se koliko je Bardi i Kamilu, koliko su postali prio da svaki draft bukvalno samo gledamo na badanja.
Maybe we'll have a look at some of the mages towards the bottom side of the map, but I don't think that that is where Top Esports want to go, and it is just going to be the Camille taken off the board.
Not wanting to go up against that Camille combo down in the bot lane, so Caitlyn as well as Jhin, 2 of the best pairings with the Bard, will be taken away. So curious to see where Eddie wants to go. You can play with, kind of anything with Bard, but honestly, I would say in pro play, 3 of the most common are Kate, Jhin, and Ezreal. And all 3 are banned, right? So a lot of the common pairings are gone. It's not that Bard can't work with anything else, but it is not necessarily like as dominant as it is with those particular champions.
We'll see what they are going to lock in, because they're going to have to make a decision now. As Misfortune, that's a decent option. I was thinking about what could work in the early laning phase to help augment the power of this electrocute Bard, and an MF can certainly do that.
It can. The only thing is they have no actual lockdown, right? Like, you can Bard ult and then start ulting over the top, but they need someone to hold them in place, which kind of brings my mind back to the Galio again. You know, do we want to actually bring out a Galio?
Galio or Ornn?
Nefiri goes in, or Ornn, you know, that
MSI u Koreji.
kind of thinking
U Koreji.
of the potential of Nefiri diving
Zato
in,
ovako rano
or
po našem vremenu.
Galio ult over the top, MF ult with that, but it is going to be Unara Lulu, so scaling options here for TES. Definitely not the strongest laners these days, these two champions, but if you can get through the early phases, you can absolutely take over in a 5v5, and they clearly are looking at Tien and Cream to be their playmakers. You went by Ahri.
Yep.
Jackie Love is the late game insurance here.
All right, Pun, thinking about what he wants to do, it looks like the Gnar is going to be the final consideration. Not necessarily helping, but this is what we were talking about before. I like it way more. I mean, this is what a lot of people think of, like the primary matchup into the Rumble, but also really helps the composition like you were asking for.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Now you have that primary engage. Obviously, what you are going to be looking for is Bard ult, Horn, that goes in, Aurora comes in on the flank, Nefiri dives in, MF ult over the top. You're looking for this kind of big grouping of ultimates to try to burst someone down. That being said, Ahri, pretty evasive. Jackie Love, you can go RE and just kind of like hop out. You know, with your ulted E, you have that dash, so not the easiest
polymorph
targets.
as well is going to be such a problem for Pun. Like you come in blowing the horn, and then you just turn into a little critter. You can't actually send the ram back, and things can be problematic from there. There are certainly things that Team Secret Whales need to play around, but think back to where we were in game number 1 as we were loading onto the Rift. We were saying, like, it was a 2-step plan. Things are going to be difficult. They have to make sure that they do this, that, and the other. And as it turned out, they just played better all game. So maybe that's just what they're going to do this time around as well. But I do think there's a little bit less simplicity in this draft out of the Secret Whales. And whether that is going to be a hindrance or a help, we'll have to find out.
Yeah, I would completely agree, and it's not a comp that I would really want to play MF against, because there's not the easiest kind of like point-and-click lockdown like a Nautilus and a Rel to guarantee your ult's going to go out, and then you're also standing still to ult against Ahri Vi and a Rumble. So those are pretty scary. Equalizer gets dropped on your head, you get Vi ulted, you get charmed, you know, anything along those lines is going to be really, really difficult. So a lot of those tools are going to have to be used, and we're going to have to see Eddie be very careful about how he actually enters the fight, because if he goes in too early, uses the ult too early, it's going to be really easy to shut him down, at the very least make him cancel that ult.
And we'll have to see how Pun's going to be able to play as well, because he's definitely going to be on a little bit more of that weak side on this towards the top side of the map. We've said that this is a champion picked into Rumble quite often, but it doesn't get, you know, super easy very quickly. You do need to grab that first item before you're really comfortable. At least the Spectre's Cowl, that's kind of when it feels much, much better. But this still should be top esports with so much control of the top side of the map, which is where they want to play through.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I think about it, it is... Oh.
Wait a second, some action here as the Cosmic Binding will connect onto Jackie Love. There are some heals being thrown down, and that's already a barrier here for Jackie as well. And that is why they're able to win out on this trade quite nicely. Eddie taking a big chunk towards the end.
Čisto se razumijemo, ja sam sad postao TSW fanboy. Sad TSW treba vina kad su već krenuli. Pa da, ako TSW dobije testo, znači da je G2 samo dobio lakog protivnika. To mi se baš ne sviđa kao opcija, iskreno.
Traditionally are quite weak in the early levels, and if you don't allow them to get that full lethal tempo stack, get the Q stacks, and get those extended trades, it can be tough. And I feel like Eddie and BA kind of opted into trades that were too long, where really you just want like double tap and Cosmic Binding, and then just kind of back up and just try to, you know, poke and chip. Not
more action here as BA has to flash to get out of the way here. Fengwei is going very aggressive as the tower. Not exactly very friendly here. Glitterlance is going to miss as Eddie's still feeling like he has an angle. I mean, double up and a love tap probably together could just kill either of these bottom laners, but he could also just face plant, and with level 3 now coming through for Jackie Love, bit of extra health back for him and Fengwei. It is just going to be the wave cleared, and Eddie now at least able to stick around and pick up this farm.
Yeah, that is huge that he was able to survive there. You're just holding on in that 2v2. We got to see on the left history of the region here. TSW trying to continue moving forward with that history. Obviously, CFO were really at the point where everyone considered them a massive threat internationally, and TSW at least with game one, showing us that maybe they need to be in those kind of conversations here as well. If they can take down TES, that would be a pretty big upset based on pre-tournament expectations, and really does kind of catapult them into a very different conversation.
Yeah, and now that the LCP is sort of encapsulating so many, it kind of makes you realize that there is always the deadly team from this region, right? You can even put like Gigabyte Marines into that list from all that time ago, even though it is Vietnamese. Like the Flash Wolves, a huge one. Not to mention, you know, our world champs from season 2 is Dire. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage. To be taken down. But yeah, I think that right now we're in the Team Secret Whales era of the LCP.
You need to be an aquatic creature to do well in the LCP.
Yeah, it
you
seems
gotta be
to
an oyster or a whale.
Yeah, or a wolf. Wolves just notably very aquatic.
They do like to go for a dip, you know? It's been pretty hot lately.
Hey, and a lot of them are in the snow, and the snow is made out of water.
It is.
So there you go. It might have felt like a stretch, but really, if you think about it, it's not. Yeah. Jackie and Fungaway, though, are playing this one very, very well, and I was actually a little worried about their pivot towards the Yunara Lulu because we've seen it not necessarily have that much lane dominance more recently, but maybe I just hadn't seen it with this particular duo playing it out as well as they are. It's not necessarily translating into CS leads, though, just yet.
Yeah, and that's why it was so critical that BA actually survived, right? Because they very nearly got a kill on him, and if you do get that kill, things can start to get a little bit tough, a little bit ugly. And the dropping of their 80 carry pick to second round did potentially hurt TSW quite a bit because all of the common pairings were banned, right? Ezreal, Jhin, Caitlyn, all were banned by TES. 2 out of 3 of those were in the second round. So there was a cost to them saying, no, we want some of these other picks a little bit more high priority. They went into Fury on 3. And as a result, they have a bit of a weaker laning duo.
Oh, Dire in a little bit of trouble here, though, as Cream looks for the charm, gets it, but does manage to buffer the ulti. Gets himself out of the way. No mana to speak of. The Cream trading ultimates here in this mid lane. Dire is just going to go back.
Yeah, this is honestly really well done by TSW so far. TES, every time you look, they are out trading, but then you look at the CS, everything's even, right?
Yeah.
So they are hanging on and, you know, going to be feeling pretty good about that. TES is playing a very fragile comp. You know, they have a lot of threats, they have a lot of damage, but a champion like Ornn, a champion like Bard, you get the good setup on any of these 5, and you can one-shot them, right? You know, so there is that ability to kind of have that easier team fight. So we'll see if they can get it.
Goodness. Look at this. Dire actually having an incredible day so far. Game number 1 working out very nicely on the rise.
Yeah, really impressive, too, because he has been someone who has been getting a lot of criticism. You know, when I think of him and his international performances, it has mostly been struggles, right? He's really been having a tough time in laning phases against some of these top mid laners in the world. And though he has had really good regional performances, he hasn't been able to translate that. And that was kind of a lot of the discussion last time we saw him internationally was he's just not showing up. He's not, you know, cut for this level. And in game 1, at the very least, got some early kills in those skirmishes and was able to translate that into a win, which is much easier said than done against these top teams.
Certainly is. Difficulties continuing here towards the bottom side of the map as well, as Fungaway just sort of by himself, harassing them both off this minion wave. Jackie Love just able to very comfortably stack that Q, get this wave shoved in. So the Yunara on track to becoming a deadly threat. Maybe not as early as the Misfortune. We'll see how Eddie is going to be able to leverage that as this game goes on. Scream, nice Orbit Deception after the charm. We'll do a fair bit of damage here. But, all right, HWE just trying to burn down Pun. But that Spectre's Cowl that we were talking about has come in. And Pun should be able to just weather the storm. Another nice snipe there with the charm and gets an electrocute proc to boot.
Yeah, Pun is going to be, I think, really, he's not in danger of dying anymore at all. And it is double AP soul laner. So he's at the point where he's going to get to his Caning Rooker and very likely before he dies. And once you're at that point, you kind of just don't care about what Rumble is doing. And it's not as though Wei On went, you know, first strike and was farming gold off him or anything like that. He did go for more of that combat power, but they're going to see if they can find Cream here potentially.
Koliko spor game, čovječe. Kažem ja, placeholder za game 2, svaki dan game broj 2 je samo 50 puta bolji, bi ne znam šta je gađao, ali nema veze.
And Histo is also just going to make BA feel a little bit better about himself as he misses 2 of his skill shots as well. So they are just going to back away.
Yeah, are going to back away. Looks a little bit silly, but a lot of times in those situations, pros are kind of predicting a flash. Or they're hoping that it's like, I'm going to go in, and if I throw it at you, you'll just flash it.
I mean,
so I try to flash Q, and
he hit it perfectly on both of them. If it was
right down
wide
the
enough.
uprights.
Yeah, just right down the middle. That's 6 points in Australia.
It's only 3 points in American football. So,
oh, is it really?
So we'll go with Australia.
Yeah, we got the better points rule.
He's got 6.
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
pretty good. We
can also like just run around and like kick the ball whenever we want and pass it to each other. There's basically no rules in our football. Okay, Histo, can he actually get one of these? It looks like the answer is yes, as they are going to throw the ram over towards Tien, but now they don't have that ulti for the retreat. Will that matter? Looks like the answer is going to be no for now.
Yep, pretty calm early game here. No kills thus far. After TSW almost by themselves had a kill a minute. It was 29 kills in 32 minutes, I believe, by the end of the game. This one is killless here at 9. I think both teams going to be a little bit less a little bit more gun shy, excuse me. You know, after a game like that, maybe feeling like, okay, let's make sure we choose the right fight on the side of TES. And for TSW, I feel like they're just saying, you know what, let's chill, let's farm, wait for our moments. We found them last game, and no need to rush.
Yeah, and they've been the proactive team so far this series, right? And now they're with the composition that does kind of want to take things slow, get towards ornaments and things like this, and make those team fights work out with their extra durability. And because of that, the team that's been much slower is not necessarily going to be the one pushing the envelope. TSW just have had control of the tempo so far this series.
Yeah, they really have. And I mean, Cream, like we said, he's getting the advantages in that 1v1, and now it's starting to actually show itself in a gold lead. He is about 300 gold. But I will say, you know, Tien and Cream have both been level 6 for a while. I want to see them link up. They are the bridge to the late game for Jackie Love and FengYue. You want to see them looking for plays, go in with the Vi ultimate, sets up that guaranteed RE charm, trying to burst people down, because these are two champions that are about that upfront damage, and you need to have the gold to kind of back that up.
We'll make it rain, having to come down here as the good lance is going to go wide. Histo is going a little aggressive here, has his Aurora in pocket as well as they look for an angle. No Dragon for another minute though, so no need to worry about that one. And can Cream find his way in? That's going to be the question. Remember, this is an Neferi, can go untargetable, so it can be a little bit annoying, as that is going to be Tien, gets the wild growth there as well, and they just blow up Histo immediately. Tien gets himself out. The magical journey is taken for the retreat, and that is first blood with no response over to Top Esports. A way better start here in game 2.
Yeah, so much better, and that is actually the slowest first blood so far this MSI, but Cream have been building up an advantage in
Dob
that
TES.
1v1. Now gets the first blood on
Sad će
top.
polako da krenu da viniju, lagano, sve je pod kontrolom. Nemojte očajavati.
He's got those components for his first item, so he is going to be basing and getting that. He has the push as well, so he's going to get another plate on top, so he's going to have a 1k lead in that 1v1, and we can see how it happened. Histo wanting to be the one that was starting this off aggressively, but FengYue moved over, Cream was there, they had the...
In the meantime, HWE is very dead.
He is, and he lost his flash, so that sucks for him.
Yeah. There was a bit of replay to go through. We do hate to interrupt you there, Isaac, but sometimes the video game, it just kind of takes over. As we got to teleport towards this bottom side. Looks like there's not going to be too much of a dive angle, as the Drake is what Tien has on his mind, looking to try and pick up doubles. As Cloud into Chemtech means that the likelihood of some pretty fun dragons could come on through for the Soul. We'll see what is going to be locked in as Cream just throws an Orb of Deception, says I'm helping. And we're going to see how it all started here, picture in picture, as it is going to be an Ocean Soul again. A little bit of a shame. And
That's
not
a
great
flash. Really bad flash. And that was an easy kill. I mean, they just kind of barred, tunneled through the wall, walked up, didn't really have to do too much. Flashed in a straight line, and Zweon, a little bit of a tough time so far this tournament. You know, he had such a great start. His game 1 on the Invest against G2, he was just smurfing on them. But it feels like he is a very confidence-based player so far at this event, and he has looked very different in wins than in losses. You look at his stats here. In wins, up 22 CS on average at 14, and then the losses, he's kind of getting blown out. So it has really been very swingy games for him, and we need to see him get that consistency. And I think as he gets more games on stage, as he gets more games in an international environment, you will get more used to it and be able to kind of calm down a little bit more. But he is someone that TES has really counted on, because they lost 369. You know, he was, you know, replaced by Zweon. You know, he's the one who was coming in and taking his spot in that starting lineup. and he has been performing so well, and that's a big reason why they are here. So they need him to perform just like he did in the LPL.
Exactly, and I mean, it's a similar story, and on the other end of it, right, in comparison to Dire. We were talking about that before. He hasn't been able to perform on the international stage, has now managed to turn that one around. We'll see whether this is going to be the game that HWE can do the same thing, as Pun wants to make his way towards this outer turret. That's a great cosmic binding. I'm not sure about the Tempered Fate, though.
I am sure about it.
You're
sure? It was very not good.
Very not good.
Yes.
Okay, well, Pun is going to try and find a ram. We'll be able to throw it into the minion wave because he knows that he's dead, I guess. And Tian's going to make his way back down, but that is not even going to get him an assist. That should be a turret going down as Top Esports are able to just overload the bottom lane and grab even more. And this is now Top Esports with tempo control, and they are pushing it very quickly now.
Yeah, they are kind of getting everything control at this point, as Eddie could be in trouble too. Cream has no ult, so he's not going to go for the long-range engage there on the Vi, because Cream wouldn't be able to actually close the gap. I mean, that ult for BA would be great if you were Nautilus or Rel, but when you're Bard, you just zone-use the enemy Ahri in the middle of the bullet time.
Mislim, ako sam očekivao će prvi game da ide i svaki game do kraja ove serije, tako da...
There is the cease and desist, tries to get on top of his toe there as Dire trying to get himself out of the way. Bit of an angle though, as now Tien taking a lot of damage. Cream now inside the Thunderdome and does have to flash. That Spirit Rush not up and available. Fungyue does make his way up, but that is no wild growth necessary as this turret is holding on by the skin of its teeth.
I feel like the lane assignments have been really weird this game as well for TSW. As soon as Ornn completed Koenig Rooker, they immediately put him against the Kraken Slayer Yunara.
Yeah, that's an odd move.
And so, you know, being against anyone else would be a lot better. I get that you want to have MF mid, but then it feels like you would want to have Aurora maybe laning against Jackie Love. Maybe they don't feel like he can hold on in that position, but it has put him in kind of a more difficult spot. You know, and he is just kind of collecting these waves. Maybe the idea is D-Ray can play more with the team and make plays elsewhere, but it is giving Jackie Love a very, very easy time. He's collecting turret plates, he is collecting gold. He hasn't really been involved in much of anything, but he's approaching 1,000 gold lead now himself, and it is the biggest gold lead in the game. So that is going to be a problem here, because TES do have that late game insurance from their bot lane and have full control now in the mid game, and it's starting to feel like, barring some sort of big play, big team fight for TSW, this one is going more and more towards top.
Well, that's exactly what they're going to have to look for here. I feel like it is now about Team Secret Whales being able to manufacture their way towards a winning game state, because as this game moves forward naturally, Top Esports should just get further and further ahead with their natural advantages that they have, especially in side lanes. We're seeing that right now as Cream is at least going into the Koenig Rooker, and so that feels a little bit better for Pun. But with the Rift Herald now at about 50%, Top Esports wanted to try and fight this one as BA trying to deal with Jackie Love and not quite being able to do so, as HWE going to have to flash to get out of the way. Dire's over the wall though, and they look to try and get rid of this Rumble. He should be going down, but a few buttons do need to land. The wild growth to keep him alive as Jackie could be in trouble fighting against Eddie now, but Jackie just destroys the Bard, and Eddie needs to run for the hills. Now finally Pun's made his way in as the Ram gets a knock up, but I don't think Top Esports really care about it. Team Secret Whales with just not enough health bar to speak of outside of Pun, who has a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they forced the flash off Jackie so early, got the flash off Zweon really early, and it looked like they were going to get a quick kill on his way on, but Hizdo and Dire couldn't finish him off. You know, a lot of those skills started to miss, as you said. Then the wild growth came through, and Eddie kind of just walked into Jackie Love in that brush, which is not a fight he's going to win. So here is, after the flash had already been forced onto Jackie, we see BA getting pushed back. Hizdo and D-Ray go in. They get the flash off Zweon, which ended up working really well, buying some time. They just don't quite have the damage to finish. He walks in towards the wall. The wild growth buys a lot more time. Look how much damage he got onto D-Ray before he died as a result. And then Eddie feeling like, okay, my Bard is here. We can actually face check into Jackie. We can win this fight. But he absolutely could not, even with the ult. If they wanted to commit to that, I feel like Pun needed to be there way earlier, but he was clearly worried about getting his TP interrupted, so it's like he needs to be there when Eddie is going to press R, right? You know, you need to kind of layer those abilities, because he's the only CC.
All right, there is going to be the punch, and D-Ray going to have to get himself out of there. That is going to be the last hit. Jackie Love able to take out the Aurora, and sometimes you just set up a Fnatic brush.
Yeah, it worked out very well for them, and now TS 4K up. They also have been collecting dragons very quickly. They are already on soul point, 3 dragons to 0 here, looking for that ocean soul, which isn't the best for them this game, but a soul is a soul.
Yep.
And it feels like that probably will be lights out for TSW if they give it over. But TSW just haven't really been able to find any purchase in this game whatsoever. The early lanes, they were kind of hanging on, but they started losing a couple fights, and the map
Iskreno, meni je Ocean Soul uvek dobar.
It's a decent little avoidance there of the CC from Pun, but can't really bellows breath away all of the damage as there goes the rook earn.
Ne znam, može se malo bias, ko će ga znati, ali meni je Ocean Soul uvek nice.
Have a look at the Coinbase gold grind here as, yeah, Jackie Love just getting further and further ahead, now moving to 1.8k. And as a Yunara, I mean, we're not even at 20 minutes into the game yet, and already he is so incredibly strong. They do get the ulti out of him, so that is something in trade for that Tempered Fate. And Team Secret Whales still looking for an angle, but Eddie is so close to dead. Jackie just diving forward, the bullet time. He's going to be able to help take him down as they trade 80 carries. Maybe this will work for Team Secret Whales as now Cream trying to dash around this fight. Great charm onto Histu, who flashes back into the equalizer. Not entirely sure about that one, but he doesn't fall down just yet. Pun now trying to be that front line, trying to tank it up as Dire doing a lot of damage. Great polymorph to deny any sort of escape from this on, and they're going to look for the turret as well. Top Esports, much better form here in game 2.
Absolutely are, and that's kind of classic Jackie Love there. Finds an angle, goes in, makes it work. As they forced out that Transcend oneself, he pops the ulti, uses the combo step, hops out of the Bard ult, and you're thinking, okay, great, you got his ult.
Yeah.
But then you walked up to him with the ult still available, and he's like, okay, I'll just fight you. So goes into the middle of the entire team, his ult was already active. Eddie just walks up to try to auto the tower in his face, and he says, no, you do not. He trades 1-for-1, but it's in a 2v4, and everyone from TES shows up. They have many more additional threats. They have much higher consistent damage with this comp, it feels like, and they just kind of piled in. Zweon, Tien, and Cream, more than enough damage to get the job done.
Well, now B8 taking some damage here from Jackie Love as he sets up the magical journey. For a bit of an angle here as the rest of Team Secret Whales look like they're ready for a fight once again. And I like that. I respect it, you know, because it feels like this game is falling away from them. That is not going to stop them from trying to make moves as the Tempered Fate once again going to be avoided by Jackie Love. But this time around, I imagine Team Secret Whales are not going to try and fight him with it available. Jackie says he wants none of that, though, as he is just going to chase them down. Is so down to 50% as a result, but it looks like Jackie's going to have to say goodbye to the ultimate. He's going to be back up again pretty soon, though.
Yeah, and that's a fine trade if that's what you're going to use the Bard ult for, but it is kind of what I was talking about in draft. When you
20 minuta, 5k gold leada. Ja kažem, ovo je kako očekujem da ide ova serija. Stvarno nešto se događa sa TES-om. Ali mi je samo fascinantno da TES toliko može da čuka konstantno. Da ne mogu nakon toliko godina postojanja da provale šta im ne ide i kao da porade malo na tome.
Tien has got the armor pen with the black cleaver done now, so Jackie is going to be a menace, and I don't know, I just don't know if they have the tools to actually get through everyone and kill them off.
Yeah, this is what I'm a bit worried about as well, especially when the Bard was kind of the first pick, like this was their most value from the draft that they got, hasn't found very much of it at all so far here in this game. BA had such an incredible performance on the Nautilus. Now Top Esports able to do basically whatever they want. And we've got 45 seconds until the Ocean Soul does come in. Let's see whether Top Esports are going to be locking that one down or whether this time Team Secret Whales can actually find themselves a team fight. I think all eyes are going to be on Pun and what he can make happen with this GOAT.
Yeah, look at Tien, how far back he is. He is trying to get a wraparound angle here, coming through the enemy jungle. And we can see Secret Whales are aware of it. They're just going to retreat down into their jungle. They're trying to hunt for Tien, make sure no one is behind them. And no one is, but Dire has been chunked out a decent bit already. And now you have lost control of that river, which is going to make it so tough, I feel like, for them to get back in. And Dire is looking for a recall TP.
Yeah, Histo actually coming around towards his bottom side as well. Is Harpoon going to connect? Team Secret Whales just trying to get themselves into a position where they can even contest this. As there is the punchback onto Pun. He takes so much damage. Equalizer is going to need to be walked here by the On. Gets the heal, though, and the Equalizer hasn't really done too much. Tempered Fate once again goes wide. Can they find more with the Ram as it gets the double knockup? There is the bullet time, but it has to be immediately stopped. And down goes Dire before the fight. It really even had a chance to break out. An immediate teleport will get the Rumble in there. The walking barbecue to take down the hot dog. Histo falls.
Ma da. TES, ok.
For top esports, they can take a Soul, they can take a Baron, they can take an Nexus if they want.
Mnogo više game koji smo očekivali, TES konačno se malo budi. Čak kažem, razumijem i poraz protiv G2-a i Tilt jer nisu swapovali Hero, ili su ih swapovali prekasno, šta god.
Even with that bullet time being comboed with the Call of the Forge God, it just didn't matter because Cream was on the side to instantly force the cancel, land the charm, and then I love the combat TP there from Zweyan, using the deep ward that they had earlier to chase them down, knock them out, and you can see in your MasterCard priceless moment of the game, Ocean Soul collected, and TSW wiped from the map. So let's watch it one more time. It's really all about how they play the side. So Cream is going to be looking for this angle as Ornn is trying to go in. They're looking for the bullet time over the wall, but watch Cream the whole time is waiting on the side, goes right in, lands the charm onto Eddie, and once that gets canceled, D-Ray's going in, but he just gets polymorph, knocked up, dead.
Yep, absolutely obliterated. The Baron is still up and available as Tien taking a fair bit of damage here, but it's just top esports pushing them away from the Baron pit. Make sure that that one stays as dark as possible. This is Team Secret Wales, though, so it looks like they are still rearing for a fight. And we'll see whether they can do better this time because, I mean, I think the last fight really epitomized it. You explained it. It's so hard for this composition to even work.
Yeah.
And so it's going to possibly be a bridge too far. As Jackie underneath the turret might be an option, as Eddie down to almost dead before anything's even really happened. And now Fangway is there to keep Jackie alive. More of these minions to be going down as they're pushing wave after wave into these inner turrets. And every time they slink into the fog of war, Team Secret Wales do need to try and look for them. They still at least have one blue trinket available here from Eddie to try and scout that Baron.
That is terrifying. Jackie almost killed Eddie under the tower. Didn't even use his ult to do that. Held on to that. And they have Ocean Soul, and one of the really nice things about Ocean Soul is you can just perma-start Baron over and over and over. They come in, you force some cooldowns, they run away, you just start it again because you're going to be sitting on full health. Jackie traded a lot of his HP, but he has Ocean Soul, so he's right back to full off of that next wave, and he is looking for more.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Eddie at least does have a Bloodthirster, so when his health bar does go down low, if he's got a wave to hit, then he will get a fair bit of that health back. The problem is it keeps going from 100 to 0 in a lot of these fights, and the Bloodthirster doesn't help as much with that. It's a 10,000 gold lead, though, at almost 26 minutes into this game. This is obliteration this time, and it looks like Top Esports have woken up after that Game 1 humbling that they had for themselves. And this is more what we were expecting in this series.
Yeah, I think they came into this game, they got super comfortable champions to play. They are so used to this style, and they are showing us why it is so difficult to play against them on these playmakers. Tien, his Vi is nasty. Cream is so comfortable on the Ahri. Jackie, obviously famous as being one of the best team fighters of all time. And so it really did feel like they got comfort across the board, and they are utilizing it.
All right, the Ram's going to come on through. They're looking for Jackie. They'll get him as the bullet time is paired with it as well. He'll dash himself out of the way. The Equalizer fantastic in a corridor at the same time as Jackie turns it around. Pun's going to be the first to go down. And everyone else is almost dead just from incidental damage.
Exactly, and the Ornn is so far forward, and you're wondering, where's the rest of TSW? Well, they're all running from Cream, because Cream was again wrapping behind the Ornn and threatening the carries. Cream is never caught with Jackie, even though Jackie had to use the ult, had to use a flash, had to use some big tools there. Cream was threatening the backline, making it difficult for TSW to really continue that fight, to continue moving forward. As a result, they kill the Ornn, they chunk him out, they take the Baron, and they are on the march here to try to even this series up.
Yep, already this Rebel Baron power play will be expanding. This inner turret is going to be taken first, and Top Esports now with so much pushing power, going to be absolutely deadly for the TSW base. They're going to try and do their best to clear out these waves. They do have some wave clear on this squad, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough. As that's a good charm. Onto Pun. Dire looking for a bit of an angle there as he does half the health bar of the Rumble. But this Ocean Soul, man, it is doing so much work here for Top Esports.
Yeah, and I love how much they're actually intentionally utilizing it. They're forcing trades constantly and getting value.
Oh, Tempered Fate is going to be able to catch Jackie, but he doesn't seem too worried about it. Dire down to half health once again. Eddie going to get tagged. Equalizer, great position. The last hit with the charm from Cream was pretty clean, and they'll be able to take the inhibitor in this mid lane. Is this just the end, though? That's the question. Is Weon going to get himself a shield as they look to make their way in? Down goes Dire to start this one out. The Ram is there, but it's not really doing too much. And that is going to be the first Nexus turret falling down. Top Esports get the knock up onto Pun. He'll be taken out.
13-3. I vraćamo se nazad na ono što je, kažem, opet trebalo se dogodi od početka ovdje, ali da.
And we've got a best of 3 to follow this.
A couple of one-sided games to kick off this series. One going the way of TSW. This one was all top, though. They dominated from very early on. We got a tie. Desk, who's going to take it?
I'm still not quite sure who's going to take it. All I know is that it's a much better phase from Top Esports here in Game 2. Dan, I see that you're holding the scales. How are we feeling now? Very happy. Yeah, not bad.
Pretty good. This was a clean game, controlled. And, you know, there was a couple of moments where Jackie Love was getting a bit hypey, but that's what we know him for. This felt much more like the team we'd hope to see. Not always expect, but definitely hope.
Yeah, and I think for looking at what Top Esports is able to do domestically, this was a much better representation of that with how patient they were playing, with how they were playing for objectives, with their responses to what Team Secret Wales did want to do on the map. So much better game out of them, a lot more respect shown.
Yeah, I think all of the skipping of steps that we saw in Game 1 didn't happen, right? And Top Esports, it seemed very deliberate that they come in saying we're going to slow the game down, and we're going to make sure that we're in a position to actually mechanically outplay our opponents in a lot of places, right? They put Team Secret Wales in tricky situations and forced them to make errors in fights.
They made it easier for themselves as well, and it started from the draft. I feel like knowing when to press buttons, but also way more win conditions maybe than they had in Game 1.
Yeah, I feel like a composition like this where you have the Ari Vi, you have the Rumble to go over the top, and then you have Jackie Love on the Inara. Bungie played really well in the Lulu as well, backing him up, but then on the other side, the casters were alluding to it. This setup was a bit trickier with this TSW composition. You know, you have the Ornal obviously as a form of engage, but I feel like the MF just never really defined a good position to ult, because the Ornal ult isn't enough when you're playing into an Ari Yunara who are so slippery. Just knocking them up once, they land on the ground, instantly dash away. We never really saw Eddie get that value we'd hope for.
Eddie got one really good ult off that game, but BA decided he wasn't going to do too much work, unfortunately.
Bit of anti-synergy.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough to see. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I just think this MF didn't have as many tools as she would have liked to be able to get those clean ults off, and especially into this composition.
I want to take a look at the 22 minutes bot lane replay, actually, because I feel like it shows pretty well what Team Secret Wales wanted to do, and the fact that, as you said, Emily, this Misfortune couldn't find any space to do any bullet time. She tried to engage multiple times, but at the end of the day, you feel like TS has way more tools to fight back whenever they try to set something up.
Yeah, and a few things go wrong. Obviously, Bard ult doesn't hit. Dire actually takes a really long time getting in, but as soon as the bullet time goes off, TN is just immediately on to Dire, takes him out, and then it's just all cleanup, especially with the TP coming in on the backline from HWE on there. And at this point, they're already so far ahead as well, but this does show the difficulties in terms of setting up for the MF, because as soon as that ult goes off, TES are immediately able to separate the fight enough that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that snap response onto Dire as soon as they saw him to stop the follow-up in the Aurora just really showed a decisiveness from Top Esports that we haven't seen for a few games now.
Yeah, I think one of the major issues for Team Secret Wales was the agency. And like this composition, it probably works if you can get a couple of thousand gold ahead in the early game, right? Because Uniferi's jumping on the back line, Yunara doesn't have the safety that she usually would, but at this point, you're so far behind that the damage just isn't there for you, so you need that CC, you need that layering. Overall, great performance from Top Esports. I don't want to take anything away from them.
Yeah.
But for Team Secret Wales, I want to see BA on something that has a little bit more agency overall.
Yeah, I mean, so often we see when Yunara was really firmly in the meta, teams would be like, we need Vi, we need Nautilus into that. And when you're unable to check Jackie Love on this pick, he is just going to take over the game.
And he did. And it's the kind of champion, as we said, that's going to be hard to stop that Yunara. For me, she was the most problem. At the second, you have an AD carry who can just go forward and no one can stop it. That's usually an issue, especially when you have a player like Jackie Love maneuvering it.
Yeah, I was going to say, forward is exactly what Jackie Love likes to do, right? We did see that one quintessential Jackie Love moment from him where he was trying to get on to Eddie, and they immediately just
Hey, he got his 1 for 1.
Yeah. It went 1 for 1, but especially with the Lulu and the rest of this composition, it's just really easy for them to even set up targets for him to play far forward. And I also do want to call out FengYue because it's always weird to say, oh man, he had a really good Lulu game, and everyone looks at you and they're like, what are you talking about?
Medic, come on!
Emily,
I have 2 support players right here.
I believe it.
You have been brainwashed by whatever LCS talent is telling you that you can't have a good Lulu game. Lulu is tricky to play at the top level. Good polymorphs, good help picks, is getting the wild growth. The wild growth on Rumble in the top side that saves him as they try and go for the fight. Like, this is a really, really good game from FengYue, and just saying, oh, it's Lulu, you just put a shield on someone, you get KP, like, that is not true here.
Look, we're talking about Lulu, not Yuumi, so...
True!
We can get hyped about Lulu. Normal crash out here.
Yeah, it's a great game. Justice for support.
Yeah, 1-1 here so far in this series. Similar question to the one we had after the first game. Where do we see this series go so far? Because Team Secret Girls got the ball rolling in game 1. They couldn't do anything here in game 2. Do we feel like TES is finally back on track?
I mean, I think it's interesting because TSW select second pick, which I'm thinking, okay, maybe now it's time for the pun Volibear or some sort of counter pick that they have up their sleeve that does have more early game agency.
I can see Top Esports just taking it from here. I think they're just going to play slow and it will be a 3-1.
All right. Dan, last comments? No, you don't have to.
I don't want to curse it. I don't want to curse it.
You don't want to curse? Okay.
Feeling optimistic, but I don't want to commit. I don't want to make any strong commitments.
I see. I predicted Team Secret Wales to get 2 games, so I'm happy to curse it.
Yeah.
We're down to superstitions here on the desk. It's never a good sign, but what is a good sign is that we have a series as TES comes back here in game 2. Let's see what happens next.
The wild growth to keep him alive as Jackie could be in trouble fighting against Eddie now, but Jackie just destroys the Bard. Not entirely sure about that one, but he doesn't fall down just yet. Pun now trying to be that front line, trying to tank it up as Zero doing a lot of damage. Can they find more with the Ram as it gets the double knockup? There is the bullet time. It has to be immediately stopped, and down goes Zero before the fight. Immediate teleport will get the Rumble in there. The walking barbecue to take down the hot dog. Histo falls first, and the rest will follow suit.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2026. It is time to get into game number 3. It's a fresh slate now. Everyone is evened out. Top Esports with a pretty crushing victory in game number 2, though. It felt like Team Secret Whales never really had a chance to breathe, and I don't know whether that's the same as what we could say about game number 1, right? I felt like Team Secret Whales needed to play well the whole game, whereas Top Esports got the setup, and then just kind of the dominoes fell from there.
Yeah, for the first few minutes of lane, everything was kind of even, it was kind of chill, and then...
Yeah, we did have the latest first blood.
Exactly. Top got a kill or two, and then all of a sudden, these little incremental lane leads that were building kind of blew up, and you're like, oh, he's 1k up, he's 1k up, he's 1k up, and then... Yeah, it never really felt close
it's like
after
Cream got one successful roam, and then, you're too far behind.
Yep, exactly. And D-Ray, I think they need him to have those kind of performances like he did in the first game, right? He's got to be able to stay relevant. He's got to be able to stay in there. I also just didn't like their draft, to be honest. I feel like the over-prioritization of the Bard really kind of bit them, because if you're going to go Bard, I feel like you need to go for a strong laning pairing, but then they let Caitlyn and Jhin and Ezreal all fall through, all get banned out, and then the MF just never got any value.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what they can do here, as we already have a whole bunch of bans coming through thick and fast. The Akali, the Camille, and that Poppy, both all banned away. And there is the Varus, Cassio, and the Orianna. First pick Wukong from Top Esports, as we did have the choice of second pick here for Team Secret Whales as well. which is quite interesting. We'll see what they're going to get off the back of it.
If I'm TSW's coach as well, I feel like Zweon has looked the most uncomfortable of any player, and I feel like Pun has been the X factor in their games.
Yeah.
I would not be putting him on a tank, right? I would be giving this guy some prio, give him some counter picks, see if you can get Zweon looking uncomfortable. You know, even against HLE, when he was playing the volley, he looked fantastic. His Olaf game, he solo killed him, was a really big part of their win in that game as well. So, to me, I feel like I want to see
evo nas nazad.
towards Pun. I want to see him get
Rezultat trenutno je 1-1.
So while the Ornn obviously makes sense into the Rumble, I just feel like
Neočekivano donekle moramo da priznamo, mislim, ekipa TSW je stvarno jako lepo odigrala Game Broj 1, ali iskreno mislim da su im šanse svakako jako male. Ne verujem toliko šta da radim, jednostavno takva je situacija, nisam ja kriv.
The Ash Seraphine has been quite strong themselves, and there's so much chain CC already here from Top Esports.
There really is, and my only kind of feeling that I'm a little bit nervous about with TSW for their first three is they have no engage, right? You do have good poke, you do have a good 2v2, but TES have a pretty good 2v2 as well, and you have Wukong go button, you have Ash arrows, you have Encore, you have a lot of tools to actually start the fights, and so I'm curious to see where TSW is going to take us. The Annie getting banned out, that is something that Cream is obviously very comfortable on, one of his most played, and would be an additional engage tool, but I was kind of thinking that, you know, even D-Ray might go towards something along those lines, because they are going to need either to just like fully commit to poke and play side lanes, you know, go for a counter pick for Pun and play TF or something like that, or you need some more engage tools. And the volley, I respect it, man. Ban that thing out. He was just a beast on it, and he solo killed you in game one, so don't put Zweon in an uncomfortable matchup.
Yep, I actually think protecting the top lane is going to be a huge deal. The problem is, if you have to ban Volley Bear when you're protecting the top lane matchup, you're going to run out of bans very quickly. So we'll see what is going to happen. The Ambessa is going to be the trade of bans, as we have one for mid, one for top, trying to make sure that they can get into a spot that they're happy with.
Makes a lot of sense, because that's the matchup that he picked the volley into. So he's saying, okay, you're trying to protect Zweon so he can play an Ambessa. It was also Zweon's best game of the entire tournament by a lot. Was his game one Ambessa against G2. Looked really dominant on that, so makes sense just as something to take away.
Da, generalno kad uđete na stream imate rezultat ovde na sredini ekrana. Znači TES ima jednu kockicu, TSW ima jednu kockicu, tako da to je...
Shen is pretty good into tanks in general. You can once he especially gets towards your Titanic, you have really good wave clear, and you're able to interrupt, you know, the charge Q of the Scion with taunts pretty easily. So kind of curious about that, if they are going to just go towards that Scion.
There are a lot of very cool ultimates. D-Ray is going to be on the Silas, exactly right. They've got engage from a whole bunch of different angles, be it a Cyclone or an Encore or an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, or now he could also just drive in if this Scion is going to be locked in. Exactly what you were saying, just wanting to lock this one away for just a pretty comfortable blind pick in that top lane and let Chuean have a better time here, try and recoup after some difficult laning matchups so far.
Yeah, and there's tons of different things you can actually play into the Scion, but most of the other picks are going to be things he's seen 1,000 times. Interesting that Scion is 0-6 so far at MSI, hasn't won a game.
Ash Seraphine jako rano, takođe dosta interesantno.
Pun Cook, you know, give him freedom, go crazy. I would super respect it. You know, this guy plays Ergo, this guy plays Jax, this guy plays all kinds of stuff. So, you know, if he wants to cook on something, that would be a lot of fun to see. You know, could even go, you know, Gwen does make sense. That is something that we did see actually from Bin yesterday, and he was able to build a really big advantage. And then
it's set instead. All right. That was not what I was expecting.
That's a good cook.
Yeah, and that's going to be a whole lot of fun towards the top side. Man, imagine slamming a Scion into his team.
Scion.
That's a lot of value.
It is, and it is also a miserable champion to play against as any tank in the game. There is legit no tanks to have fun into set.
Gdje smo veseli? Evo, držimo se nekako valjda, nemam pojma.
True damage on the W, takes the trades aggressively.
Kako mora.
Not equipped to burst down the set either, so he gets so much out of that True Grit passive.
And you can never use your Unstoppable Onslaught to engage, like at any point, because then he just grabs you and slams you into all your buddies, and then you have no way of getting back into the fight afterwards. I think this is an absolute masterstroke from Team Secret Wales, and in comparison to their last draft, which even from the outset, we're like, how are you supposed to win with this? Yeah, that was definitely a bit of an amateur. It was this is my first time stroke. It's not a very good move. And this time around, things looking way, way better. Man, I love Pun. Oh, it's so good seeing this guy just do whatever the heck he wants and make it work. The Volley Bear, even though they didn't win that series, looked absolutely terrifying. And now on the set, it's kind of crazy. So the last set that we saw was Whippo in 2025 at MSI, so he also went for a similar cook, but I swear the last time I saw it was like Life playing it in support. But it's certainly a pick that has been hidden.
And he did bring it out once this split, won with it in this exact matchup. They won the game in 22 minutes.
Oh.
So that's pretty quick.
Yeah, I would put that on the fast side. All right, the Lumberjack gonna try and do what he can here. It's Tien with the Akuma skin, which is one of my favorites. And this is Cream on the way once again. I feel like the set really did kind of distract us from you know, what Emily was talking about earlier on in the day, which was Cream not being able to pick up the victory on the way, but also having a good performance on it just in general, and having looked pretty good on this champion so far this season. So we'll see whether this can be the victory that he gets to pick up as Pun with the Haymaker to start this one off, and he's just going to be punching.
Interesting. The W start is not something that I would have expected. Most sets do just start either E or Q in my experience and kind of just run at you and take those level 1 trades. But of course, if you can build up the True Grit, you're just forcing fights, and you can see that's exactly what he's doing. You can see that True Grit is just being built up, trying to push him back and look for those aggressive trades and just get value out of that passive. You get low, you regen up, you're expecting the Scion cannot burst you down.
This skin confuses me, by the way, Isaac.
Which one?
The set skin. He looks too much like Udyr.
That's true.
He's like wandering around like, where's the Phoenix stance? I was so confused I interrupted you. I apologize, but I felt like it needed to be said while it was on screen.
When you said it, now I'm not going to be able to unsee it.
Yeah.
I'm like, why is this guy not using his Phoenix stance?
Yeah, why isn't he doing the flash bear slap like Quickshot told me about?
In 2 minutes?
Yeah.
What are you doing, buddy?
Wait, but he seems to punch them and then he gets his mana back.
Oh.
That's looking really good.
Tiger stance.
Yeah, they've done too many updates to these champions, man.
Keep up.
Udyr looks really weird. They've even called him Set now. Okay.
Ha, vidi već 1-1, tako da neću lagati, prvi deo ne obećava. Iako sam ja bio siguran će prva serija biti 3-0, mislim ne...
Yep. Yeah, in these kind of matchups, especially melee versus melee, you want to be able to harass, you want to be able to trade. So he wants to fully reset the wave, but Zweon is just not allowing him to. He's standing in between the tower and the range minions, not allowing those range minions to actually bounce, so the wave is not really coming back to Pun in the way that he wants. This is the way you play these bad matchups. You need to keep the wave stuck there, because if the wave is in a neutral state, Set can literally walk past the minions and you can't even walk up. It gets really, really ugly. So it's so much about your wave management in a matchup like this, and Zweon showing he understands that. See, he's just never going to let those range minions crash. He's just going to stand here over and over.
Yep. And I think the face breaker is going to be necessary in interrupting a lot of these Qs. And Pun, we just saw a demonstration of that just now. One of the reasons why this matchup can be so devastating. But like you were saying, wave management certainly working out so far for Zweon. Even if he is falling further and further behind as far as farm, he is not likely to die. Yeah. Team Secret Wales with the shove here towards his bottom side. The Ezra Okama doing what it says on the tin, which is win lane. And that is going to be that. Still, Jackie and Fengwei doing a decent job here. Mystic Shot needed to land from Eddie to allow them to win out on that matchup as Daya finds the chain, slinks in between the minions actually. The Cream has the answer, as Hui generally does with his a billion buttons.
Yeah, and the fear is just so difficult to deal with. You know, when you're going for Abscon Abduct, as long as you actually hold it until he's trying to...
Set u ovoga, u Siona će isto biti fan.
Haymaker trying to time that with that big Q charge up. Sueon is Pun obviously still has his pot. Sueon has a couple of cookies, so he's not at risk of dying or anything, but Set is looking like he's just going to take a base from this spot and really struggling to get this wave out into the middle. So isn't going to try to reset it, knows he wouldn't be able to get it fully pushed in. And I'm assuming that he grouped the minions before he based in the side brush, which would mean that it would be pushing towards him, and maybe he can start to abuse the Scion a little bit more, because the longer it goes without you actually dying as the Scion, the more comfortable you get. Once you have enough points in your Q and your W, you're kind of just one-shotting waves and chilling, and you just refuse to ever fight him. And then Set can have a hard job in a team fight making things happen.
Well, BA is going to be able to get a little bit of a snare onto Fengwei, but that's all that's really going to come from that one. Tian made his way down towards the bottom side, but not really much doing there, as the Drake has been taken by Tian early every single game so far this series, and is now waiting for Dire to move over. He does get wind of where the monkey is, but he's just going back, not really too bothered about where the Drake is at the moment.
Yeah, both junglers just kind of power farming it up.
Unstoppable Onslaught does come on through here as Pun with a bunch of that grit built up. There's the haymaker, and the
Whoosh.
to get out of the way of it. Very nicely done there from Shueyan.
I feel like Pun might add him if he flashed for it, but not feeling comfortable to risk it.
Yeah,
Što znači Pan igra jako zabavne heroje. I generalno jako solidan threat u svakom gameu skoro. Oni imaju onaj nenormalan Volibear game, a sad kad je bilo, ne znam ja, pre neki dan. Mnogo je lepo odigrao Volibeara.
And get that true damage down, he might have actually had the kill. Of course, there is risk associated with that. You can be ganked. You know, Scion is still going to get the wave in zombie form, and if you misjudge it and you miss the true damage, you're definitely not killing him, and then you're just wasting your summoner. But Pun does hold on, and now the question is going to be, can he find another opportunity where he can set up a look for a kill or just try to really extend this lead?
Wow. Top Esports now just pushing here towards this bottom side. It feels like top lane is all about the whales right now, but elsewhere, things are just fine for Top Esports. They have a composition that certainly does scale quite nicely as we get further into this game as well, especially if Shueyan is going to keep himself alive as, mirrored as far as the leads are concerned.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's nice that Pun has this advantage, but Cream is building just as big of an advantage in mid lane, so it's not, it doesn't feel like it's enough just yet. Of course, there's always the X factor of a set.
Iskreno da budem, Tyson, hvala ti od srca na lepim rečima, ali zato što je, spavao sam 2 sata, ustao sam u 4:30, ne znam gde bijem, tako da sam u fazonu da chillam uz njih, i to je to, vrati.
Yeah, that was really well done there by TES. And if you're going to shift in there as Eddie, you cannot miss a skill.
U fazonu sam, chillam, gledam u MSI, trudim se da ne zaspem na pola i to je to, vrati.
And Jackie's just going to fully commit to it. You can flash away, but you're still slowed, so he just flashes to follow, chases after him, gets the level up, gets a second kill, and just like that, Jackie out to a significant advantage, and TES up 1,000 gold here, and Shueyan has just parked that wave permanently outside his tower.
It is really feeling like they fell off the tightrope just a little bit here. As you were mentioning it earlier on, it was the advantage towards the top side for Pun, and Jackie, Fengwei are going to move their way up here, and the Unstoppable Onslaught is going to get flashed. Pun's going to see what he can do as far as escaping. He avoids everything! There's the fancy feet, and he just wanders his way out. Jackie thinking about diving the
Kažem, jako dobar igrač, iskreno. Za TSW možda čak i mene najviše impresionirao.
That was really well done by Pun, survives, but still at the end of the day, it's going to be the Scion now going back to bot. Set has to walk out towards top now, and he's going to be in a 1v2 where he can't really do anything, and he has no flash, so he can't threaten an all-in whatsoever. So TES, their bot lane winning relieves the pressure, and this is where I'm talking about. Watch Eddie. So they go for the tether, they set it up, but the barrier is there, and then everything whiffs as he shifts forward. Like, you have got to look for 100-0 there, or it's just not going to work because you have no consistent damage after you go in. Clearly their whole idea was, I commit to the tether, everything hits thereafter, then we get the kill. But if you don't get him low enough, if you miss a single skill shot, you're out of damage, and Ash is never going to run out of damage. She's going to chase you down.
Yeah, and I also think you don't have to do that.
Bar ljudi koji su se pitali zašto sam bio siguran da će TES da pobedi, mogu da vide šta se događa do kraja ove serije i zašto se šokirao u prvom gejmu, ali ajde, ima još da se igra svakako.
Well done there. His toe gets set up for success by that ultimate. Pun slams Jackie in, and they're able to punish the missing flash. Even without Pun having his flash, I didn't think Jackie would give him an angle, but he finds it anyway.
All right, well, let's see whether they can translate that into more, as at least there is a crash here. So Pun going to have that wave moving back towards him eventually. Still holding on to that 20 CS advantage, but now 830 gold going to be his lead. Very close to item number 1 as well, and that is where the set is really going to start becoming devastating. Dire, level 9 now, hasn't really hijacked anything of note just yet. As even the Spiraling Despair can do a lot of work if stolen away from this way as well. So looking forward to seeing what Dire can actually do this game, or whether he's going to be able to get an improved performance from what we saw in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the Cyclone's okay. I feel like Ash Arrow and Encore are probably the best ones to steal for sure. Because HWE, HWE, a lot of the damage is when you hit multiple spells and then you proc the passive, but since you're not actually able to steal multiple spells, you can throw out the Spiraling Despair, which is some good AoE damage, but definitely looking in towards that Encore, I think, especially.
Yeah, the Encore when paired with a set as well, because the way the ultimate works, it's very linear, so you can predict where it is, get the extension, and I think there are some combos that Team Secret Whales can play around as this game goes on, with the Silas and the set being sort of those Bash brothers, because this is a very melee composition, right? It's a melee composition in Eddie, and we'll see whether they can actually make it work, because there are a lot of champions that are very happy to play into low range, namely Ash, and so it can be very hard to play if they start falling behind. Also, Cream on this way, right? This is kind of his bread and butter, right? Hold them in position and just wail your damage down.
Yep, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. I mean, it's really, again, so much about positioning, about the initial start of the fight, because if you just try to walk straight at Cream, he's going to hit you with the Fear, you're going to get Ash Arrowed, you're going to get Cyclone, there's going to be so many tools, but they have to make really sure that Zwehan does not line up to give Set a good ult, because that can just be completely fight winning. If you dunk Set onto this way and this Ash, it is going to be devastating. But at the same time, if you're just trying to kind of walk forward, it's a very binary composition here from TSW. It's 3 melee guys getting sped up by a Karma, but you have to get through all of these disengage tools that are going to be really tough, I think, for TSW to deal with if they're just running straight at them.
Yeah, I think there's more steps to the teamfight process here for Team Secret Whales, but I trust them after that game number 1. Certainly showed that they are here to play. And I think that Pun is in a great position to make stuff happen. Yes, Cream and Jackie have decent advantages right now, but it hasn't actually spelt a gold lead with the advantage that this set has put together for himself. As Shweyan still doing a great job, still sitting at 0-0-0, right? It was Jackie that fell down towards that top side, so the Scion is just fine, and he just needs to be a brick wall as this game continues.
Yep, I mean, he is absolutely doing his job. He got counterpicked. He managed the wave really, really well, so it didn't become a huge problem. Yeah, you're going to go down farm. That's just how the matchup works.
Yep.
But he never allowed Set to just
Jeste, ja mislim, je dosta naporan, teško igrati protiv njega. Jer kao i svaki drugi artilleri mage, on stoji preko pola mape i samo gleda kako će te zona. I pecka te malo po malo te pecka i onda u nekom trenutku samo dođe do dovoljno damage da te shota ako te pogodi sa svim.
Pun now has the difficult choice. Okay, I can't extend my lead in the 1v1. Do I start roaming? That might not be that effective. Do I just kind of accept it and keep farming and hope we can outplay in the team fight? It just becomes a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, feels a little difficult as Tian's making his way over towards BA, but not going to be able to get an angle here as the first Cloud Drake is upon us. We'll be finding out what the soul is after this. Double Dragon on the table for TSW, but it looks like Top Esports with control. Fangway going down very low, though, as Eddie finds him with that true shot barrage. As in goes Histo! Finds a beautiful crescent guard to break up the fight, and now Cream is completely offside. Has to flash to get out of the way, but the Ash Arrow is going to fly through. Pierre's the one to tank that one up, but there is a suplex, and they take down Tien. Should be that Double Dragon going on over as Dire is fighting Cream once again. So much spiraling despair, but it's Top Esports that are the saddest in the end.
Absolutely are here. Eddie, though, could be in some trouble, has the shift, gets over the wall. They're going to go mid, so they win the fight here. They get the dragon, and they have mid prio.
Not to mention it's Chemtech Soul with a set in the game. That sounds ridiculous.
And
now,
Karma.
yeah, Histo looking for an angle towards Juan as well as Eddie. Arcane shifts forward, gets over that wall. It's going to be Histo that locks down the kill onto the Scion. This game has just fallen apart in an instant for Top Esports.
That was brilliantly played, and so much of it was actually the damage that Eddie got down onto Fengwei before anything happened. He hit that true shot barrage.
Yeah.
Look at the health here. So this angle, right over the wall, they don't see him. Fengwei gets chunked down, and Histo says, guess what? You don't get to walk out for free. W flash over the wall, instant crescent guard. Sure, Fengwei gets off the encore, but it's only hitting Histo, who had already gotten his damage down. Cream can never enter. Look at the minimap. Look where Cream is. The super fed Hui, he's over here. He can't even join up with the rest of the squad.
And Terry just walking at him, man.
Exactly, just walks him down, steals the ulti, and is able to win that fight. And we got to go back to live where Fengwei's in trouble once again.
Oh, Histo. Fengwei is going to be taken out here, but Tien might be soon to follow. Xuan is actually going to be turned on. Histo just wants to hit things, man. His spear is angry. And Team Secret Wales now looking for an angle towards this Rift Herald, and I think they will be able to get it with a support now down. Best they can hope for on the side of Top Esports is a 4 versus 5, and I don't think they're taking that because even when it was even, it did not look very good. As Eddie picks up this wave in mid lane, and speaking of things not looking very good, I mean, you're about to hit the 2-item spike for the Ezreal, and let's have a look at this top lane in our Coinbase gold grind. And also in the game itself, as we were talking about how he was holding the wave so nicely, blah, 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 but now it's a 1.2k lead.
Yep, every time he has gone for those actual fights, he has been the one cashing out. Xuan not able to really get anything from that fight. By the time he arrived, it was already kind of cooked. And the setup was just way better for TSW, and that's something that Top, generally in the LPL, are really good at, I feel like, is their objective setups. And this time, Cream was completely split off. Xuan, wasn't there with them at all. And they just kind of got torn apart very quickly. And Pun was able to find a good ult onto Tien, just finish him off. They're holding on to this mid wave. And they're right back into a similar position that they were in game number 1, where they're the ones dictating the pace. Their top side has this huge advantage. Histo and Pun want to fight.
Yeah, Histo is just always going in, man. Tien is going to be able to use that Warrior Trickster to get himself out of the way. But I love watching Histo playing from ahead. He is a completely different player. This guy only moving forward, only going in and putting that extra pressure down. However, it is going to be Top Esports grouping up, taking down the outer turret in the mid lane. And that gold lead is dissipating ever so slowly. It's Team Secret Wales wanting to try and get this game accelerated. Top Esports doing a decent job slowing it down.
Yeah, they are. E-Ray is pushing on the bot side to try to get something back. I felt like the Crescent Guard in that last fight was pretty preemptive from Histo. It wasn't really a committed fight yet. So once he had that down, they kind of realized, you know what, TES, we can just push up. We can force this turret out. Eddie tried his best to clear out the wave, but couldn't quite do it. And Pun knows he has no vision on this side of the map. We haven't seen some of the top members, so it has been kind of in this...
Na finalu MSI-a će nam pokazati LoL Classic, to će biti dosta cool. Znači to će biti na finalu MSI-a.
Now finally he can go back to trying to push this one in.
Well, Derry going to get spotted with the hawk shot, but he has a wave there as Pun just collects some plates. Haymaker just going to fly on forward, and this set is pretty comfortable right now, but the CS advantage has not moved, right? I think that Xuan has just been very, very good in the lane, even if the team fights haven't been working out. So the Scion should be able to continue doing his job. Double Swifties for both of these top laners as well. I really do like Swifty gamers. As the knock-up is going to come on through here from the Scion. Pun doesn't look too worried about it, although is worried about potentially having some friends move up here and wants to play respectfully. 35 seconds on the next dragon, And that is sole point available for Team Secret Wales. We'll see whether they can actually get a setup.
Ma dobro, vidi, bit će fun, vrati. Biće zabavno, iskreno. Se malo podsjetimo starog LoL-a za dosta ljudi koji nisu ni igrali stali LoL da vide kakav je LoL bio.
And you can pretty much one-shot someone. It is ridiculous how much true damage that deals if you can get that in on the backline.
I'm trying to remember where we saw it last in Korea. I think it might have been Chovy that played it as a mid lane option in like Kesper Cup or something. No, he wasn't playing in Kesper Cup, so it wasn't there. But it might have been First Stand, or sorry, it might have been the LCK Cup or something like that.
One of the cups.
It was one of the cups. It was some video games that were played of the League of Legends Persuasion prior to this game.
Look at D-Ray.
All right, looking for the angle. Can he find the right hijack? That's the question. The suplex gets in, lands onto 3. As D-Ray gets the choice, finds the encore. But the Cyclone is looking good here, and Daddy will go. Jackie's going to get taken out. The faces are being broken, and now Shelly gets involved. Histo gets into the back line, knocks up Cream. He gets over the wall, though. It's Pun. Pulls them in, gets the shield, and tries to walk it off the haymaker to keep him alive. This set is absurd, as Eddie is going to
Nevjerovatno.
in the end. Even Pun walking over to say, look, you didn't kill me. That's the ace for Team Secret Wales.
Holy, look at Pun go.
Da jezde Pan samo ta te igrice, nemam pojma.
And it's going to be a 20-minute Baron off the back of this. Dunks the Scion into the whole team, and just like I was talking about, gets that full bar of his passive. W flash onto Jackie Love, deletes the Ashe, wins the fight, survives the damage from Zweon and Feng Yue, gets them the Baron, and they have a stranglehold on this game. In this fight, it is all about the set. Pun goes in, no hesitation. Look at this angle, right in, and then gets that stun on multiple members. Jackie has to flash out and watch the W flash. Full bar, W flash, true damage.
Pan im je samo čalo, očigledno. Dobro.
Sends him back to base, and then from here you think surely he is dead, but he snaps in the support, kills off Feng Yue, has the haymaker back, absorbs just enough damage there to survive from the Scion. What a team fight. That was picture perfect from Pun.
This guy is just amazing. Pun picking whatever he wants and making it work. He's still getting run down though as the arrow is going to connect. He has to use the Crescent Guard, but it's pretty effective. As in he goes again. The faces are getting broken. Kareem goes down and Pun lives on 10 health or something. Dire would get himself out of the way. Or Dire, if I'm going to say it correctly, is Shweon trying to escape, does so. And this inner turret not going to be falling just yet, but I mean, it just feels like we're getting a show from Team Secret Wales here in Game 3. As the encore, I don't even know whether Top Esports want to see it again.
Yeah, not that angle. Not going to be able to find it. As again, Pun just finds the perfect angle, and he has gone Overlord's Bloodmail, and it is complete.
Yep.
So if you were enjoying the set already, get ready for the show, because this makes the damage so ridiculous. As you get lower, you get more AD, you get AD based on your HP. Every item you are building is stacking health, and you get a comical amount of damage on the W flash with this build. We're expecting Sterix. You're basically just anything that is health and AD, that's what you want to build.
I think the last time I saw this come in, it was immediately followed by a Warmogs.
Yep.
But I don't know whether that is going to be the choice here from Pun this time. As I haven't kept up on my set builds, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, you can go Sterix, some people go Titanic, some people go Warmog, some people go Deadman.
Ja mislim da je Sterix jako insane. Pogotovo što ima Swifties.
At least got health on it. There we go. It's okay. Jackie, let's see whether Dire can find himself an angle here. It looks like he's not even going to look for it. As at least Top Esports have sort of hunkered down. They are down 6,000 gold. They are hunkering as best they can, though. They've kept some inner turrets. Yes.
They're losing all the jungle.
At least there are no villagers in the villages, if that makes any sense at all. As the arrow is going to go wide, Tien with the Cyclone gets on top of Histo. As Dire trying to do what he can to keep his jungler alive, but Histo is going to be going down. Eddie now finds himself in an awkward spot, but a lot of damage onto this Seraphine. Man, Feng Yue has been magnetizing these Mystic shots, and it's really causing some issues, but it's a really nice pick to come through from Top Esports.
Well done. You know, they were kind of hunkering down, as you said, but they were losing their jungle as a result of that. But this time they chase down Histo, they punish him for it.
Pa je samo doktor. Znači, nevjerovatno. Koliko lik lepo igra. I to još na ovim turbo random pikovima. Znači, nije ni da čovek spamuje metu i da kao igra ono...
Punish, I get it. There you go. As we did see the damage graph, and Pun has been doing a lot more damage than anyone on top esports at this point in time, and almost as much as an Ezreal.
He's 16 now too, so rank 3 ulti is even more terrifying.
Yeah. So we are going to see some pretty explosive fights. Let's see whether top esports can fight around it though, right? Because I feel like they've kind of walked into the set value a couple of times so far. And whether they can play around it at all is going to be a big question, but they're going to have to if they want to get back into this game. 5,000 gold is not a meager amount of a lead that Team Secret Whales have. They're going to look for Soul Point. They will be able to collect it here. At least top esports got the last streak, so it's not Soul. And they're able to get a outer turret back for their trouble.
Yeah, they were trying to get objective bounties. The objective bounties actually just fell off before they took this tower. But now the objective bounties are coming back again because TSW got the dragon. And Dragons weighted very heavily in the objective bounty calculations. But TSW maintaining that 5,000 gold lead, and they are looking to get in towards that soul. And you said it, Chemtech soul with a set, kind of ideal.
Yeah.
This is a champion that wants to get low health with the Overlord's Blood Mail, get maximum value there, utilize the passive, sustain at low health. And you have Karma as well, you know, for the additional shielding on everyone.
I mean, if they manage to if they get the Chemtech Soul, I think Histo should also build Blood Mail.
You know what? I'm down.
You may as well.
Why not?
You know, just
treat yourself.
Treat yourself. Capitalize.
You deserve it.
He also is, you know, ahead by over 1,000 gold. Maybe he has the luxury funds to make it work. But yeah, obviously, Pun is going to be the entire story of the rest of this game. And we'll see whether top esports have an answer for him. Right now, he's just hanging out towards the bottom side of the map. And so maybe the answer is fight while he's not there and try to stop him from doing a teleport. And Shuyan can at least do that. Might sacrifice his life for it if he does try to interrupt. But still, this is an option. The inner turret is just one overgrowth proc away from falling down.
I feel like if I am a TES coach right now, I'm looking through all of Pun's solo queue accounts, all of his match history, and I am prepping 5 bans for this man. I am saying, no, you must play meta.
Yeah, we're going to see, like, it's going to be Volibear, Shen, Alawi, Ergo, like all of these ridiculous champions.
Then he's going to come out with Nasus.
Yeah,
he's going to do it to you anyway.
He's going to first pick Renegade. He's going to play the most boring champion and probably still do a great job. It's always the difficulty because most of the time these players can just go back to playing the meta stuff, and it's meta for a reason. That's all right. Team Secret Whales just trying to keep top esports away from this Baron pit. And if the map is dark, like these flank angles from Set and from Silas are just so devastating, especially if it gives you a good hijack angle. And wanting to get that encore is going to be a big deal, but also Enchanted Crystal Arrows, Cyclone. Level 16 for the Silas as well, so the hijack is on such a low cooldown that he can cycle through maybe a couple of these ults in the upcoming team fight. Shuyan, don't play frontline, my friend, especially not if Pun is there, and he is now walking towards them. Spiraling Despair is the choice to start this one off for Dire.
And it's okay for them to start it up, but they don't need to overcommit because they can just play for Soul. Don't take anything too risky, but trying to get some chunk down on Zweyan. He still is Scion, even though he's behind, and not going to be that easy to punch through. So TSW, just stay calm, continue playing the way you are playing. You have swept out Vision. You know, you just need to play for Soul. But Histo feels like he really wants to force this. It just takes a long time for them to kill, and this is the riskiest part of the game here. If you're going to try to do a Baron, TS can definitely punish you.
Well, they're walking towards them now. Q is not going to quite find the angle here, as we can see. Eddie's Mystic Shots are actually doing a lot of work. He's gone Cerilda as his third item as well, so he can actually do a decent amount to the Scion. Tien, though, is going to be the first one to go down. It's the decoy that they're looking for, but Dire finds the chains. Shuyan going to have to flash away, but the 3-talent strike catches him even over the wall. His face is broken, and down he goes. Pun is indeed unstoppable here in this game, and that should mean the Baron going over to Team Secret Whales.
Yeah, now it is not a flip.
Ja ne mogu da verujem.
You killed the jungler, you killed the top laner, And they're going to be able to take this and have perfect timing to set up for the soul as well as...
S tim da kažem, mislim, u ovom trenutku legitimno navijam za TSW. Što da ne? TES očigledno nije favorit da osvoji, zašto ne bi imali još jedan upset?
As we'll have to keep our eye on the Rebel Baron power play and see how much that is going to improve as we see this one yet again.
And it's D-Ray on the flank. He has been positioned so well in these fights. He just came over the wall. Tien was trying to get in there, get some vision. I think he had to be a bit more patient, wait for a hawk shot, wait for his way on to move first.
It wasn't a very secret monkey.
Exactly. He felt like they were going to be on the Baron already, that he needed to get up there, and D-Ray catches him with the sweeper over the wall, finds him.
Pa da, vrat, mislim, realno je fora pogotovo što igraju fan lol, ovaj pan je, či brat moj nosi na toko random pikovima, ono. Svi top laneri kao čitaju neku metu, igraju iste heroje, brat mi vadi Volibera seta i nosi gameove, mislim. Realno, moramo priznamo da je to zabavno, vrat. Što jeste, jeste.
Unstoppable onslaught looking for D-Ray. He flashes himself out of it as maybe an overextension here as now Histo and Eddie looking for the movement on the side. I like it. You've got Pun flashing out of the way actually of the Ash Arrow, not wanting to tank that one up. This is Chemtech Soul though. And the Ash Arrow has been picked up here by D-Ray as well. He throws it out immediately. There is the showstopper from Pun. He finds the Facebreaker. It is going to be Tien falling down first. Histo getting into that front line as down goes the Monkey. Finally, True Shot Barrage over everyone from Eddie. It is lights out for Cream, and the rest are going to follow. So Chuan is a zombie, and Eddie will be able to kill the Seraphine. Once again, it's a triple for the Ezreal. That's an ace for Team Secret Wales, and it's clean to boot, returning the favor.
Da, LPL je Kina, ali, mislim, brate, ne znam. TES je poznat po tome da zna da čuka na internationalima, samo ovo je baš... Ovo je next level čuk, brate.
To follow up this one, it will be our first, and we'll see whether they can to keep the LCP in the tournament.
Absolute insanity there. They try to force their way in, but Pun is too big, too strong. And this Secret Wales team are looking way better than people expected.
Oh my goodness, I'm getting acronyms all messed up in my brain because I was not prepared for...
Zajte me, znaš što je fora? Oni recommended je, brate, popričao dobar, iskreno. Najiskrenije, recommended u LoLu ti je sad bomba, brate, ako si novi igrač ili returning igrač, brate, buildaš recommended iteme, skroz je okej.
It's not a secret whale anymore.
It's not secret anymore.
Just a whale.
The comeback, the match points. I love that you're the only one with the correct prediction so far. So let's see where it takes us.
Honestly, I hope it's not a correct prediction.
Yeah.
I think Team Secret Wales have played so well today. I'm really impressed by them generally. This is what we saw from them domestically. Like, I think a 3-1 would be deserved on current form.
They came prepared, and that's what I love for them.
Yeah, and even obviously as someone who likes top esports, it means so much for the region as well, right? And especially for this team, because I remember when we first saw them, they were so disappointed at what their initial international performance was. They were so disappointed then with their first stand performance as well. You know, they were like, we know we are better than this, despite the fact that, yes, everyone was looking at CFO last year. So for them to come out and have such a strong performance, especially in these mid-game team fights, is huge.
And I think people often underrate the impact that international experience has. LCP has been sending a lot
G2 ih je dobio 3-2, tako je. I oni su radili taj reverse sweep. I onda je bilo pitanje da li je G2 giga dobar ili je TES samo giga loš. Tako da sad s jedne strane sam hteo da TES pobedi 3-0, da budemo u fazonu super, ono, TES je ipak broken, G2 je samo mnogo dobar. A s druge strane sam opet u fazonu, ako TSW pobedi, samo je zabavnije, tako da...
100%, and with how the comps interact, top esports really want to play through their backline, being protected, being safe. They have these two long-range carries with the Ash and the Way. And we see this great angle here where D-Ray's found this beautiful flank around the side. He's avoided that ward over the Dragon Pit, and Pun TP's in here. And the two big things is that Jaculov still doesn't have his flash, and it's coming up pretty soon, and Pun has that shield you get from teleporting, so they want to start the fight as soon as possible. And as we play it on, we see there is no hesitation from Team Secret Wales. We get the step up from the Scion, the ult comes in, and look at the damage. Based on the Scion's HP, it chunks JackeyLove out. But then as we play it out, JackeyLove gets hit by this, then gets stunned, then we get the stolen encore. He finally gets to walk away. W flash to take him out, one of those carries dead, and then immediately Histo uses the Herald to get onto Cream. Even though he flashes over the wall, Eddie is there to clean up, and I just think the target selection was phenomenal from Team Secret Wales.
And this is what we kept talking about with how well Team Secret Wales plan out the first 5 to 10 seconds of a fight. This is exactly what they do domestically, because you could easily say, let's just fight around the Drake, we'll settle and we'll see what happens. But they've already planned that D-Ray's coming on the flank, he's going to steal the encore. After that, you're going to have the Karma inspiring people so they can run forward. They put the Rift Herald down so they can chase with that as well. It's not just the initial punch, they're planning the haymakers and the jabs after that.
And this was all set up in draft, right? We talked about, okay, what do TSW need in this game 3 to kind of come back after a really strong game out of TES? And it was this pick from Pun. He has many of them. We already mentioned the Volibear, which was banned 4-5, but he's now 6-3 on it, and has slightly higher than a 62.5% win rate, which is what he had going into it, right? So I love how they have all of these picks for him, and they just know, like we even saw this in the HLE series with the Volibear, they know how to play around his picks. Shout out to the
Da, ja mislim da sva puticao puno na njih, iskreno.
Or it comes from his specific fans domestically, but amazing set performance and just such a clear direction from the team of how they wanted to approach these fights.
And I want to follow up on what we said at the beginning of the day, the fact that we have so many rookies on the MSI stage in this match, and it's going to come down to who can absorb the pressure the best. And so far, when you think about that top lane matchup, Pun has it. He's drinking that pressure in the top lane. Can't say the same thing on the other side.
Yeah, Sriana's had a bad series overall,
Yeah.
in my estimation. He managed to survive this 1v1 lane okay, but Pun just had so much more impact when it came to team fights that Scion wasn't able to do much. And even across the other games in this series, the Jace, he got a lead, but he was getting caught out. BA's hook on him was really the deciding factor at that Baron fight in game 1. So I'd like to see Srian stepping up to the level we know he can play at, because we've seen him already at this MSI against G2 have an incredible performance on that Mbeta. It just feels like today he hasn't quite got locked in.
And I think my concern as we get deeper in the series is that Pun has just shown he can bring out pick after pick after pick. A lot of confidence. I think top esports in the series against G2 really struggled in terms of endurance as they got deeper. I feel like they struggled to work out what to pick to put their players in a comfortable position, particularly those rookies.
And that's the thing, getting deeper in those games, if you want to go see them go the distance, they're going to have to win the next one. What do you feel like they did wrong in the G2 series when it comes to draft and how they approach things that is going to at least help them get into that game 5 here then?
I feel like they kind of ran out of picks that were comfortable for the top laner, and I think as well, when it comes to the compositions, we look at the previous game, that was super easy to execute and a very straightforward comp. Here, the draft they just had, it's like you're playing around these immobile carries in the back line, you have to keep them safe consistently, and we saw even in the Ziggs game at the start of the day, I feel like this team isn't really operating well. There's a disconnect between the front line and back line. You often see scenarios where JackeyLove is out of position and exposed, and sometimes that's down to him, sometimes that's down to the team. I think honestly if they play a composition that's more we just go forward, we see target, kill target, they'd probably have an easier time.
I feel like it's the same question for Team Secret Wales, because up until today, they hadn't won a single game at MSI. They managed to grab 2 now. Do they have what it takes?
I think on today's form, I have to say they do. Like they have looked like the better team in 2 of the 3 games. Top Esports looked really good in the game they won, but Top Esports are not denying the skirmish opportunities in the mid game they have to deny to beat Team Secret Wales. They did it well in game 2, but I feel like that disconnect that Orcs has been talking about is costing them a lot in the mid game, and Team Secret Wales are good enough to punish you if you give them those mid game fights.
I didn't wake up for a banger today, but turns out that's what we're gonna get here at MSI in the first series. Again, elimination is on the line here, and it's Team Secret Wales taking us to match point against TES. Let's see what happens next.
Jack, that's the question. The suplex gets in, lands onto 3, and Zero gets the choice, finds the encore, but the Cyclone is looking good here, and Daddy will go. Jackie's gonna get taken out. The faces are being broken, and now Shelly gets involved. Histo gets into the back line, knocks up Cream. He gets over the wall, though. It's Pun, pulls them in, gets the shield, and tries to walk it up the haymaker to keep him alive. This set is absurd. The first one to go down, it's the decoy that they're looking for, but Zero finds the chains. Treyon gonna have to flash away, but the 3 Talon Strike catches him, even over the wall. His face is broken, and down he goes.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! If he blocked it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen 3, they are just going to ace them!
Alright, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome to Arcane, now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the rare Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
Welcome back, everyone, to MSI 2026. We are here for what could be the final game in this series. But if I've learnt anything about this MSI, that is we get either 5 or 3. There is no in between. It is an odd tournament.
It is.
At this point in time. And it's odd because we also had Set just completely dominate a game. And that is kind of cool. Look at this. Theoretically, those 3 champions...
Evo nas nazad, sljedeći draft.
Made a classic error of not banning all pun champions.
Gdje je kamera? Kamera je uvek gdje je? Tu je pored mog kompa, zašto nije upaljena? Došao sam spavao 2 sata i ne vidim noći, tako da... Danas sam odlučio samo da bude malo inkognito, što bi se reklo.
I will give credit though to Zweon. He in the 1v1 did completely fine. He's in a counter matchup, he held the wave in the right spot, he kept the farm pretty even. They actually struggled with the set in the team fights, which is not where I expected it to be their issue. It was not about that.
Da bacam lagani chill.
Zweon did absolutely fine. Couldn't really find much of an impact himself. But I wonder, how spicy does Pun get? Do we get something like the vein? Does he bust out a vein into this? Like, I am super down for him to cook.
There are so many counterpicks to Nah.
Yeah.
Like, why would
ABTF I hate, but it is out there and people play it.
They do, and it has been winning as well, which is somewhat problematic because I'm kind of like you. I feel like the champ, when under a microscope, looks like it just kind of does nothing.
Yeah, why don't you just play a real AD carry?
Yeah, exactly.
TF is just cosplaying as an AD carry, but you can just pick all the AD carries.
Yeah, just play Tristana top. That one actually, that one could be an option as well.
Varus.
Yeah.
I'm down for
Varus not going to be played. That one has been banned away. But the Caitlyn Elise, this is kind of fun. This is a lane that has found some value. As there is a Mel picked up. Could be for Jackie, could be for Cream.
A little Camille action. See if we get the pairing. Because Camille did get banned second round last time.
We also saw, this was the exact matchup that was picked into Pays and Carrier, right? And then the Cocoons started being turned around and it was problematic.
But he was, Carrier was Pike, and it's always really hard because you can watch what Carrier does, and when you watch what Carrier does on, I don't know, like Alistar or something, I can probably do that. But then when you watch what Carrier does on Camille and Pike, you can't even really convince yourself that you could do it, so it's going to be hard to convince your team to let you do it.
Yeah, we used to have rules where you just don't play solo queue after Carrier has like a game, like especially
after
when he was
Twitch
playing
support.
Yeah, Callista support. Anything. He was playing Varus support towards the end of the Marksman support days. All right, that's a Mundo.
Could be jungle or top.
Yeah, we don't quite know where it's going, but it might be the matchup into the Nah.
Yeah, it's not the best into the Nah, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I think it's fine. I played this matchup a bunch of times because I was on a huge Mundo kick. But, I mean, Nah does percentage HP damage, and you can just go lethal tempo, and it's like, it's pretty hard to actually win the extended trades. If you want to play heavy for side lanes and scaling, that's fine. You can do that on Mundo, and you can actually rush Warmogs and then kind of take over in a side lane, but I expect it to be more likely in the jungle. We will see if that is the case, but that's kind of my feeling, because I don't actually think it's a great matchup into Gnar because of the percent HP damage from Hyper.
Yeah, Caitlyn, Elise support.
After seeing the Kiana as well, and I imagine that matchup would work out quite well for the Mundo, as she does like to build the good old lethality that doesn't work into the big beefy boys. As there is the Vayne ban, as it looks like top esports are also feeling like that Mundo is heading towards the forest.
I wonder if they banned Tristan as well, because Zweon actually played the Tristan and Gnar and lost, but I wonder if they're still nervous about that potential counterpick. Obviously, they do know it's out there, right? They played it. Did not work out for them in that game, but it doesn't mean that it can't work out. It is always, I think, very, very swingy, and of course, because you were Camille,
A Mel Pike, ne igraš Pike u Elise, to je fora. Mislim, možeš, ali nije optimalno.
The only logic I have in situations like this is that they want to see more of the draft. Support Kiana.
Sorry,
that.
See more of the draft. That's what I meant. Yeah. Oh, it was so obvious. It was staring us in the face the whole time.
Why can't it be played Gnar support?
There you go. And it could still be Gnar jungle and Kiana support. So there's a lot of flexing available.
They are scared.
Yeah, this is... And
so am I. So that's fair.
Yeah, so am I. So they've banned away their own coach and then a whole bunch of theoretical top laners. That's the Yasuo, and this is what Morgan pulled out.
Igrao je carrier šta u Game of 5.
Do it to him, Pun.
Oh, they're not... Okay,
ajde, duše carrier, se razumijem.
This is one that
Isto način, mislim su oni dobili batine nešto na početku, posle je Pace bio fed, ali...
I am a Yorick enthusiast. I like playing things that walk down the side lane.
And hit E.
Yeah.
That's what he's going to try and do.
That's what he's going to try to do. He's going to try to hit E, and the other guy's going to try to not get hit by E.
Oh, beautiful. And hit Q while he is avoiding the E. As Jackie...
I guess da Kerry je samo svačiji tata i što god Kerry radi, svi će ostali raditi. Fair.
The only one that's left out of the classic Mel pairings that we have seen before.
Camille out, Bard je out. Nemaju nešto puno opcija, I guess.
Which will be confirming that Jackie will be playing the Mel in the bottom lane. I'm pretty sure I heard that he's never played this champion before competitively.
I will double check that for you. Let's find out.
Jackie first time je Mel u competi, I guess da nije bitno.
Well, then that's fair.
Nije ko ti treba nešto preterno skilla, mislim skilla za Mel. Mel je relativno laka za igru.
He has played Syndra though, but he hasn't played Mel. So I wonder if there's any chance of them flexing. I think it's probably unlikely. I think it is probably Mel bot, but hey, maybe if there's some situation where, you know, the matchup is going to be better for Cream mid because Cream is blinding, right? You know, so they were kind of waiting to see. So maybe there's an angle for it to get flexed around, but he has played Syndra in his career a handful of times.
Samo da TES ne baci TES pa da opet failuju swap.
Victor Syndra matchup isn't one I'd necessarily feel the need to dodge. That being said, should be able to get Victor through the lane quite nicely. Even if Cream will have some added pressure.
I will say, if TSW can just farm and scale and take this late, I think it is going to be so hard to deal with the Mundo. Like, great, the Gnar does have percentage HP damage, like that is nice, but it's more about a side lane thing. You can't, as a Gnar, just be hitting the Mundo the entire team fight and generally expect to win. It is pretty unlikely. And when I'm looking
No, TES će imati problema kasnije, sigurno. Mislim, kažem, legitimno je nezgodan matchup, jer ti Elise radi toliko dobro u Pajka. Ima male paučiće da blokira hook, ima repel da negira ulti. A Pajk je generalno već heroj koji je pretežak za igru u kompetitivu. Kažem opet, mislim, ajde, Kerry i on... Što god igra će radi posao, ali mnogo je težak Pajk u kompetitivu.
They really excel when they are the ones who have drafted tools for themselves to skirmish, to fight, to take scraps whenever they see them. And when we saw them try to play that slow style with the Ornn top and, you know, kind of less engaged tools, they just let top get into the comfort zone and take every fight they wanted.
Yeah, I think it is like another one of these more slow drops, but I think that there is still more agency for Pun than there was in that Ornn game, right?
Yeah.
So the Yorick will be a one-man army, like literally, but also like if he can get an advantage in this game, it's going to be really problematic if Top Esports to deal with him in a side lane with the composition.
Da, mislim...
Not a whole lot of frontline either, so this composition is going to take a lot of finesse to make sure...
Napeto će biti. Mislim, ja kažem ja i dalje ne verujem da TES nije uzeo ovu seriju 3-0, ali očigledno Pan je samo tata igrice i ja očigledno nisam gledao jedan game LCP-a, tako da ima i toga. Brat je stvarno doktor, svaka mu čast, mislim. Jako me pozitivno iznenadio, pogotovo kao top laner iz regije koja istorijski nije ništa spec.
It is very true, and it's also going to be one of these comps, you know, for TSW, where sure you have Cocoon Flash or something like that, but generally speaking, for Secret Whales, it's am I at the objective first? Like that is really the important part because you look over at their engage tools and beyond Elise Flash Cocoon, which is not impressive in a 5v5, you really have nothing, right? So you kind of have to be there first, set up the trap line, make them walk through Victor Laser, Victor W, Caitlyn traps, and all of these tools to really make it tough to get in.
Whoa, Eddie might just be dying though, as we can see here. Feng Shui burning at first blood over to the Elise. Eddie survives as well, and man, Jackie just needed to hit him like one more.
Ja što bi volao sad TES da ispadne, vi niste svesni. Ja što bi volao TES da ispadne sad.
Survives. Heartbreaking start here in what could be their final game at MSI.
I treba da im bude final game at MSI. Šta rade i treba da im bude final game.
I mean, I've kind of been caught up in this series and just how impressive. Never mind, I'm going to be caught up in this fight here as well as Dire gets the shield from the Q, but Tien is just going to skip on over and grab the clean pickup on the Victor. And Kiana getting accelerated early, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, it really is, and that is a very, very nice for Tien. Was set up entirely by Cream. Dire was kind of getting blasted in that 1v1, was incredibly low already. And Tien just does a little drive-by and takes that kill for free. D-Ray knew it as well. He didn't flash, he didn't use anything. He's just like, yeah, of course, I'm dead from this position. So some good news there for TES, and will help you to recover a little bit of the feelings that you're going to be having about how that started. And this is LPL versus APAC. You can see LCP 8-4. It is going, of course, in the favor of the LPL. And all-time LMS, PCS, VCS is 57-11. If TSW do win the series, this would be the first time in Vietnamese teams' histories that they've ever won a best of 5 against the LPL.
Da, ovo ima smisla. Ako pobedi best of 5, to je prvi put ekipa iz Vijetnama dobila ekipu iz Kine. Jer kao nikad nije bilo ni blizu.
Especially after this year where CFO leave and everyone, kind of myself included, to be honest, were writing their ability to challenge a team like this off.
Yeah, we kind of thought like the heyday was moving on, right? That we weren't going to be able to see these teams that were able to try and stand up against a lot of the top regions. But right now, Team Secret Wales, after what was a devastating series against Harmon Life Esports, are looking great. However, Pun does get missed by the wallop, still just trying to fight this one out. The Ghoulie Wall working out beautifully, down to the mini-nar, and he doesn't hit the
Ma ide Pan tata igrice.
and it's Pun that locks up the kill with the help of his toe.
Oh, that is such a tilter because Zweon was laning so well in that 1v1. He had a solo kill for sure, but his toe is there, and insult to injury. Oh,
B8 actually taking a lot of damage here. It's Fengwei. Woohoo! Okay. No ignite this time. BA had it available, just didn't manage to press it.
That was very, very close, and hard to blame BA because he had to repel away so quickly because he got pulled into tower range there, but had a minion thankfully for him to repel back to. But yeah, Zweon...
Ne znam, meni je fascinantno da TES toliko dugo postoji kao orga, mislim, nisu kao ono da je prvi put igraju International i da toliko godina ne mogu da provale zašto perma čokaju na International eventovima. To mi je fascinantno.
Oh man, so it gets even worse. Here towards the bottom side, though, you can see that Jackie is doing just fine in this matchup. Caitlyn obviously pretty good at last hitting, but is otherwise just going to be pretty even at this point in time. We saw, I mean, in the BLG versus T1 series, when it was a very similar matchup to this, it was a similar start and then a very difficult end as the Cocoon is going to connect. B actually looking for the angle here. He finds the ignite this time. Just needs the auto and down goes the pike. Fengwei is not having a good time.
When's the last time you saw support solo kill on another support in a 2v2? Not a point of damage needed from Eddie.
I don't remember the last time. Maybe it's now. At least we all get a new experience here, but top esports fans not going to be happy about the one that we're having as Histo is looking for Tien here at the same time. Does get put down relatively low, but not going to go any further forward. And the Mundo back towards farming. Things very even as far as the junglers are concerned.
Zweon still doing great in that 1v1. Forced the flash out of Pun, but Pun had that flash from the previous fight, so he was able to survive. And now you get level 6. That's when things get a little bit more difficult. Fengwei trying to make a move up towards top. They need to help out Zweon. They need to make sure that he can be into a good spot. This kind of matchup, it's all about the side lanes, but BA is here to cover, and BA is a lot stronger. He's got the Hextech alternator. He got both of the kills. Normally you don't want your support to get kills, but support at least can one-shot people if you get too far ahead.
Yeah, and is going to become useless later on into the game as well, and so this will prolong the value of the Elise. So really nicely done, and moving BA up there, reading the roam very nicely, meaning that this Pike won't be able to make his way back into this game. Briefcases being thrown around as well. Cream taking a bit of damage there as Dire still at full health in the mid lane. The gold lead, Team Secret Wales moving to about 500 at this point in time. I don't think top esports are necessarily too worried right now. I think that their composition in the mid game is where it's really going to start getting devastating, but we are getting closer and closer to that point. As there is the Bone Skewer, going to be able to find the stun. Gravity Well goes down. The Unleashed Power comes through, but it's not quite enough damage. And Dire just kind of walks it off.
Yeah, he's just kind of chilling. I mean, had that early Null Magic Mantle, and it seems like that is going to be enough. Fengwei, it was a good attempt. The Flash, you know, did set up the play, but they just simply don't have enough damage to do it. Tien, though, looking topside.
Yeah, let's see whether he can actually find the angle here. Does find the stun out as the Stream Play of Talent doesn't quite work. It's a mini-nar and the Maiden is just killing him. The ghouls come on through, but he is going to have to pull away. This time it's Tien that's in trouble, though. Goes into stealth thanks to the grass. But this Yorick does not care about your ganks, Top Esports.
I think Pun actually would have kept going and killed
Što
him.
znači, pa i Yorick je counter za Gnara na neku foru. Ali radi Giga dobro kao matchup, svi igraju.
Living in an alternate timeline where Faker started playing top lane and his name is Pun. This man is going crazy.
Tako da je u stvari turbo fun.
He's bringing out pick after pick after pick. Get him off a tank, put him on anything else. That's the recipe to success.
Yep. And what about a tanky damage dealer, which is what he's found a lot of success on so far in this series. The Yorick going to fit that bill as, oh dear. Yeah, and also, if a Yorick starts snowballing, this is a very early time to start it.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried about how this game is going to continue. As they're going to need to, play. This is not what top esports fans want to be looking out for.
Yeah, our producers, you can tell, something personal against Ox, running a graphic at a time like this.
Yeah, as well. And you got Raz as well. I mean, he's waiting for his flight, but it was waiting to see the result of this series as well. And tried to anti-caster curse it. Not looking like it's working just yet. However, I may have helped him out here with a little bit of a curse in the other direction. Let's see whether that does actually make an impact as Cocoon, gorgeous here from BA, who is back to his game one ways, playing exceptionally well on this Elise.
Yeah, really good job there. Does spend the ignite, chunks out Fungiway, but he gets the honey fruit, so he is going to be okay. You see, good big scrap around that dragon though.
Yeah, Histo looking for a bit of an angle here, throwing briefcases around. The Peacemaker doing so much work as Tien.
Igrao se Jace, da, igrao se Jace.
Locks it up in the end. They do manage to get the kill onto BA though. As Fungiway, yeah, you're really dead. Just gonna get smacked around and destroyed. A double for the Mundo. That is not a good news story. In the meantime, Pun is killing the Void Grubs.
He just sold them. Yeah, Yorick is actually really good at taking objectives because of the maiden damage. So you can just walk over. You can do grubs by yourself.
He did.
And that is actually so smart. He does not have to wait for the jungler to come up there. He's not complaining. Get you a top laner like Pun.
Exactly.
Just takes all three
I think
grubs.
Everyone wants a top laner like Pun. Anyone who's been watching MSI, my goodness. What an incredible performance. So fun as well with the champions he's picked up. Briefcase connects onto Cream, has to flash the Cocoon. Up into the sky goes BA. He's got the Scryer's Bloom because of course he does.
He's dancing on him at this point. I mean, he sets up the previous play with the Cocoon flash onto Tien, and then Tien and Cream both had the flash there, by the way. And they get nothing at all because he has the repel already set up. They take 3 grubs on top side with the Yorick, who's already ahead. They get the dragon, and we're about to see Zweon die.
Yep, the E comes on through. He flashes the Ghoulie Walls there. He didn't even need it. Just presses Q once again. He's only got a phage, Isaac.
Yeah, I just don't know what Zweon was seeing because it was not what I was seeing.
No,
there was no world in which he wins this 1v1. We're back to the Cocoon flash. BA setting it up onto Tien, and then goes Histo. Look at the damage from BA, by the way. Gets him down to almost no HP. Histo goes in, picks up the kill, chases down Fungiway, gets another. You touched on it, but Mundo getting accelerated is so problematic. I talked about it in draft. They are just such a low damage comp, and you can see the frustration there.
Yeah.
They know this game is starting to slip away from them, and Zweon going for that 1v1, there was just no world in which he wins from that spot. You're jumping into all the ghouls, the maiden, and there was minions there. It just felt to me like you're always gonna die. Maybe he thought he could kind of like outplay and get into Mega and then win from there.
Yeah,
but
maybe he thought that there was just no way out. Maybe he thought that it was kind of doomed, but I didn't really see that as an angle either.
Left.
It's a little bit of a worry. 3.5 minutes on the Dragon here as the Peacemaker comes on.
Ne znam. Kina je čudna regija, brate. Kina je baš čudna regija.
Now put together. But he is getting closed in on it. Histo moving on in. Tien is going to show himself, and that should mean the retreat of Team Secret Whales. Great Bone Skewer is going to connect. The Ignite comes on through, but they're not committing to this play. The Comet comes down, not exactly in range of the ultimate either. He still throws it out, but Eddie will live.
Yeah, just barely doesn't have enough damage to actually finish him off there. You know, maybe one more spell, another auto or two, he would have been low enough to get executed. Fungiway obviously getting bodyguarded out here by Histo. He knows he's not going to allow the pike in for an execute onto Eddie, and Eddie is just heading up towards that top side now. Pun is going to be on his Triforce very soon, and that is where it is going to be pretty bad news for anyone laning against him.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking about. I mean, 2 items for the Yorick is where he really starts to turn basically any matchup, but if you're accelerated like this, I don't know who's going to be able to stand against him when that first item is complete. Gravity Field comes down. Cream is still doing fine, right? Like, they still have 3 gold leads on the map right now. The problem is, Pun is so incredibly big, and this composition is very happy to go as late as you like.
Exactly. That's kind of my concern is, how are you going to realistically deal with these really tanky members in the front line of Histo and Pun? You know, when they're on multiple items, you just so much burst and so little consistent DPS from the side of TES, so feels hard.
Oh, God. All right, Treyan is looking for more.
You can't take the ghouls like this. It's like...
Yeah, Cream was rotating down. That's why he was going in, but he was about to just die. Before the Syndra even arrives, Feng Shui is just, he's just dead. Tian might be following suit here. These briefcases are really hurting. Heartsteel now done for Histo, and Jackie Love kind of wishing that he has rebuttal on the same cooldown as the cleaver toss.
Uh-oh. Tian is around, but can they stay alive? That's the question.
Yeah, Dash Cannon comes forward, doesn't quite find the snare though onto Eddie. And Histo is just going to do that wander at them maneuver. They do have the...
Kate Lux igrao ranije dosta, ali su prestali da igraju Kate sa Lux. Mnogo više vole Ellie sad. Jer izgleda samo cijene survivability iznad svega ostalog. Elise je mnogo bolja, bar što toga tiče. Mnogo lakše preživiš sa Elise nego s Lux. Onda igraju Kate Bard prvo, Kate Elise drugo, Kate Niko i onda Kate Lux. Pre se baš spamovao Kate Lux, pre je ono stopo ono, imaš Kate Lux otvoreno, igraš Kate Lux sigurno.
I know that it's not called Ghoulie Wall, by the way.
No, it is. That's the official name.
I want it to be, because Dark Procession just doesn't really... It doesn't tell the story.
Dark Procession doesn't tell you what it is.
No, and a Ghoulie Wall is precisely what it is.
I feel like...
Unless you're playing one of the skins where it's a cat wall.
Summoning the ghouls being called almost like Dark Procession, that would kind of make sense.
That would be fine. Make it the passive.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Maybe we could talk to...
Na MSI-u nije niko još igrao to.
I love that team. That's one of my favorite teams. I thought I was the only member. All right. The Coinbase Gold Grind, let's see who we're going to be comparing as it's Pun versus Treyan, and oh man. We've said it already, but Yorick being this far ahead this early, it's just a real rough story. Takes down the turret here towards the top side as well. That is first turret blood. That gold lead is only extended.
Sad je meta trenutno od supportova. Svi hoće Barda i svi hoće... Svi hoće Barda i svi hoće Camille. To su dva suporta koja se perma spamuju sad.
Great chain CC. They take out the Elite Supreme Display of Talent onto only D-Ray, but it should be able to work out here as the Arcane Storm comes in. The ace in the hole to lock down the Kiana though, and his toe is not dying today. Just wanders out of the way, and they are going to look for the Dragon as well.
Yeah, they're going to go right back to it. BA just respawned. He's running out there, but Bud needs some help.
Sad je meta. Mage na botu. Uš. Oj, oj.
The Ghoulie Wall comes on over, but Cream going to try and throw out the force of will. They take down the raid boss, but Eddie is looking for some revenge. Cream's flashing out of the way. Histo finds the briefcase. And yeah, you're not getting out of that one. Eddie is still looking for Cream. One more auto. There it is.
Gdje si draftovo dog što ti?
12-6 here at 16 minutes.
That is a delayed ace here with TES. One game from going home, a very early exit would be the result if they lose this game. And they just lost the Dragon. They just got wiped off the map. And that was with a fight that started incredibly well. With D-Ray getting wiped out by Tien. With BA getting just one shot by Jackie Love with a reflected cocoon, I think it was, into the solar snare. He just got deleted. So a lot of things went well for TES, and they still got aced and lost the Dragon, because let's watch this one more time. So it's BA on the side. This is where you're looking. Cocoon gets reflected into the solar snare. He's one shot, and you're thinking, okay, well, that's not great. And then look at Tien coming in on the D-Ray. D-Ray tries to flash it out, but dies anyway. But on the other side...
Well, in the meantime, we've just got D-Ray walking out of the way of the death from below. Still, he's going to die. They managed to get the pick on to this Victor. Top esports just trying to find anything back.
LCPT lik Pacifika. Ne, užas, dobro jutro, Marenci, inače. Ja ne znam što se događa s njima. Bolje da je Nib došao od igra.
TES are grouping up. They're the ones with the engage tools. They're the ones with the playmaking, and they have to keep utilizing it. And that was about a 2,000 gold lead that just got deleted pretty much during a replay. So that was about how that did go away. You can see York is still on top side and is pushing. BA and his toe want to keep enabling pun. When you're playing York, you want to be inside lanes. You want to be pressuring towers. That is really where you are at your best. You can succeed.
Samo je Feng odradilo na carryu, brat mu uzeo Pajka gdje nije bio go za Pajka. Nemaš igraš Pajka ovdje. Brate, u Mundeli Spike samo ne igra. To sam rekao u draftu, čim su uzeli Pajka, on samo ne igra igricu, bukvalno.
And Hisso is going to be building a Spirit Visage next. Not only is it like the best Mundo item you can buy, but also for the two threats on top esports, feels pretty fantastic to be able to put that together. I wouldn't be surprised if Pun goes for some early magic resist in his build as well, as you probably do on Sterix and Sojin, which is going to be completed now. This is sort of like your core two items that you need, but you've got some flexibility from here. Shueon does not have as much flexibility as the death rate comes down, and he is just extremely dead.
I mean, that is so much of that damage is the Elise. It's actually crazy because D-Ray is
execute on the Spider Form Q, my god.
It is so much damage, especially with the damage jam from the support item.
Yeah.
Has damage jam from the support item, has the rocket belt already finished. BA doing a good job with his lead that he got from that 2v2. But TES trying to hang on. They're losing a lot of these side lanes, though.
Yeah, there are a lot of pings out towards this inner turret, towards the bottom lane. Yeah, that is Shelly now moving towards the mid lane, where they have 3 people already there. And so that is just going to be executed. Shelly getting a whole lot of value. And they're going to send all of these Void Mites towards the inner turret as well. And so Inner on the top side of the map is also likely to fall down, but D-Ray is going to be able to at least get here to deal with these minions. But I think this is still going to fall.
Yeah, I think it definitely will. I mean, this gold graph is becoming a bit of a roller coaster. We went from 2K up for TSW to, 500, 800 gold up for TES, back to 1K up for TSW, all within the span of a couple minutes.
Yeah, a bit of a heart monitor at the moment.
Yeah, both teams playing the map here very heavily. Eddie is now on 2 items here. Collector into Stormrazor, interesting. So really wanting that move speed, was already playing Ghost. I think it makes sense when you're looking at how skill shot based the opponents are. You want to dodge Bone Skewer, you want to dodge Solar Snare and Scatter and all these tools. But of course, it does mean your IE is going to be getting pushed back quite a lot. You aren't building Rapid Fire, which people love as well.
Rapid Fire next, right? So 4th item IE. I guess you don't really need Lord Doms as much in this game.
Yeah.
So it's not as much of an issue, but Caitlyn probably still wanting 4 items to really be valuable as Pun possibly in trouble here as Tien taking a lot of damage. The only
Pun is trouble. Ne baš, ali
execute this Yorick. Took 4 people to do so as the rest of Team Secret Whales are trying to push up the mid lane, but they're unable to get anything back really for this play as Top Esports wrestle back some control. We have to remember, they are playing for Silver Scrapes, right? We get a game 5 if they're able to win this game, and it was looking a little bit like Team Secret Whales had them exactly where they wanted them. And now things are moving back in the favor of the LPL squad.
And the thing you always have to remember about Yorick is the cooldown on the Maiden doesn't start until the Maiden dies. So even when he reses, he's not going to have Maiden for
Gnari ima little tempo.
There's also no ult on Tien, there's also no ult on Cream. They don't want to give them soul point here early.
Nimalo nisam iznenađen.
Just steals it, all right. Just Q smite, and that is that.
And that is actually really big here when you're looking at Mundo with Cloud Soul is a terror. And even York getting the move speed in the side lanes. Obviously, Eddie is putting huge emphasis on additional move speed with the Stormrazor, with the Ghost. So clearly move speed is going to be important, and that was a huge smite now for TES that buys them so much more time. If they were on soul point here already, they would be forced to fight at the next dragon, regardless of if it's a good setup. Now they have the option to play side lanes, to threaten Barons, to look for picks, to do whatever they want, and I'm kind of guessing that they are just still waiting for this pick.
The map is very, very dark, and I haven't quite seen the Baron. I think we know that the Baron isn't started at the moment, but keeping things dark, Team Secret Whales need to find out what's going on. Histo should be able to walk in there. Mundo does indeed go where he pleases as they find a lot of damage onto Cream. Fangwe is going to be able to get himself out of there, but now doesn't have the cooldowns as Jackie Love forced to flash out of the way. And look at Histo, he's just a brick wall wandering at them with that ulti running. And Top Esports can do nothing if the Mundo is all buffed up like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's some key flashes down now. Both your AP carries lost their flash in this skirmish. Histo does have to be careful to not overextend because Mundo without ult is barely a champion.
Yeah.
And Mundo with ult is absolutely insane, but especially when he gets to 16, he is down a full level to where his opponent is, but you know, once you're getting 16, it is so powerful because you're getting an additional 5% healing effects per enemy that is nearby. So when you run into the middle of the team, you pop ult, all of a sudden you're just Thanos. You really cannot die. And Heartzapper is so easy to use against teams like this. So they're just going to try to force it. They're going to start the Baron here. They know there's no flash on Jackie or Cream, but Mundo has no ult, so they have to play a little careful.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit worried about Tian as well. He just walked over and stole your dragon. This could be a difficult time as well. As they do have vision over the wall. Team Secret Whales just wanted to go for a reset where they can. As the Maiden is the one tanking this up. I want Pun to move her away from it.
I think he maybe unleashed
Did he disconnect
it? Maybe he double tapped it. Either that or it's bugged, but they're not pausing, so I'm assuming he just
is just going to back it away.
That looked super bugged then. I'm not going to lie, because the fact that it walked back to him, I will say the Maiden AI leaves something to be desired at times. You do have to play really weird in some matchups where you know, the Maiden will just refuse to back away, and you have to literally base to heal it. So it didn't end up dying, and they did get the TP off Jackie Love.
Oh, that reaction time was gorgeous, but Eddie still going to be able to dash forward. Jackie will be trading the kill back. But BA is at least able to take him out. Bonesky are going to connect onto the Spider as well. The Ignite down. Fangwei needs to be very careful when facing off against this Elise because he just doesn't have very much health and never kind of will.
I want to see that replay from Jackie Lowe's POV because those reaction times were inhuman.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we had the vision toggle because it really showed how much time he had to press rebuttal.
And it was none, and he still did it.
Yeah, he did.
So not really getting the math on that one, but does make it happen in the 1v2. They do finish him off. Of course, Eddie maybe could have flashed something, but I think it was reasonable for him to think that they had him in that moment. But very quick reactions from Jackie. Keeps himself in a decent trade at the very least. You know, is able to go 1-for-1 from that spot.
Yep.
And Histo still down quite a lot of experience, but is pretty wealthy. You can see that Tien is farming really well and getting good first strike value because the 504 Mundo is down 700 gold and down a full level.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Histo is going to unfortunately briefcase himself. Kind of threw it and forgot that it was handcuffed to him, you know, and it just swang back
classic,
around.
Yeah. It's like a boomerang, you know?
Yeah, I think that's what businessmen deal with, you know, on the way to work every day. Oh, no, I tried to throw my briefcase at the bystander, and I accidentally hit myself in the face with it.
I will say this Mundo skin has to be one of the best skins in the entire game.
I think so. Yeah. And it's been around for so long. Corporate Mount, and even after the remake, it's still amazing.
Look at the swagger. Well, and when you get the home guards, you're in a little car.
Oh, yeah, the little car is absolutely adorable.
You're living life.
Jakšo je fajn kad ti ne treba previše mara. Mislim da Joriku ovdje realno ne treba previše mara, tako da mislim da mu je dobar call.
To slink away into the fog of war and get that one back up again pretty quickly.
Dragging the clock, Atlas.
It is.
Prepare your voice.
I'm trying. Okay. Okay. We're ready.
You're ready. Yeah. You're locked in.
Yeah, I think that's how you get it ready. Kastajun does something similar to before his series, and that guy's pretty good at his job. That's all right. Drake is now down.
Sterak je uvijek dobar, da. Sterak je uvijek. I zbog tenacity-a pogotovo je Sterak Giga dobar.
These ghouls are getting a little bit upset, but the Drake is being pulled out. Histo is moving over here. Let's see whether he can win this smite fight, as this could even out the Drakes for Top Esports. Now we have a fight on the opposite side. Pun is going to get pulled back and executed. They're going to try and burst this one down. They do manage to claim the dragon, but they have to sacrifice their Yorick to do it.
Yeah, Pun taking a very aggressive angle. He knew that Zweon, because he had seen him with an R-bar fully charged in bot. You have to expect that he's on that side. He thought he was tanky enough that he could just walk right through, but he did not go Sterak's. He went Chojin in second. Now he's trying to get a bit more armor, but honestly, because they get the dragon, that is totally worth it. Yeah, you die.
They take in a turret mid as well. It's actually quite a good trade.
Yeah, it's really, really good. He is falling behind in experience because he has been grouping quite a lot, where Zweon has been just constantly playing these side lanes. We've seen him do this a number of times. You know, I think back to his Jace game earlier in the tournament where he did fall down, but was able to, you know, kind of just stay in the sides, get gold back, and Pun, you know, becoming a little bit less relevant in that 1v1, but still in a good spot.
How quickly can they kill this Mundo? That's the question. Or can they kill him at all?
How quickly, šta priča? S kojim UN vatarmi? Znaš ti koliko Jackie treba kuova da nastaka za njega? Odgovor je mnogo. Jako mnogo.
Hopping over the wall to try and get to safety.
Yeah, he immediately TPs in, flashes out there. That is 3 critical flashes down for TES, but it is a couple flashes spent here on the side of TSW. Mundo flashed as well as BA. And that was a very, very close fight. Histo liked his odds in that 1v3, and he was really correct.
Oh, yeah.
Able to turn that one around, just chases him down, and with his whole team piling in, TES knew they had to get out of there.
And now you've got the Infinity Edge done for Eddie as well. That rapid fire cannon should be coming in pretty shortly. These fights are actually going to change. The way they're going to look is going to be different because it's going to be around Eddie just hitting whatever's in front of him.
Ne znam da li je ovo downfall Kine, ali ne može da bude jer je BLG dobio T1, tako da... Kao ne može Kina propasti kao regija kad su pobedili T1 u drugom delu. Tako da izgleda je samo TS i da je na International nemaju ruke i to je to. Mislim, nema šta drugo da bude.
How safely can you approach a Syndra and ML to get those autos off? But I think, you know, from his POV, he's just like, yeah, I'll just hit Gnar, I'll hit anyone, and I'll be the one doing the damage. Histo starting this up, but gonna have to pull off very quickly.
Yep.
And I definitely want Histo to keep farming. You scale well, you want to get 16. He is kind of maintaining that full level deficit here against the Kiana, who is just power farming.
Level 16 going to be a big deal if he can land these ultimates in the upcoming fights. But you were talking about it. Cloud Soul is going to be the next one on the docket, and that is in 2 minutes' time. I want to see what the Mundo does when he can go where he pleases very, very quickly.
Yeah, and Cloud Soul is going to be so problematic. It is incredibly powerful for Mundo because, as we know, Mundo in the late game, it's not just that he's tanky, he hurts. He does some real damage. So you are in danger of just getting rammed down by a Cloud Soul Mundo at level 16. Can easily chase down a Syndra or a Mel if they're in the wrong spot. And sometimes even if they're in the right spot.
Yeah, exactly. And it felt like he was getting ganked and then turning that into you're in the wrong spot, as it turns out. Mundo is precisely where he needs to be at every moment. Maybe Mundo is actually a wizard, not a doctor. But we'll have to go into that one a little bit later.
Ne znam, ja sam isto... Ja isto gotivim Jackie Lava, ali ne znam.
His health bar on the pike just not really existing at this stage of the game can be a real issue for getting value out of this champion at this stage.
I mean, you have to be picture perfect on the engage, right? That's why so many players are afraid of playing Camille and Pike.
Yeah.
Because you have to play in a Keria-esque way to be able to get really good value, right? You know, you're looking for an E flash across multiple members, and if you go for something like that and you fail it, that's your way out, and you just get one shot. So, you know, you've got to be so on point with your engage. You can't hesitate when the moment is there, or you will do nothing. And if you go in and you don't execute properly, you are just going to die. So definitely a tough champion to be played this late in the game. But the same is true of the Elise, right?
Yeah.
You know, you are both so squishy, you're high damage, and that is that tightrope that they have to walk here. And we'll see if FengYue or BA can manage it better.
Yep. And it's about which team has the vision control, right? Being able to have control of brushes is going to be very important as the Baron is getting pinged out pretty hectically here by Team Secret Whales. Is Histo looking for a bit of an angle? Is he just going to flash on them? The answer is no, because Xueyan's going to find him. Hyperproc starting to do some work towards the Mundo, who is just a big health bar. But speaking of big health bars, they're over towards the biggest one on the Rift right now, and that is the Baron. And it is just going to get taken. It's in trade for the Drake, but that is Dragon number 2. And yeah, you don't want to give up Cloud Soul, but you also really don't want to give up Baron.
Yeah, we'll see how much they can actually get done with this Baron. This is one of these things that I think in previous years, would always be so beneficial for the team with the Baron.
Yeah.
I'm less convinced in this season that it matters as much. I just think Baron feels a lot weaker. Teams have been struggling to get as much done with the Baron. And there is a double mage team on the other side. And mages are very good at clearing out the Baron minions. So we have to see, all right, was this worth it based on the next couple minutes? Because right now you lost Dragon. If you feel like you didn't have a chance to get sold, then obviously it was your only choice, but we'll see.
Yeah, Guliwal is going to trap Jackulov for now. His flash is available, but he's not going to invest that into just getting out of the way of that wall. HWE just looking for a bit of revenge, and he's just chasing down this Yorick. Guliwal does come in, but he's got the crush to get out of the way, and that is actually Jackie picking up the kill credit. But so much of that work was done by this 0-4 Nah.
Yeah, that is lethal tempo stacked up, 3 items, has the wit's end, chases him down and takes him out. And, you know, Pun is a 700 gold lead, but at this point in the game, it doesn't really mean anything. You know,
Yeah.
He was very far ahead very early, but I felt like he kind of overgrouped a bit and, you know, was spending a lot of time with the team, ended up falling behind in experience, you know, not really meaningfully ahead in gold either at this point. So does get caught out in that side lane, and that's a lot of the Baron power already gone now. That one kill on your split pusher means I don't think they're getting anything with this Baron really, and it's going to be a 72 gold Baron power play here right now. So
Red Bull is showing us here that the Baron isn't exactly giving that much value. I think if it's a scenario where they have no
TES stvarno treba da bude zabrinut što uopšte nisu
taking it is absolutely what you have to do. But I think I'm on your team as far as wanting to prioritize.
što uopšte nisu vinali game do sad, mislim, Ageza skeluju bolje svejedno. Pa su okej, bilo kako bilo, ali
this is a really tough game here because when you're getting this late in the game, you really are kind of signing yourself up on both sides for one fight, right? And you get one shot at it. If you're going 35-40 minutes into the game, you get one fight. People have so much damage at this point in the game that you misstep once, you're instantly dead. The respawn timers hit 50-60 seconds and the game just ends. And so it is going to be all up to this one moment, it feels like. You can see double death cap is done for TES. They are going to instantly kill someone if they miss position. But the same can be true on the other side. You go too far forward, you might just get chased down.
Oh, Pun could be in trouble, but Histo did manage to cancel the back as Tien taking so much. The Ghoul's chasing him down there as well, but Top Esports not going to lose anyone, but also not able to get that pick in that.
Ovo je malo, jedna od retkih partija da neš vidjeti LDR na Kate. Mislim, možda builda dobar je svakako item, ali...
Yeah, it is the Cocoon. Oh, just barely going to miss. And by miss, I mean he just barely gets out before it was definitely going to hit him. Oh, man.
That's crazy. That was a stressful moment. I thought that Zweon was about, you know, a second away, half a second away from actually dying there. And when you die and you lose your TP, you lose full control of the map. Now that could be an inhibitor down at this point in the game. So that was some risky business, but he does get out.
Yep, that's felt like it could have been the first step towards the train station, but instead going to be keeping this one extraordinarily close. 1.3k is basically nothing at 35.5 minutes into the game. The only thing that we're really looking for is this stack of dragons the Team Secret Whales have put together. But even that will be evened out in a minute and a half if Top Esports can get themselves the next one.
It is absolutely true, and we haven't touched in on a while, but Mundo obviously has crested the level 17, so has that rank 3 ultimate for a while at this point. Tien is capped out, he's level 18, he is ridiculously strong, but he did lose his flash and won't have it for this upcoming.
Jorik ide na Steraka, Mundo ide na Jakšo. Jakšo je također item, što više rezistova ima, što je bolji.
So weird as well as Histo just wanders into them. Pun, like you were saying, going to be able to shut off that exit as well. And Jackie Love trying to find the angle. The Solar Stare doesn't land, but the Cocoon does! Down goes Jackie! And now, can Fungyue do anything to stop this onslaught? The answer is so far, not really, but at least they can run towards the Team Secret Whales base. The ulti now going to run out here from his toes, looking for...
Leon is trying to go for the game.
Yeah, he's trying to look for it. Okay, Cream, now at 2/3 health. They're just trying to stop the backs, I guess. As this inhibitor turret should be falling. There it is. Inhib should be going down as well. Team Secret Whales do just want to kill Cream before anything else happens. They will be able to do that.
To izgleda jako jednostavno, iskreno. Jako jednostavno za njih.
It's going to mean that they haven't necessarily found a lead just yet.
No, not at all. Tien, though, might
9
find
seconds.
Eddie.
Oh dear, finds Eddie, but he flashes out of the way. It's not going to be enough to be able to keep him alive, as Histo should be able to kill Tien, but he has to flash to follow him. And this briefcase needs to land. He misses it.
Da.
Can't quite get him. And that ends up being so big
Vrlo
for
ni
TES.
meni nije jasno, vrati.
Eddie died at the worst moment. That means they are down a man here for this dragon. It is 25 seconds till Cream's back, though.
Yep, Fungyue is going to go down to 50% health there as well. Does manage to light the Mundo on fire, but Mundo doesn't seem to be too worried about it. The regroup is here, though, and it looks like Team Secret Whales are going to give up this dragon and the Maiden. Although she does survive with 30 health, never mind.
D-Ray wasn't there, so they're in a 3v4, and they know that Cream is going to be up before Eddie, so they basically have to do it. That is such a huge pick. Big-time play by Tien, who has really been doing a lot of the heavy lifting in this game. And very slim margins here. Jackie,
Ništa pogrešno nisi rekao, ja tebi da kažem. Ništa pogrešno nisi rekao, vrati.
with the very edge of it, even though Jackie did react with the rocket belt, he would have the range, did not. He goes down, but that whole time, Zweon, who had no teleport, was just pushing topside. He was looking to just go for the base. And we're going to be looking to fight here once more. Remember, no flash on BA, no flash on Eddie. All the flashes except that one from Fungyue are up for TES pretty soon, because Tien is going to have his back in maybe 15 seconds.
Shoyan is just stacking up that Naba once again.
Mislim, oni ne bi s ovim kompom delo partije trebali da gube, ali očigledno...
The Arcane Storm now as Histo is just in amongst 4 people
Munda.
as he kind of likes. Now Megan are going to be coming through for Jueyan as well, but Eddie now just peppering him with bullets. Tien in so much trouble. Sidestep great from Dire as well. As now the crush gets out, the Gnar is going to be used defensively, and Histo is obviously there, throwing these briefcases around. The Guardian Angel is going to be up for Tien, but it should be taken down pretty quickly. And TSW just chasing them all the way down the rift. Jackie the first to die yet again. And this time Team Secret Whales should be able to find the angle. Histo almost dies to that unleashed power, but if he doesn't, that health bar comes back basically immediately.
Yeah, they're going to be able to heal it back up. They're rushing
back barom, polako, I guess.
But it was just the one kill. It's just Jackie, so they still are not dealing game-ending damage. They can take the Baron again. We saw how ineffective it was last time, though. TES has taken Dragon after Dragon after Dragon, staving off this Cloud Soul that feels like it would be a game ender. Yeah. Because, like, look at these fights. Think about if they had Cloud Soul for this chase down. Think about if they had Cloud Soul for the chase down.
Any of the chases down, because, like, Histo having more movement speed, I feel just means that they all die.
I agree. And there's the flash out of D-Ray, but Tien is able to kite it back, and Fungyue barely surviving. Tien surviving as well. Histo does such a good job of keeping them interested. Even after the ult expires, he never overcommits, because if he just goes straight into the middle of them, he will die.
Oh, back to another fight here. It felt like we came out of the replay a little early.
Yeah,
I was trying to get ready.
It might have been a big fight.
Not quite just yet. Is the Protobelt going to be used from BA to get himself out of the way of that banana brush control that has been picked up here by TES.
I Munda neće ni ide na ove... Kako mi ništi pikem? F za pikem, F za pikem. Iskreno. Što jeste, F za pikem.
We'll see Tien though, he's looking for an angle. Remember, D-Ray has no flash and Eddie's still missing his for another 20-30 seconds. So TSW know they have to be quite careful during this time frame. And Zweon has become pretty accelerated. He has his Randuins. Eddie's trying to work in towards an LDR. We talked about how earlier there was not really any armor, didn't really need it. At this point in the game, he does kind of need to grab that and is working in towards it.
Oh, pun. Now taken down to half health as Cream does a lot of damage. All those splinters stacked up, 120 on that one. And you mentioned already Void Staff Rabadons that both of these mages have is very scary. Great Cocoon is going to connect here. Do they have the damage though? That's a question. As they get BA up into the sky, it's absolutely a yes as Eddie gets that headshot. Betrayon goes in, and there is the stun. Pun makes his way forward. Jackie the next target. Supreme display of
Ekipa iz LCP-a eliminisala drugi sit Kine. A prvi sit Kine je pobedio ekipu Tivana. I meni očigledno više ništa nije jasno u ovoj igrici i to je to.
At MSI for 2026. A team no stranger to disappoint, but the Team Secret Whales, what an incredible performance. managing to come back after a tough loss against Humble Life Esports, our first 4-game series here at MSI, and it's them moving forward.
For the first time in history, a Vietnamese team has beaten the LPL in a best-of-5. It is the Secret Whales that do it. It didn't even take them the full 5, as Eddie, right when his flash comes back up, is able to survive the engage, outplay the fight, and the entire team runs them down. They are elated, and rightfully so. What a performance.
What an incredible showing here from Team Secret Whales. Analysts, what did you make of the series?
Ali kažem, očigledno ne može da bude Kina, zato što je BLG dobio T1, tako da...
They did it! It's the very first APAC win, and it's the Secret Whales bringing it here at MSI in this first elimination series. And of course, we will talk about Top Esports a bit later, but first things first, guys. I want to celebrate how big it is, what it means for the region, the way they did it, because coming into today, they were the underdogs in this matchup. They came in convincingly after we had seen pretty much nothing from them before today.
With how the play-ins had gone for the LCP and with how things had started, there was a concern we might not see a single game win from this region, but Team Secret Whales showing so much growth from their debut internationally last year and demonstrating a decisive 3-1 win here.
Yeah, and I mean, you see it down there, first ever APAC best-of-5 win versus LPL. This is kind of crazy because this is also including all of the previous
iterations of the region.
But they are a Vietnamese team coming in when the regions merged last year. And I think the best thing about Secret Whales being able to qualify across multiple tournaments is that you do see the growth from them, right? And so when we were going into this, we're like, okay, the region was, you know, has been a little bit rough because of CFO breaking up, but they were also a team who learned so much from going through a bunch of different international tournaments as a unit. And specifically for someone like for me, BA is a support that I noticed like years ago. I think it was on EVOS Esports. For him to then come out, pull the Elise, he's 6-2 on it going into this matchup. This pushes him to about an 80% win rate on it career, which is just like, I mean, it's crazy. Like, it's so rewarding, even for me who's rooting for Top Esports. It's so rewarding to see this win for this Secret Whales team.
Yeah, I'm beyond excited. For the LCP, for APAC, like 9 times in a row, an Asia Pacific team has played up against the LPL in a best-of-5 and lost. And today for Flash Wolves to do it, after last year we saw CFO starting to make those steps, starting to challenge, and then for them to be gutted, and then to see DCG fail in the play-ins, and now for Flash Wolves to come up, like, this is an incredible Cinderella story for the Flash Wolves, for Histo, for every...
Flash Wolves.
It's all right. Sorry, too excited. For Secret Whales, for everyone on this team as well, right? All of them MSI debutants to come here and to be able to take down the LPL number 2 seed is just amazing.
You were talking about Histo, Oppo player of the series today.
Yeah.
Deserved.
Yeah. Statement series from him, honestly, massively deserved.
I feel like we started off, we had that Lee Sin game where he was completely dominating, taking over. The pairing with D-Ray was phenomenal. But I feel like
Ništa, mislim da je pauza 15 kako se ne varam. I onda se vraćamo nazad sa serijom broj 2, kažem, serija broj 2 će biti banger. Gledamo Hanvu i G2, tako da Hanva koja nije puno igrala, ali to malo što igrala je bilo jako ubedljivo. G2 koji se pomučio realno protiv TES-a. I nakon ovog poraza TES-a više ne znam ni šta da mislim.
Domestically, right? And how well they perform with his direction coming out from the jungle. This is the run of play that's was just kind of insane. It started way earlier too, but
yeah, his ability just to face that Top Esports in this final game. But I think that's your point is so important there, Emily. Like, Histo is the linchpin around everyone else revolves around him. We saw D-Ray in Game 1 have a great Rise performance with Histo there to carry. We saw a great set performance, but Histo was there again. We saw BA have a great Nautilus performance, but it's Histo that they're all playing around. And that's what I think really makes Team Secret Whales such a great team, especially when you consider this guy is 18 and has been playing professionally for 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the other side of things.
I'm so mad, okay? I'm not even sad at this point. I'm mad because it's like, it feels kind of personal.
Again, I love the fact that you came in ready.
Yeah.
And you had this.
Yeah.
Just in case it goes wrong.
This is from the last time we were on a TES desk.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, I've saved it for this moment.
You know what? Let's hear it from the winners from now as we're gonna head to the stage for the Verizon post-game interview with Pan.
팀 시크릿 웨일즈가 LPL의 탑 e스포츠를 3대1로 잡아내는 대이변을 만들어냈는데요.
Ništa, puštam intervju, idem na pauzu, tu sam brzo ljudi pa se vraćamo s drugom serijom.
큰 박수 부탁드립니다. Everyone, let's give it up for Pan! 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 승리 소감 부탁드립니다. Congratulations on the win today. How do you feel right now?
Chúc mừng Bull với chiến thắng vừa rồi. Hiện tại em đang cảm thấy như thế nào?
Sau chiến thắng vừa rồi thì em cảm thấy kiểu mọi thứ nó hơi bùng nổ á. Tại vì lúc đầu tụi em cũng không nghĩ là tụi em sẽ thắng TES với tỷ số là 3-1 như vậy. Thì em thấy khá là vui và kiểu hạnh phúc.
I feel on top of the world right now. We never expected to win top esports in a 3-1 like this.
지금 정말 세상을 다 가진 것 같다고 하는데요. 이렇게 탑 e스포츠를 3대1로 꺾을 거라는 예상을 못했기 때문에 매우 기쁘다고 합니다. 사실은 국제 무대에서 세트승이 정말 절실했던 만큼 이런 매치승을 가져오게 되어서 더욱더 뜻깊을 것 같은데요. 특히나 푼 선수 오늘의 활약도 정말 대단했습니다. 오늘 경기력 만족스러우신가요? Well, Team Secret Wales was really desperate for a game win on an international stage, but you guys pulled off a series victory today. I bet it's going to mean a lot for you guys. Well, I think your performance was on top as well. Are you satisfied with your plays today?
Có vẻ như là team mình đang rất là cần một cái chiến thắng trên cái đấu trường quốc tế ha. Thì hôm nay là mình đã có được cái chiến thắng đầu tay của mình rồi. Thì tụi em có hài lòng với kết quả này không?
Thì tụi em cũng đã gỡ bỏ được cái áp lực gọi là lúc mà ở first stand cho tới LCB của DCG và trận thua trước HWE thì tụi em cũng đã giải quyết được cái gọi là phần tâm lý với chiến thắng đó. Kiểu tụi em giải tỏa được, kiểu không còn mà thua trắng ấy.
Ever since first stand until this MSI and with DCG's loss, we have been very hungry for a win right now, and we were so desperate for a win. Now that we have got one, it feels so much relieved.
저번 퍼스트 스탠드부터 시작하여 이번 MSI까지 계속해서 세트승을 가져오지 못했고 연패를 달렸기 때문에 정말 승리가 절실했는데 이렇게 1승을 따낸 만큼 너무너무 큰 안도감을 느끼고 있다고 합니다. 특히나 푼 선수는 본인만의 유니크한 챔프폭을 많이 보여주고 계십니다. 지난 경기 비록 패배했지만 볼리베어로도 정말 인상 깊은 활약을 보여주셨고 오늘도 세트 올라프 등으로 정말 나만의 색깔을 보여주고 계신데요. 이번 MSI에서 어떤 모습을 보여주고 싶으신가요? And Pun, you have your own unique champion pool. Last time, although it was not able to close out the game, but your volley bear was really impressive. Today, Olaf said you're having your own unique champion pool. What kind of playstyle would you like to display during the MSI this year?
Thì Bun ơi, cái dàn tướng của em nó có vẻ khá là dị và khá là hay ha. Kiểu lần trước là dù mình không có thắng nhưng mà cái con volley bear của em nó cũng khá là ấn tượng trên sân khấu. Hôm nay thì em sẽ có những con như là con Seth, con Olaf và Yorick này nọ. Thì em muốn kiểu giống như là đặt nên cái hình tượng mình là một kiểu người chơi như thế nào?
Theo em thì từ trước tới giờ thì từ lúc em mới chơi Liên Minh á, thì em luôn tìm những cái con mà người khác ít chơi á, và kiểu em sẽ chơi những con đó cho người khác kiểu không biết cách đối phó nó ra sao ấy. Thì em luyện những con đó thì em cảm giác cũng khá là tích cực ở trong luyện tập, thì em sẽ đem vô trong giải và nói huấn luyện viên là sẽ được đánh rồi.
Ever since I started playing League of Legends, I have always liked champions that are like unique, that there's not a lot of players playing it, so that my opponent will not be able to find a counterplay to it. I have been practicing these champions a lot lately, and as long as my coach give it a go, then I'll be allowed to play it.
롤을 처음 시작할 때부터 사실은 많은 사람들이 픽하지 않는 그런 독특한 픽을 하는 것을 좋아했다고 합니다. 그래야 상대방이 대처법도 모르고 카운터 플레이도 없기 때문에 그런 픽을 즐겨 했다고 하는데요. 최근 들어서도 이런 특이 픽들을 많이 연습을 했고 이번 MSI 기간 동안에도 코치진 분들이 허락만 해주신다면 계속해서 꺼내줄 생각이 있다고 합니다. 앞으로가 더욱더 기대되는 푼 선수입니다. 남은 MSI 각오 한마디 부탁드립니다. Then what is your mindset heading on to the rest of the MSI?
Vậy cái tâm thế của em khi chơi những trận còn lại trong kỳ MSI này sẽ là gì?
Em nghĩ tụi em sẽ cố gắng giành thêm một chiến thắng nữa, kiểu tiến tới top 4 ấy, và để cho khu vực của LCB và VCS kiểu người Việt Nam tự hào.
I will try to get at least one more win so that he can get to top 4 and bring glory back to the LCP region and to the Vietnamese.
1승을 더 따서 탑4에 들어간 다음에 우리 LCP라는 지역 그리고 베트남의 영광을 다시 돌려주고 싶다고 합니다. Thank you very much, Pun, and thank you very much, Koa, for the translation. 여기까지가 푼 선수였습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Well, they have definitely made their region proud, but the question is, can Europe be proud again of G2 today? We have a very special guest to join us for G2 versus HLE. Hello, Wadid, welcome!
Hello, good to see you guys here, and maybe this guy is not happy about me being here.
He's already staring you down.
What region do you work in?
I support G2. I'm not gonna answer your question, but I'm here to support.
Sorry, what region are you from? What do you work in? Why did you support an LPL team? Don't play those games.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play with you.
But
we offered him a HLE jersey, and he's like, nah, I'm good. I'm okay.
But Wadid, I can see that your allegiances haven't changed.
Well, I mean, I think I'm still, in my heart, I'm with Europe, you know? Even though Bane Kim born in Korea, Wadid born in Europe, so that's why I'm here to support my region, my G2 esports.
Absolutely love it.
The look on Ox's face.
So let's get into it then. Does G2 have the secret formula to beat the LCK? That's the question that's been keeping the Korean fans up ever since first stand. But they're going up against a mammoth of a home crowd favorite in HLE. Where do we want to start? There's this quote, Emily, from Hansama, really wanting to beat Gumayushi. Of course, experience playing versus him when he was still on T1 and not really having the job finished.
Yeah, and this is, again, what happens when you just have the same players going to international events. He's played against Guma before, really wants to face him again and beat him this time. I think it's interesting because G2 do typically play around their bot lane a little bit more than HLE, but it's because Guma is so reliable on that weak side that they can then play more towards top and mid and jungle.
And speaking of the bot lane, something I really wanted to bring up as well, and maybe Wadid, you can shine a light on this. Labrov and his glow up. He had a fantastic series versus TES, and overall, he's really been making strides.
Yeah, I think the reason why HLE looks really strong is because of Delight being proactive on the map, but we have Lavrov, so I think he can really just match the fight on the support matchup. I mean, Lavrov James with the engage from the downtown. Look at him, he's dunking.
And I think the big step up for G2, this iteration of the G2 roster has been that pairing, Labrov and Skumon working together as a unit, and I think that's really developed so much in the recent years.
It's true, and that's maybe a focal point because we know that they've played against some of these players before. They played against TES as well last year, so Skumon got the honor of playing versus Kanavi. And I think, Emily, that's one of the matchups we'll be looking at to really see if there is market improvement coming out of the G2 jungler.
Yeah, absolutely, because the last time they faced, Kanavi definitely got the better of Skumon. It was just that game 2 where Skumon brought out the Mundo, and then they were able to play around bot lane pressure, transfer it up to top side. But in all of the other games, as you can see, Kanavi really set the pace really hard, not only in the early game, but in these fights.
And even though it's not top esports this time for Kanavi, it's still a team that is very much driven by him and HLE. He's been the driving force. There were some struggles at the start of the year where he was super aggressive, the team wasn't on the same page, but now everyone is in lockstep with him and following his charge.
I mean, my biggest concern for G2 and HLE today is that I think it really turns out the draft is the most important thing right now. I think you can see it from the last series as well. Even though TS was favored, I think TSW had such a great theme in terms of the matchup, and I think it's really important to have a favorite matchup in the jungle, especially when Skumon is one of the jungler who wants to play aggressive on the enemy jungler as well.
Yes, now of course we mentioned first stand and we have to mention it again, Ox. There it was a fantastic result for G2, but I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm a realistic Andy, okay? I realize that this is a completely different ball game. HLE are very, very strong, but there is of course that doubt, right? Has it been keeping you awake?
little bit. I think HWE are also a very vibes-based team. You know, we've had swings of form last year in particular after they lost at the road to MSI and didn't make it last year. They went on a slump for a while, and I don't think it would take much for G2 to come in with a smart approach as they did at first stand. If they have a draft strategy and plan, and they just throw HWE off their game, that's what I'm concerned about. Because I think if both teams play at their best, HWE are so hard to beat.
Yeah, that's where I really agree with Wadid in terms of it's so draft dependent as well, and how much prep each of these teams have done against each other, especially when it comes to how well jungle support are working together. Because we mentioned Labrov, Delight with engaged supports coming back into the meta has been absolutely massive for HLE, kind of running through the back half of the road to MSI.
Yes, let's take a look at the MasterCard fan predictions of the day and see who edged it out. Of course, for Europe, let's see who's been up to vote in time and if the LCK fans are standing firmly behind HLE. It's very close. Perhaps that does also reflect a little bit our expectations or our hopium going into this match, but I want to hear everyone's predictions. We're going to take a look. Emily, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, so Europe is going to be mad at me, but I said 3-1 HLE. I do think, for me, it is about jungle support, how well they work together. I think HLE play, especially around their top side, so well. Guma is so reliable in that weak side position, and I've loved the way that they have continued to glow up. I think the current meta is great for them.
I feel like they were already the strongest team in the LCK, and we saw a meta shift to favor them more. Playing through the solo lanes, Guma as that weak side king. I think that they have this, but G2 can't be disrespected. Still expect them to get a game.
Wadid, it's you and me.
Yeah, I mean, in this kind of short-term international tournament, I think it's adaptation is the key for the team. And I think G2 didn't really figure out what's good in the tier list, but I trust in them. They already did such a great series against the TES, and now it's against SK team, which is our favorite matchup. You already see it in the first stand as well, by the way. So I think I'm pretty confident in my team.
I'm going to say the same. I mean, listen, who would I be if I didn't have any hope? As long as there is delusion, there is hope. I gotta believe in them. Talk to me through a couple of key matchups. We talked about the jungle already. What is mid going to look like?
I think Zeka's been in great form. Perhaps we know what he can do on an international stage, but Zeka has been riding so hard with Kanavi. Those two have been such a strong duo together this year and really the defining features of this roster.
We need winning matchup on the mid lane, especially when Cavs can push the mid lane and move first on the side waves. That's where G2 is gonna win easily. So I think, I think you should stop Zeka from the mid lane. That's the key whenever you're playing against HLE.
Absolutely do, but who would we be if we didn't believe in our mid lane GOAT? It's time to get into G2 versus HLE.
I absolutely love the fire at the end of that desk, the confidence in Caps, the angles at which G2 can dominate, and as long as we don't look at the transitive property at all, there's a lot of optimism to go around.
Yeah, Dracos, we just had a big upset there with Team Secret Whales taking out Top Esports, and G2, they were able to reverse sweep Top Esports, but HLE got that 3-0 over Team Secret Whales, and so you're going to want to ignore those transitive properties when you're looking at this matchup. And talk about some of the things that the desk did touch on. I like that they bring up, the style of HLE and the pace that they set.
Absolutely.
Because among all Tier 1 teams in Split 2, they're the second highest combined kills per minute average in their games. And they set a very quick pace based off of Kanavi, of course. And as Ox was talking about, the rest of the team on board with Kanavi's style of play now, and they look so good doing it. You have Guma on the bot side playing these self-sufficient carries and allowing so much aggressive map movement.
And I will say, as an EU pundit, I much would have preferred G2 could have played Split 1 HLE. Lost in the sauce, not sure how to implement HLE. HLE, who has figured out how to implement Kanavi, who has adapted to his playstyle, is a terrifying thing to deal with. And on the side of G2, look, they clutched it out. They found the reverse sweep. It is a fantastic look, but those first two games were reminded of how one-sided top side of the map was, how one-sided some of those 1v1s between Broken Blade and Svejan were. Now, going up against Zeus, this is a tough nut to crack. Surviving top side is going to be a tricky problem.
Top lane is definitely a large jump in difficulty here in opponents for Broken Blade. That is for sure. facing Zeus up there, and we'll see about the pick ban. Of course, banning his Jace is mandatory versus Zeus. I will say though, it's kind of interesting. You were talking about, oh, if they could have played him in Split 1. G2 actually did quite well against LCK teams in Split 1. At first stand.
You're right.
First stand, you know, taking down Gen G as well as BFX.
Sorry ljudi, pauzica mala, evo me nazad. Andrija, da ne streamujem, probudio bi se za drugu seriju svako. To ti je moj ugao, brate. Da ne streamujem, budio bi se uvek za drugu seriju, jer skoro uvek prva serija dana je placeholder. Tako da to ti je moj take, brate.
That often makes the big difference for this HLE lineup. As G2, they're debating, maybe we just see the Seraphine Ashe here, something on the bot side that might force HLE to play a little bit more around the bot side as well, which in turn would free up some of the top lane pressure. Delight, of course, we know we can play the ranged champions, but when this guy gets to play engage, when he is freed from that bot lane 2v2, he is a menace on the map.
I can kind of already connect the dots here. When you're showing Vi early on, you're showing that you are going to go for dive, and Xin is really good into Vi because you can force fights early, and Xin is also really good with Ashe Seraphine, so yeah, they're immediately jumping to complete that combination. They don't have to lock the Ashe immediately, so they're going to go for the Xin part of it instead. Regardless, the Xin into Vi always, you get to have a lot of say about how the early game goes. So if you're looking at Skumon versus Kanavi, you know, as they were highlighting from, you know, previous worlds, you want him to be in the one where early on the Xin, he is going to have a lot of authority. But as you say, when you're talking about Guma lanes on bottom side, get him a mage and get Delight, that Camille that he absolutely terrorized Team Secret Wales with. Okay.
And draft number 1, HLE playing perfectly into that comfort zone. Guma, we expect there to be not so much 2v2 focus. We expect it to be roaming to the top side, letting Guma be that stable source of damage in the bottom lane. Can still play for the 2v2, but they don't have to.
They're dropping the Ashe all the way, Draco, so they don't even need that pairing. They're going to go for the Rise instead. They value that even more.
Interesting. Obviously sets Capsule for success. You heard what D talk about on the desk, right? Give him a strong angle in mid lane. Rise in a vacuum, a strong champion, but now it could be backed up by 2 additional bans to ensure that Zeka isn't feeling super comfortable in that mid lane 1v1, and that's why we're seeing the Cassio taken away.
It is very interesting because like Seraphine can, you know, we've seen it get paired with like Ezreal and stuff like that as well, but usually when the Ashe is taken away, and they can try and combat some of that poke damage. Let's see though. Cass and Anivia is another, you know, good answer into Rise that is very common. Anivia, Talia, these are the sorts of things that are kind of floating around. So those are the other kind of protection bands that you're looking at. And the reason they do drop the Ashe, of course, like you're highlighting, is you get 2.
A mislim da što nače Ashe uopšte nije toliko dobro ovde.
And with Zeka having a lot of success on the Rise, it is also nice to get it out early on in Fearless. So let's see which they decide to follow it up with here. I mean, I do like banning on Anivia so that they don't take it, and then you also could have Anivia later on for G2 because it's been quite good for them, but they really want to take down some of the Zeus possibilities of landing a Rumble Equalizer on top of Camille, Ziggs, Vi, Engage. Yes, that does sound like a combo you would like to break.
It does sound like a combo. Kobe, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Why did they ban Rel with Seraphine locked in? Are we cooking? Is this a bot lane carry, Seraphine?
To bi bilo jako lepo, Max, ja tebi da kažem.
There might be some cooking happening in scrims.
You can flex Rise to top lane for sure, and then you could theoretically put the Seraphine mid. That's what I would assume.
I'm just putting it out there.
Real ban ako igraš nekog ko se oslanja na shield dosta.
You can't even say, oh, maybe they were trying to bring back Jungle Rel because they have Xin already as well. I think the most likely is the possibility of the flex with Rise and then moving Seraphine up there. And so it does look like that is going to be the case, Dracos. That is their read. They saw it coming there for HLE.
And I think we can say almost with 100% confidence at this point that these two teams have scrimmed each other because that is some information you have not seen.
Or it's just Seraphine AP carry bottom and you keep her bottom. I
like that too.
Yeah, you keep the Seraphine bottom with the kill lane. And Rel is a really good partner, but so is Nautilus. So I think actually I'm gonna go with the Seraphine bottom into the Ziggs.
That's
my final
the potential options. I like that
that's
one,
my
Kobe.
final
I like
answer.
that you've locked that one in.
Until we see some weird mid matchup or something, if they really wanted to extra flex.
But that little bit of flexibility anticipated by HLE. Okay. Well, the gauntlet, you can hear Dejan going crazy, and it's because the gauntlet has been thrown down. I'm sorry, Zeus coming out with the Ambessa, blind picking it. Zeka bringing this out.
Warwick.
And the Broken Blade Warwick.
Najjače, okej.
Good right now, it's because you forgot MSI last year. Because
Okay.
last time we saw us in the international stage, it was a disaster up against CB Law.
Jeste, pobesti. Ma, kažem ti, mislim, meni je stvar što spavam 2 puta po 2 sata. Kao da spavam jednom 4 sata, još bi bio i okej. Nego iskuliram 2 sata, spavam i onda radim 5-6-7 sati i onda opet 2 sata spavam. I onda idem u teretanu, rešavam obaveze, tako da napeto, ali bože moj, vrati, realno, šta se radi.
So let's see what G2 can do around their solo lanes, especially early. By picking up the Xin, you have priority here before this buy does get to level 6. And with these solo lanes, you definitely have a lot to cook with.
And I like that you bring up the early game, because when you look at HLE's composition, if this team comp gets a lead with the Vi, Ambessa, the Yone, the Ziggs who can just drop bombs from afar, it is going to be so difficult for G2 to fight from a deficit. So tracking those early lanes, seeing how they deal with HLE on what looks to be an incredibly comfortable comp is going to be crucial as we load into game 1 of this series. HLE, we highlighted it 3-0.
Jeste, da, to jeste.
G2 made the miracle happen with reverse sweep, but HLE another caliber of opponent.
Okay, Dracos, this is going to be exciting no matter what. I mean, we have Camille and Nautilus getting a lot of roam time here and working with their junglers. Level 1 though, Caps.
Hook connecting onto Zeka. Nice initial trade. Delica to start to trade back a bit. The adaptive shield stopping any follow-up, but just a fight for vision.
Chunks on both mid laners, but generally the Yone has to trade his health more in the lane against Ryze's mana. So that might be beneficial for G2's side, even though the health bars were pretty similar, because that is the resource that you're kind of expending in this matchup. So nice little early start for them, even though they do clear out the ward, and both junglers going to start on bottom half.
Looking to the wall from Labrov. Nice little lockup on Naguma. Sama following up there as well as Delight does his best to trade back with the Hail of Blades, but you saw a little bit of the kill potential setup even at level 1, right? Every single cooldown rotation, Nautilus hook into the immediate follow-up damage from Hansama.
The supports definitely are a highlight too from their previous series. Labrov was on fire in the late stages versus TES. Delight obviously had a massive Camille game, an entire series, and they continue to land these hooks and get these trades. Nice combos from Hans and Labrov. They've got the push on the minion wave, so they guarantee their priority, and they get a lot of harassment down while they're doing it. Question will be how much of those minions can
Bibi, čist show, brat.
while they're getting harassed.
Ali iskreno ovo je pametno. Mislim, izvaditi Warwick u ovakvom gevu, mislim da je samo iku 1000.
Still low, but has the Q perhaps. Barrier. That's not good. Broken Blade. It's perfectly outspacing the Q here.
Flash exchanged for the barrier here. Interesting on the cooldowns, because barrier is shorter cooldown, but that is the lifeline for the Warwick.
Bot lane, root in, get the immediate exhaust on Gumushi, but they don't quite have the follow-up damage. For now, he'll get to side. You see on the side of your screen, this is why there's some optimism, because not only are they forcing flashes, but this year 6-0 against the LCK. That's all at first stand.
Seraphine AP carry is looking like a really good answer.
It's looking good. I'm starting to think that some of that first stand optimism is coming through, but this is the other side of the coin, Kobe, is that they're not playing against your mama's LCK team. They're playing against HLE, and HLE, well, they know how to scrap.
Broken Blade and Zeus scrapping for sure up here. Playing around that E cooldown on the Warwick, dashing in, dashing right back out.
And I just got, as an EU fan, I appreciate that the Warwick is here. I'm not a fan of watching a champion at 150 health. This is a little too stressful. It's a little too stressful.
What about if your jungler comes to join the party? Zeus has no flash, remember. He traded it for the barrier on an earlier exchange. Lucky for him, Kanavi around. It does get visual confirmation.
Delight also on the way up, but Labrov is here too. Level 3 to level 2. Q goes wide from Kanavi. That's a nice start for the side of G2. Broken Blade moving in to try and follow.
Mislim da će Bibi igrati Yasuo. To je moj predikt. Opa! Ide G2.
taken out as well. 2 quick kills on the top side for G2.
What did we say, Dracos? It is guaranteed from Champ Select. Warwick and Zinzao are going to have priority in that early 2v2 on the bottom side, and the formula doesn't change when it's a 3v3 with Labrav and Delight both there. Also helps that
Dobro, i da, Warwick, Sin su realno giga jaki zajedno. U early game-u.
Dodging an ability in these 3v3 skirmishes that early changes everything. And then Warwick loves that scrap right into the middle, gets the fear on them, and G2 are on the board. Talk about those.
Ooh, Scumon's still following. You're right. The aggressive early game favoring G2 so far. Kanavi wants to turn it back a bit. Q flash in, flash back from Caps. Lockup is there. The excessive force. He doesn't have enough time to proc it. Blinking health bar. Caps running 22 HP. He's still alive. It's Scumon's here for the turn, but it's about to be 4 members of HWE in the mid lane. This is going bad for G2. Flash out to safety. Labrav hoping, praying for a hook into the tower. Living an extra moment.
Oh, unlucky.
Sundering slam to get 1 in return.
And even Zeus is here. It's a party in the mid lane, Dracos. And now he can teleport back to the wave on the top side. He's not even going to lose a minion. Gets it for the... Oh, okay. Didn't quite get that off on the melee, but that's it.
And I gotta say, HLE not afraid to step on the gas. 4 people showing up in mid lane.
I mean, we knew we had to show that combined kills graphic really early on in the game because it remains true. And G2 playing right into that pace of the game, but you know, comes off of Raptors here. Scumon thinks they have the turn because Caps has escaped, but Kanavi, his blast shield was back up, so he got back in. He was fine there, knocking them over, and Zeus can close the distance here on the Ambessa. Really nicely played to barely pick up the extra kill there for the side of HLE. And then, as highlighted, he teleported back to lane, and the action will continue. Now we have Delight on a roam timer going up through a lane gank towards that top side of the map, now that Zeus is level 6.
Level 6 healing reduction as well. It's going to make it that much harder. Warwick, of course, the damage reduction, the fear. Can take a little bit of burst out of the equation, but it's still so hard to survive that dive. Luckily, they're just happy to push the wave in for now. Instead, it might be mid that's targeted.
Yeah, Delight was just covering for a possible timer from Scumon, so therefore a counter gank opportunity as the big wave was pushing. And then we'll just pass down and look at mid instead. It's being answered by Labrav, though, waiting in the wings here. Both supports in the fog of war, playing off their control wards.
Goes in. Soul Unbound brings Zeka right back, but now Kanavi on the way in as well. Q3 ready to go for Zeka, as is the ultimate. Flash forward, Caps not able to sidestep in time. Trying to run for his life. Labrav, a nice body block. Realm Warp to hope to take him out. Caps! Houdini on the escape. After the initial CC is gone, he knows he's free to just use the ulti.
Caps has had several near-death experiences this game, but remains pristine. 0-0-0 and keeping the CS lead as well with all the action. HLE, though, they will transfer that pressure into the Dragon and get the push on the mid tower. At the very least, it's going to be turret plate money for Zeka.
Under the light.
Wait, they could trap Scumon. Zeka's coming on the way over.
Level 6 there for Kanavi.
Kanavi već se bio, on je 6. da. Mislim da je Scumon samo dunt. Nema 6, nema disengage, da.
That was a big question mark for me, was why are you walking in there when you don't have the mid lane priority? They must have assumed that Zeka had finished the recall. They thought Zeka was going to finish a recall after pushing up to the tower, and so he could walk up to get a look at Dragon. But Zeka, he hadn't finished, he cancels it, he walks over, and they grab another one.
And after the initial start looked so good for the side of G2, HLE have evened out, now even pulled ahead a bit in gold on top of having that first Dragon.
And Dylan Falco talked about, you know, the pace that HLE set, and talking about when the difference between them playing versus like quote unquote normal LCK teams and playing versus like LPL style, and talking about how G2 is really looking and examining very heavy how they can keep up with teams that do set very quick paces. And so this game, I think, you know, they laid the blueprint and they put it into action, and yet still is going to be heavily contested as both supports on that same roam timer.
Yeah, Gumayushi now assigned to the top side of the map. It's going to make things a little bit harder for Broken Blade. A lot more potential to get burst out here as Guma's damage just continues to grow. See Broken Blade still working with bits and pieces of itemization. And Hansama in the 1v1 has range, most certainly, but I get nervous the second any other member of HLE shows up in the bottom lane.
He wanted that cannon. Oh, he didn't even get the cannon. Hans tried to get that cannon with the snipe. He doesn't get it, and he ends up having to flash.
Flash gone. Pings out. Zeka with the fate sealed, but nowhere to stack up the Q, so not going to opt to contest. All 3 grubs picked up by G2. If they get their side laners strong, this is going to be a massive benefit.
Yeah, and Warwick is a monster in these early skirmishes, especially with his barrier back up. Really have to respect, because once you get into that scrap, it's very difficult to get away from him. The hold on the Q, here we go.
Navi here too, Jaws of the Beast coming out, a bit of damage mitigation, but that Ignite does so much work. Ulti coming in from Guyushi, but barrier there for Broken Blade to block. Now it's Delight in trouble, exhausted. Hansama looking if he can follow up, but the ulti goes completely awry as the re-engage is there from Konami.
Boga mi ne valja. Raspadaju se malo na mapi.
HLE ready this time around.
HLE live here. They bring the teleport. They outplay the ultimates. Nice spacing from them to win the skirmish on the top side again.
Raspadaju se malo više na mapi.
Follow when that Ignite is on you. Broken Blade just cannot enter the fight, and the second Hansama does not connect that ulti. That's just all of the damage gone. It's not the support Seraphine. Landing those abilities is really everything in those short fights.
Yeah, they definitely could see this one coming. Nice positioning all around. Broken Blade, again, Zeus has done a very good job to kite out the range on the E from Broken Blade. He makes him use it, dashes right back out, and Ambessa just gets more and more scary as the game goes on, especially since he was able to grab that kill from mid lane, kind of accelerating his build, allowing him to buy. Wait a second.
Maybe setting up a trap here. Lebrov dropping the vision down to light. Chips in the night. Passing by as Kanavi continues to clear. Staying slightly ahead of Skumon, but both junglers with the Sundered Sky completed. However, as much as I'd like to be optimistic about Warwick's ability to come back at low HP, and it's certainly very powerful, it is a little unnerving that he's constantly below 50%.
That's why very few people, play this champion top. You have to get comfortable in that low health. You have to be comfortable in the excitement, in the nervousness, Dracos. It takes a while,
Yeah,
it's not a natural state for humans.
All right, yeah. I'm not comfortable is what I'll say. I'm glad Broken Blade seems to be. So now he's got a Kraken Slayer.
You have to be okay with death.
Yeah. Well, no death thus far. Although Lebrov just standing on top of the blast cone here, trying to take Kanavi out, but a quick ball breaker away.
I love it. Drop all the wards over it, and then, never mind, they just walks out and walk off it anyway.
He's still fine. He still has, Q. As at this point, there was a glimmer of G2 early game looking dominant here, but HLE just responded much better, although now Delight the one in trouble. Realm Warp through, looks like Delight will just be sacrificed. You can see Zeka immediately pulling off that play. Recognize there's no way for Delight to escape, so they just concede the kill onto the support.
Honestly, best possible place to put that money too, right into caps. The Rise here has so much potential in this game with the roaming power. As
Kobe, stop. Your caster cursing. Your caster cursing. I know I did the one to TN, but come on.
You have a really powerful one.
HLE don't need it. And I agree with you, but that trade was why you have to get a little bit scared when one, Zeka is playing the Yone, and two, when Yone is ever ahead by any margin.
We gotta put our powers to the test. I mean, we've had quite a few full 5-game series. HLE though, they're gonna keep on stacking, and it's looking very good. Aside from the very first skirmish on top side, they have been able to thrive in this pace. So both Dragons and the gold lead, also resulting in more jungle camps being stolen away here. Kanavi continues to lead the charge into the G2 jungle.
Yeah, 100% kill participation, 2-1 and 2 on the Vi. Kanavi looking like a demon. Had the one fumble on the top side play, right? The vault breaker going wide. Did not miss a beat though. Did not suddenly play back. Did not play any less aggressive. Yeah. Immediately just continued looking for those plays as Lebrov supporting Broken Blade to get some more gold in his back pocket. Caps here as well, maybe hoping they can bait a play. 4 members of G2 overloading the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna send.
That's the ulti going in for Zeus. Lebrov now looking for a lockup in the meantime, taking out Delight. Zeus waiting under the tower, ulti in, perfectly timed charm, but the fate sealed to get away. Good reaction from Zeka to buffer. Ulti from Gumiyushi.
Labrov pada, Bibi pada.
HLE. Solo laner's doing a lot of work, but Zeus.
Ovaj nije ni tamo, još ima ulti.
Broken Blade with a blinking health bar.
Hansama će da umre ako Hansama je mrtav sve. O, Zeka flash. Ok, pa da. Mislim da ne daju. Ne. Da, ne.
HLE in the extended fight still able to find an edge.
They find that edge and they use it to cut down G2. More kills, more gold into the pockets of HLE. You see that huge combination as well from Guma to join giant burst damage. Zeus really
A nezgodno je jer i Han sama nema ništa carry potencijala u ovom gameu. To je veliki problem.
Finish off the Warwick, but the double ultimate from the Ambessa and the Warwick at the very same time there, it caused Broken Blade to go all the way through, and they still killed Delight, but with the nicely timed immunity there from Zeka, they are actually able to buy time for the Ziggs to get there. Large AoE used, and Broken Blade does flash out, but as you know, the end of that story, there's more people on the way. Look at Kanavi running up the river. He uses his flash to get in range as well for the extra kill.
There's more fighting.
As there should be.
Foolish of us to go into a replay. We should have known more would be coming. But you have to feel for Broken Blade. He's itemized a bit of armor, no other defensive stats, and you can see just stepping in to that minefield. Just the edge of Guma's ulti takes out about 60% of his HP, and that's 1.5 items on this Ziggs. It's only getting scarier the further we go in, but Broken Blade still hoping to force the 1v1. Needs to get Zeus lower. That's the ulti. Infinite Duress now coming in the extended play. Warwick can do a lot of work, but Zeus might win the 1v1 before even it gets there. Gumayushi TP's in just to say nice job, bud, as they set their sights perhaps onto the tier 1 tower.
Well, you already know the fans are going to be calling to put the Warwick back on the shelf for another year, Dracos, but I like it. It's exciting every time we see it.
For the wrong reasons, Kobe. It's exciting for the wrong reasons. Zeka also taking top side. And again, HLE, one tiny misplay, one look of hope around that bot side 2v2. Otherwise, they've been trading up in each and every skirmish. Now a 3,000 gold lead. Now a Herald empowering them as well as Zeka just continues to take his time in the top lane, knowing no one can stop him from taking this tower out.
Yeah, it definitely gets super scary. Like the solo lanes for HLE getting extra money is always going to be worrisome. But then you also remember, hey, Guma on this Ziggs is destroying everything he sees, and he can just delete towers as well for HLE. So Guma is going to have that infinite wave clear, is going to have that priority in mid lane, and he can just lob bombs over to either of his solo laners that decide, hey, we're going to get into another scrap now. Not only does Zeus and Zeka have the mechanics to win 1v1s, but then they can also have so many other things from their teams to assist in those.
And as we take a look at the coin-based gold grind, you can see that as good as it started in the lane, Guma's just been hoovering up money, breaking plates, getting just, I mean, he's just a rich boy, and it's perfect, as you highlighted. Your individual solo laners already have these small leads for themselves, already outplaying the 1v1, but when you can add an extra, I don't know, 600 damage on top of what was already a slightly favorable trade, it just doesn't feel like there's a counterplay for G2.
Plus, he's also a very wise boy. You see the experience difference between him and the Seraphine. Dracos, money does not buy you happiness, but I guess
it'll buy you more bombs to blow up your opponents.
It will buy you more bombs, and then he also has the life experience advantage.
Oh, Hansama. By the time you tick over to level 12, you'll understand. Maybe you'll be able to make the difference, but not quite yet. As, yeah, Guma getting a lot more freedom than you would expect from a Ziggs. He's wandering very far forward, but G2 just have such a hard time. They're kind of forced to respond to these side waves that they can't immediately punish him. Not confident in where Delight is just makes it really hard for them to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and we knew from the
Han sama ne igra. Mislim, dosta je nezgodno, kažem, Han sama je nevjerovatan AD carry i nešto što dosta nosi ekipu G2 je Han sama kad igra, ali...
Nice knockback from Skumon to break the Hextech ultimatum. G2 though, the Drake is up and they can't approach. Important to highlight, they could try to walk into the pit, but there's already a Herald charging, and to walk through that little choke point into Guma, into HLE, would be a death sentence.
It certainly does. It certainly would be, and G2 do not want to accept that sentence just quite yet. So they will bide their time and look for a better opportunity. They want this dream combination. You know, they have the team fighting of the Nautilus and the Seraphine, and hopefully for their case, you know, with the Rylai's done, that can help out with the CC. They really want to be able to control the melee carries that are on HLE. The problem is, they're just going to come from all different angles, you know, and the guaranteed engages from Delight and Kanavi are going to be really difficult to deal with. So the setup is there. Wait, they're on the attack.
Delight, locked up. Hookshot wall dive, not connecting. Able to find a bit more damage here. As the response from Guma is to take half those health bars. Immediate TP coming in from Zeka, but he's exhausted. Follow-up CC now going to Kanavi, rise to the fight. They're just rolling into G2, and it is not working out. 2 quick kills picked up by G2.
Grief by Hanva.
See, Warwick is exciting. He snipes him. Warwick ultimate hit.
And now Zeus straight into the backline. Zeka already dead. Kanavi looking to clean up. Broken Blade finds Gumayushi on the side. He'll take him down, but top jungle from HLE is tearing through the fight.
Malo ih jače Zevs bije, iskreno. Support Grk... Mersa? Ne?
Zeus on a fed Ambessa, Dracos. Nightmares for everyone. All right, let's take a look at it, though, because G2, they make the call. Look at Broken Blade up in the top left. He snipes the Camille while they're making a simultaneous play mid, trying to get Guma, and barely the Seraphine ultimate did not connect off of the combination with Labrov. Regardless, G2 with the proactive approach.
Meanwhile, topside 1v1. We're not going to finish a replay today, Kobe. That's not allowed. What's weird is this is below HLE's average CKPM. This is a slow game for them, and it feels like they're just fighting all the time. G2 trying to get what vision they can around the pit. Nice blast cone interrupt there on the Vault Breaker. And we've seen in the last few fights, these combos with the Seraphine have not worked out. And they're still able to finish Guma in that fight later on with Broken Blade, but definitely a little bit rough when that Ziggs gets to live and go through another 2 or 3 cooldown rotations. It doesn't feel like that is a recipe for a winning fight.
You could regale me with stories of how any individual member on HLE right now is terrifying you, and I would accept that story.
Yeah, I'm scared of all of them. Delight is 1-4-3, and I'm terrified of Delight. As it looks like Zeus might want to be a little bit terrified of G2. He gets a lot of done there, but it might cost the Baron.
Pa mislim da... Šta Baron? 5 su na botu, brate. Ma da rode 5 summoner teleporta možda pa da ga zaustave nekako. Ne znam kako bi drugačije mogli da odigraju to, iskreno. Mislim, full commitovali su bot side.
Value these days. I still think that probably is not the best trade.
Nema tu šta, mislim. Full commituješ boca i ti gubiš Barona. To je jednostavno kako ide, nema šta.
And your bar for trades is like, I'm going to lose out on whatever trade I make. Then you're like, you know what? Maybe a Zeus and a tower is sounding better than just kind of losing somewhere else anyway. And so I think that is the call. They're like, you know what? We're not going to be capable of fighting evenly, so we're going to have to take a losing trade on the other side and then weather the storm of the Baron. The only problem is that you already have a timeline set for you. It's 1 minute on Mountain Soul, Dracos. That is incredibly powerful for all-ins. These teams that are looking for all-ins, if you have that big extra shield here.
Also, there's a Ziggs on the enemy team. I think we all just saw that man satchel charge that turret just to oblivion. It's really hard to weather the storm against the Ziggs plus dive composition.
A mislim navijam za G2, realno.
Why they feel like they have to go for that trade, but weathering the
mada je Hanva nezgodna.
Like an inevitable Mountain Soul and a Baron empowered Ziggs is a tall task.
All you can do is get there first and hope. You get there first, you try and use vision advantage to outplay in a team fight. Maybe then you can get some good positioning. Maybe you can get a nice Seraphine ulti. And they did try and get their vision first, but they have to give up the space as HLE move in with power.
Hook going a bit awry. Hoping to catch out Kanavi. Hansam, of course, can immediately follow up to keep that CC train going. You in for a Broken Blade, hoping to pick off Delight. Gumayushi isolated off to the side. Gonna get deleted before the fight even starts. Now Kanavi wants to turn it back. The Collapse is already moving first. Zeus finally arriving, as is Zeka. Eyes on the fate sealed. The combo of ultimates, but Zeka immediately going to get exhausted. G2, 4 members strong, barreling towards Zeus, looking to deny.
Dobro, tradaš Seraphine. Seraphine ti nije toliko korisna, realno. I Zeus bi trebao ovdje da rikne.
Rooted, Delight can't re-enter the fight. The only option left for HLE is to have Zeka push mid. It's scrappy, it's messy, but it's G2 who take the exchange.
They have to fight their way out. That's the only option for G2, so they send it on mid lane. They go for the bottom lane of HLE. Broken Blade simultaneously engages onto Light. Wow, look at Lebrov with the flash, with the hook, with the ulti, 100% to 0. It's James over the wall, and then G2 finish up the team fight here. HLE, they try and pull it back. They make you second guess. They're like, is Zeus really gonna blend all of us?
Pa mislim u suštini da nije, Hans samo nije toliko relevantan ovdje. On je samo u fazonu da proba da pogodi dobar ulti i to je to. Mislim ovaj game samo nisu okrenuli oko toga da on nosi što je fair, mislim to je game plan, to je u redu. Hans sama zaista ima dosta carry potencijala i baš mnogo pikova na kojima može da nosi, ali... Kao okej, skinuo si Serafin, možda ne želiš da oni igraju još Serafin kasnije. Best of 5 je kad draftuješ, moraš o svemu da razmišljaš, tako da realno gledano nije ni to loša ideja.
But also getting yourselves into fighting shape now that you also have the team fight power of this Seraphine. That could be the difference in some of these scraps. Getting kills really helps even out some of the experience disadvantages as well.
Da, Draven, Kalista, imam svašta što može da igra, mislim. Serafin ako ništa, kažem, mislim, skinuo si jedan kombo i dobio si nešto što radi ok u Zigza.
Everybody thinks they have a plan until they get punched in the face, so you gotta punch first. And you know, Lebrov and Broken Blade have been the ones punching first.
Yeah, that is the moral of the story. If you think they might fight you, just hit them. Hit them right in the face, hit them fast. Well, that's Delight's plan. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to get the stun. Zeka, immediate lockup from Lebrov, denying him on the side. Zeka,
looks good.
QSS out. G2, quick pick onto Delight, really punishing these haphazard moves from the Camille.
I mean, I want 5 of these, Dracos. This is my kind of league. Let's fight.
Let's get through one, Kobe. Let's not, you know, one at a time.
They're going to go for a dive here, baby. Look at this. Circling around both sides.
Brav on the side, hoping to lock up Guma. Winds become lightning. Does connect, but the satchel charge is still up and available. Lebrov zoning them away. Does get called out by Zeus. Excellent ulti on the public execution. Support's down on both sides, but it's 3 seconds until Delight is back up and active on the map. Kanavi debating.
Smočka isto god.
Caps goes golden with the Zonyas, buys a second. Instantaneous follow-up is there, and the encore not enough for Hansama. Instead, it's an encore for HLE. They want more kills, more violence, more action. This time, they're the ones punching first. And
nezgodan je tempo za G2, ovo mislim da im baš ne prija, nisu navikli na ovaj tempo koji im daje Hanva. Lepo igra G2, samo nemaju vremena da dišu.
The damage there, Guma chases them off and Zeus doesn't let them escape from under the tower. Zeus again on this Ambessa has just been able to clutch over and over.
Broken Blade. Quick. Going to retreat there from the tier 2. A little bit confident just to even walk up, but of course there's no vision in the G2 topside jungle, so he wasn't sure if it was going to be a single member pushing or the entire team. Well, we found out quickly it is the entire lineup of HLE on the top side of the map. 2 seconds till the Baron, a minute and 20 to that crucial soul point for HLE where G2 will be forced to contest.
We really got to look at getting there first again. So,
misliš na Hanvu, šta? Šampion Koreje. Hanva ti je najbolja ekipa u Koreji trenutno. Mislim prvi seed.
So Zeus can follow him with his ultimate, easily able to snipe the Nautilus. And then Caps, even though he can kind of immune the Vi ultimate with his Zonias, they're still waiting around, so he's still going to die as soon as he comes right back out of it.
He almost got out there. Did go to punch first. Again, you highlighted. Punched the wall. There was a stud in the wall. Now there's a Zeus in the jungle, however, and there's not really a lot Skewmon can do. Flash in from Lebrov. Gets the flash out from Guma. G2 not certain if they want to keep playing for this. Zeka zoning them away with the fate sealed. Ulti's traded. Zeus, Skewmon re-engage. Instantaneous encore, hoping to burn through the Ambessa health part. Broken Blade with the fear in the back line to stop the instantaneous follow-up. But Guma still gets the ulti down. Kanavi versus Caps. 1v1. Gets a second of relief, but Zeka is already here. Flash away from Caps is simply...
Kanavi mnogo lepo igra isto.
Warwick beside him. Broken Blade still living for 2.
Ah, Bibi. Fine. Knock up nice, Bibi.
That is a European Warwick right there, broken blade.
Okay, Caster has lost it. Caster has lost it.
Standing along with LeBron. I mean, the dragon is still up though. Draco's the dragon's soul is available, and Kanavi, the only smite on the map though, is gonna get the vision control.
Yeah, I'm still. I got a howl, but I'm not certain. 8-2-6. 1v1, Broken Blade starts taking people out, but if
Guma još je bio u Tivanu prošle sezone, da nisi istripovao, to je...
When the picks don't work out, he always though will return to these off-meta counter picks when he likes the look of it, when they want to do a full scrap game. So let's take a look. Scuban was both able to sidestep and then use his ultimate on the Zeus ultimate, but they also sent the Seraphine over the top there too. Broken Blade though, he takes out Guma, which is key in the back line. The Zig's so much damage, and then he can thrive in the rest of the fight, even though Zeka's able to jump over and finish off Scuban. Warwick just has to auto.
Laughter from Rodrigo. Realm Warp into the backline. Instantaneous fit fight. Encore across the entire team. Cap's getting lower. Delight still off to the side. Crucially, Guma is down. G2 holding on, but Kanavi and Zeus stay strong. This time around, it is not going their way. HLE happy to turn this one. Hansama running.
29 je mislim u game.
The Camille, the Ambessa, not even needed. G2 sent packing. A freeze frame, but it does not mean a damn thing. It's an ace for HLE.
That's what it looks like when HLE get their AoE off. Huge value on that damage.
Još samo Doom do ovde.
They're able to clean it up afterwards. That is finally going to be the end of the Dragon Soul story, and it's going to go over to the first seed from the LCK.
That Mountain Soul empowering them, making those bit of tanky stats that much stronger, the additional shielding that much harder to burst through, burst down, especially for Guma, who also now the Zanya's ready just to stop any more of those backline dive attempts. HLE poised for a victory lap to Baron and the base of G2 Esports, but there's another window to fight. G2 now at a massive deficit. Can they find a miracle once again?
All right, let's take a look at this because it happens so quickly with the Realm Warp. They go in and immediately they go for the full combo. Get the giant Ziggs damage on top of Delight's ultimate here, trapping them in. And the value is just so big that the scrap from Kanavi and Zeus here at the end wins out. Even with a Seraphine ulti that went over the top, Dracos.
And I think there's just so much AoE damage. We talked about it before. Walking into that choke point, it's nice if Guma's already dead, but G2 a little over-eager. It also looked like the fear from Broken Blade wasn't quite perfectly timed as they pop out, so an immediate satchel charge really stops him from kind of getting the start to the fight that he was looking for.
Yeah, and don't underestimate Ambessa's AoE damage either. Broken Blade, though, the lone gold lead, individual gold lead on the side of G2. Another Realm Warp play here attempted, and is respected by the teleport from Zeus, even though nobody is going to get caught. Everybody is on pins and needles here with the speed of the engages. You have to react instantly. Baron gonna get started up. HLE are gonna force G2 to walk into their vision control.
Kažem, bukvalno samo G2 nije navikao na ovaj tempo, to im je jedini problem.
It's all on this. 8K, objective getting lower. Scuban ready to go over the wall, but they cannot walk through the minefield to force the 5v5. 50% HP on so many members, and there's not even a fight breaking out yet. Zeka over the wall, locking up Scuban. Zeus to follow. Down goes the jungler. Turn back though. Onto the light, hoping to get something else. Gumayushi is dead. G2 fighting into enemy territory on HLE. Multi-man lockup. Hansama and Caps have to make the difference, but the divers are too damn strong. Zeus once again gets the double. Zeka to finish it. HLE closing it out with confidence.
They knew they had the upper hand. They forced the Baron. They forced G2 to walk to them. And now HLE are going to walk into their base.
HLE, a confident victory lap. G2 got scrappy. They found some fights. They brought it back. But HLE so consistently performing better, making the most of their divers and punishing the mistakes of G2 Esports in this first game. The Warwick started rough. It got really good. but it wasn't enough with HLE itemizing the healing reduction, never giving him a chance to make the impact he was looking for. G2 sent back to the drawing board as HLE...
Ne znam, što znam, iskreno nije loše G2 odigrao. Ne znam šta vi mislite, meni je ovo skroz okej, iskreno. Meni je ovo skroz okej kad malo bolje razmislim.
Trying to keep Thor for a little while, but HLE remain undefeated here at MSI. Analysts, take it away.
Dobra je Hanva, ali lepo igrao, boga mi, G2.
We will defend LCK's honor regardless of what you throw our way. But what a first game. Incredible drafts. I mean, wow. Yeah.
Very special, right? I will say I was standing backstage when the Warwick lock came in, and I was not too enthused. We've seen this Warwick from Broken Blade before, and it can be a bit of a struggle, but he did actually have a really good performance on it overall. Hanwha Life were just better. Their draft enabled them to do so much good stuff, especially with their ability to push out lanes and then be moving to a fight before it starts. So often we'd see G2 initiate, and then Hanwha Life would have the numbers advantage quicker than G2 expected.
Interesting you say that, because we have a
Ništa, ajmo, 10 minuta pauza, pa next game.
And it's important to note how comfortable these players are with this composition, right? So as soon as Zeka is going to be able to come in and land this Fate Seal, draw G2 back. They already know that Guma is coming up for the extra damage, and they also know that Kanavi is on the way, right? So with Guma able to fire from the backline and BB so low health, Kanavi is able to chase up here, and it's such a great, like, drawing of them in, also just relying on Zeka, on one of his signature picks, on the Yone, to be able to clean up the rest of this fight, and then they were able to take over that top half of the map and get this man into a great position.
He had a stalwart performance, and Ox, when it comes to HLE and the way they deal with these things, with maybe weird team comps or situations that they need to figure out on the fly for team fights, are they usually good at that?
They're usually pretty good at that, and I think you could see that from Zeus' play in lane. Even though Warwick's not a top laner he's played against at all in the LCK, it was something that he was respecting. Even when we saw Broken Blade low HP, he knows the passive is there. And when it came to team fights, his performance was just what we've come to expect. Completely this big main character threat they had to deal with. Zeka as well in the Yone, just pulling off some crazy stuff that we've kind of come to see from him many times before.
And we were scared when the Yone got locked in, let's be honest, right?
Oh yeah, it's Hanwha Life. I was scared when every champion was locked in, right? Like, there was nothing in that draft where I was like, oh, that guy's actually bad at that pick. Yeah. Hanwha Life, just widely seen, like, they have such a good champion pool generally, and then their understanding of their limits. Like, Gumayushi's Ziggs, I think, is overlooked to a degree. I know you're the Ziggs connoisseur, but the fact that Gumayushi so often is put on a slightly set-back role on this team because the other four are so aggressive in how they want to play. His ability to farm up in that lane, you saw him coming into fights, half an item, a full item ahead of Hansama just because he had been farming so well and getting those plates in the bot side.
Yeah, and I think so often we saw fights starting where G2 were trying to hunt down Gumayushi on this Ziggs, and just the satchel usage to create that space and allow him to get his full combo off was so good from him.
It absolutely was, and that quote for Hansama, I really want to play him again. You locked in Seraphine, like stealing Vitality's homework. But how do we look at this as we know it is a best of 5, right? What is your feeling here? I wouldn't, I say, sell out G2 because they did a reverse sweep a few days ago and this doesn't really phase them. But what do you think about throwing a draft like this in the mix in the first game?
Well, I think it can catch them off guard. It obviously wasn't successful, but it was still competitive. It still kept it close. And a lot of the picks that HLE used up are now unavailable, right? Guma, Ziggs, Delight on this Camille, Zeka on this Yone. This is a lot of very high budget picks for HLE, whereas G2, okay, they lost Hansama, Seraphine. I don't think they're so concerned about that.
Yeah, and I also think, like, it's going to be really interesting to see the evolution continuing from the bot lane, because I feel like both of these teams are incredibly creative. They're willing to play things that, like, I don't even know what's going on in scrims, but I've heard some absolutely demonic things. We saw from yesterday's series how you can pull out these mages in the bot lane. Even though the Seraphine did not work here, I think the thought process is really interesting, and I know one of the things I will always credit G2 for is being able to adapt mid-series. I think they're incredibly intelligent, and I think they have players who are willing to play slightly off-meta stuff that they are comfortable with.
Well, we also saw that when the Seraphine was picked and the Ashe wasn't, HWE didn't ban the Ashe. They banned Rel.
Yeah.
Seems like this has been a more prominent thing, and they were kind of ready for it.
Yes.
I will say Hansama on bot APCs is not always where I want him to be. He's serviceable on them, but I'd much prefer to see him on an AD carry. I think that's where he really shines.
Is that a problem in this meta?
I think in this meta it is a little bit of a problem. I trust Hansama to learn it. I think he is a very good bot lane player, but when I see him really shine, it is on things that can carry from that physical damage perspective.
Yeah, I agree. But, Ox, you can rest easy. You're not getting 3-0 today! Let's go!
It's the first LCK win versus the LEC.
In months.
In months. Oh, wait, T1 beat KC.
Oh, yeah, they did.
G2.
I forgot about that.
Versus
I forgot about that.
First G2 Nexus that the LCK has taken
this year.
This year, yeah.
It's true. Obviously, a little bit of a G2 perspective from us here on the desk, but Emily, how does HLE win game 2?
I mean, I think they're super comfortable, right? I think even though we talked about how some of their power picks are off the table, they, like, when you say, okay, I don't necessarily want to see Hansama and Mage's bot, I think that's perfect for someone like Guma, and I think they then lock in really strong picks for their solo laners. It's interesting to see that G2 are continuing to pick counterpick. Again, we saw this in the first series. Maybe they have something else, a little bit of a surprise in pocket, but I think HLE are very comfortable right now.
Yeah, the question is, do they have to throw that out? Could they play him in a normal setup and win? Do they believe in that? I don't know. The second game will tell. Let's see if G2 fights back or if HLE gets to match point first.
Already dead. Kanavi looking to clean up. Broken Blade finds Gumayushi on the side. He'll take him down, but top jungle from HLE is tearing through the fight.
Yeah. I like it. Look on by. Yeah, I'll buy. I'm coming. We win this, guys, okay? We win this. Have confidence.
Flash away from Caps is simply not enough, but Skewmon, Warwick beside him, Broken Blade still living for too damn long. The magic damage gone, and this wolf is tearing through, baby.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to MSI 2026 in beautiful Daejeon, South Korea. I'm Dracos, joined by Kobe for this game 2. And game 1, oh my gosh, a banger. There was a Warwick. There was a lot of violence, destruction.
Wake up, everybody.
Wake up, everybody. It's been a long day. Late night for NA, early morning for EU. But I have no doubt that the EU fans watching intently to see if G2 can bounce back, right? Because a lot of what the desk is talking about, like, you got rid of a lot of picks. In the pick economy, G2 have come out on top. In the game economy, they are very behind, however. So if they manage to pull this game 2 out, I think there's a lot of optimism that's could start to bloom for the side of G2 Esports.
Yeah, and for a game 1 of the best of 5, you know, with fearless structure, I do like it, you know, opting into it and trying to use the Warwick to fully scrap in this world that's just going to be constant fighting with melees. But they couldn't quite, you know, pull it off. Guma had a 2-level lead in the Ziggs versus Seraphine individual the entire time, basically.
Wiser and richer.
And yeah, he was wiser and richer at pretty much all stages of the game, except for the first couple of seconds when we were watching the trades. And Nautilus Seraphine hit like 3, you know, hooks into Qs in a row, and it was looking good then. But after that, definitely Guma just kind of took off. And so let's get into game number 2 to see if HLE will continue in that same direction. Rumble is banned, but they're picking the Jarvan first here anyway. And let's see what sort of carries.
Ajmo da vidimo šta se događa u gameu broj 2. G2 poprilično loš poraz u prvom gameu, ali pokazali su se okej. Pokazali su malo srca, što bi se reklo, držali su se okej, mislim da je i Warwick bio okej. Hrabar pik sigurno, ali definitivno kažem, mislim da je radio posao.
I mean, another good early matchup here. Like, Lee Sin mobility is good into Jarvan because you can dodge his EQ, and you know that's you know, most of his kit right there. So
that's all the damage. If you dodge that early, you win the fight.
It's a similar line of thinking as going with the Xin into the Vi and then trying to do like the pre-6 fight where we saw they actually did win the first little fight there at level 4 up on the top side of the map. Now here with the mobility of Lee Sin. For Skewmont, you know, the team is putting faith in his Lee Sin again, you know, and give him in a shot. Now with the Yunara as well, again, you need that mobility, the jumps to get out of the Cataclysm, so threatening the Yunara Lulu already. HLE, okay, we're going to go with the Lucian Milio into the Yunara Lulu instantly, no hesitation there.
And this is a quick adaptation for HLE, right? When you look at the kind of generic way we expect HLE to play the game, it is not a combo like this. We expect a lot more topside focus, and that could still happen, but really this duo is set up to dominate in the 2v2 after those first few levels, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on the G2 bot lane.
It is. It's just such a powerful duo because you can close the distance, and Milio can get so much uptime on Lucian's passive. It is insane. So he gets the heals and the shields, and Lulu can only, you know, provide some of those trades with the shields on the timers where Yunara gets her Q stacked. That's when it's fightable, but Lucian gets to choose so many other different timings to work with that it gets pretty scary, especially if teams have started doing this where they send their mid laner with the Lucian Milio down lane level 1, so you can try and get, you know, vision priority, and then you can go for your little bursty trade right at the beginning and don't allow the Yunara to stack up her Q. Then it can get problematic. So we'll see if there's any like level 1 that goes along with it or not, or if they just try and play it themselves. But speaking of mid laners, and you've got Zeka, the world champion of the Akali Sylas meta. I think Akali right now is super good, by the way, and it hasn't been like super highly prioritized quite yet, but we're only game 2 in a series and you're playing versus Zeka, so they don't want to get deleted by that.
No, they most certainly do not. Now the Annie's going to be banned, so both sides pretty comfortable focusing mid lane here. Of course, the support response from G2 was the Lulu for Lebrov. Had a stellar game, not a game that G2 won, but a really incredible individual performance on the pick. But again, as you highlighted, sometimes it's going to be a tall task to weather the storm of Gumayushi and Delight. Here is a little bit of debate coming in from the side of G2, and Victor actually going to be what's taken off the board. Now, Zeka as a player, of course, kind of known for a long time for those iconic picks, the melees, plus an Azir, plus an Ahri, has branched out over the years, so giving him that respect.
Uskjuman Lisi na ovom nivou, nisam siguran kako se osjećam povodom toga, iskreno.
Very interesting indeed. Does that mean Zeus wants to play like a tank up there that doesn't want to have to play into Aatrox. Doesn't want to get like drain tanked, you know, Scions type of stuff. We'll see. Because it's gonna just be the Caps Syndra again. He did have a pentakill on it, and then afterwards he had the quote where he's like, you know, last time I got a pentakill at MSI, we won that MSI.
Still a few series away.
Yeah.
It's notably hard. It's a lot harder to win MSI now, as a side note.
You get way more credit though for calling your shot early. Okay?
That is true. That is true. I like that. Okay, so Anivia the lock in here, so still a control option. The additional wall can make it tricky for a lot of champions, but mostly for Syndra and the Lulu, right? We already talked about both of the other damage threats, the Yunara and the Lee Sin, having dashes to play around the J4. The same is true of the Anivia wall.
Yeah, it does. It does sound kind of scary for Syndra, but Scatter of the Weak is quite good versus Jarvan, even though you're like, all right, Cataclysm is very scary. And you can go unstoppable during the Cataclysm. So, all right, we are going to get the Sylas and just give that bird up to Zeus. Zeus was one of the very early adopters of the top lane Anivia, by the way. And Broken Blade gonna pick his Yasuo into it, so nobody flinching at all. Dracos, it's just insta-locks here in the response.
I wouldn't mind a flinch. This is a very volatile composition once again, but G2 I respect.
We did it as well. We did the Yasuo into the Anivia in the mid lane.
Sure.
And so the theory is kind of the same in top lane, just a longer lane to try and take advantage of. And since both of them have junglers that can get up there pretty early, you know, it is going to force these junglers to choose. Are we
Yasuo, Aniviju. Mislim da je to doable, mislim da je to fine. Mislim, kolovao sam da će Bibi igrati Yasuo, samo je pitanje bilo koji gamer, znamo da on to voli da igra u range heroje.
I mean, mid lane 2, baby.
Mid lane 2.
We got Sylas matchup.
This is an explosive game that we are getting ready for here. G2 down a game, but coming in confident. You see the Yasuo counterpick, not really shaking, not stepping back after that Warwick in game 1. Still confident, trying to set Broken Blade up for as much success as possible. And again, it makes sense because you know when you play against HLE, there will be attention top side.
Jutro switch.
So really wanting to make sure that he has the tools he needs to come out on top.
And this is what I have always loved about Broken Blade. People will throw tons of flame at him, buckets of flame, when one of these picks doesn't work out, but he never shies away from it. He will always return to his counter picks. He will index very heavily into them, and the team puts their faith behind him. And let's see if it will pay off here. Honestly, I didn't think the Warwick was a problem at all in the last one. It turned out great.
Okay.
There were some moments where it didn't work in the 1v1,
no,
but
that's fair. There were some concerning moments too, Kobe, but there was some
Broken Blade spends his time in NA, so he's my boy, okay?
That's fair. No, I'm not trying to sell a Broken Blade. Don't
my boy? He's always my boy.
I respect. He's my boy too. But right now, Kobe, our boy, is going up against Zeus, which always makes me a bit nervous. But let's talk a little bit about the bottom lane, right? You already saw the level 1 that you mentioned, a quick roam down from Zeka, making sure that Guma and Delight could move in, get a bit more control over the lane. Didn't result in them fully being able to stop Hans from stacking up the Q, the Cultivation of Spirit, as Zeka, a nice sidestep from Caps means this trade is very favored for the Syndra.
Yeah, and I like you touch on it. They've got the sweeper start on the bottom side for Lebrov too, for that the vision, for the brush priority, and so you know, they use it both. Wait a second.
Oh, Zeka missing again. Dark Sphere. Not enough to get the kill down, but this is a perfect start to the lane for Caps. Both sides burning both pots. Zeka likely going to be forced to burn the TP, but Caps hoping to spot out the recall. Scatter
stops his recall. Zeka dodges it, but it forced him to stop, forced him to move there. And yeah, I mean, they were able to snipe the world champion Zeka Akali, but he got onto a Sylas, and Cap says, fine, I'm gonna pull you out of the lane very early.
But one thing I'd like to just notice is just part of the reason why I'm nervous, not about top lane, but also about bottom lane, is Guma in game 1. You highlighted it. The first level looked like G2 all the way. The stats really tell a story of Guma all the way. So the fact that now he has an even more dominant champion in the Lucian is a bit concerning, especially when you think of the total history between these two guys, right? It has often just been the Guma Yushi show.
Yeah, I mean, Guma and Hans here. Hans said he wanted to get that revenge for all these times. Guma has taken him down. Happy to get his chance, at least. So he's got his chance. And honestly, they're doing quite good in the Yunara Lulu at the moment, but Guma's gonna start to...
Ja sam, pa mislim, kolova sam Yasuo top, nije to Broken Blade jako često igra Yasuo top kad igra u range heroje, tako da... To je njegov pik, kad pogledaš u Gnara, u Aniviju, u TF-a... Znaš, to je, mislim, očekivan pik u suštini.
He's already gone.
I love the observers,
I love these observers, but
love the observers.
Oh man, sometimes you're just like, they're surely setting us up for a play. Sometimes they're just teasing us. As we looked away from bot lane for 20 seconds. And the health trades have gone horribly awry. So you can see Skumon now moving down, it looks like to cover bot. Because Hansama desperately needs to recall.
Jako je teško za G2 botle. Mislim, Yunara u stvari ošte nije laka za igrati na ovom nivou.
Gumayushi walking, moving towards Kanavi. Skumon going over the wall, instantaneous polymark onto Guma, but he has the barrier up. Skumon trying to find the angle, flash away from Kanavi, who's here first. HLE, excellent cover from their jungler to stop Skumon from being able to find a kill.
Oh, he was trying to predict it, trying to match here, and now they chased them all off.
Demacian standard, they're about to...
Mislim da ne, mislim da su roll quest lokovani po...
It's so devastating. I mean, these minions going into the dirt.
Po rolu koji igraju. Tako da mislim da ne mogu to da rade, ne.
It is, we've confirmed. He's just blowing bubbles.
I mean, he's meditating. Okay.
That's some sports science.
Have you seen all those morning routines? Maybe it's ice water, and he's trying to
rub the banana peels on his face.
Da, roll questovi su malo zeznuli to, taj ceo koncept swapovanja.
But you never know. He's on that grind set, guys. You couldn't understand. And LeBron did have an excellent...
Sve je okej dok ne izvuku TES i late swapuju i onda moraju da igraju Maokaja u džungli.
I'm a fan though of like the ice water baths and like the cold temperature, get that adrenaline, spike him for game number 2. Let's see. They did not go down. They did not die, but they did lose a lot of minions.
Oh, Broken Blade. Level disadvantage. Spinning through the wave. Now has a level 6 of his own, but doesn't hit the Q.
All good.
Zeus still fine, has Kanavi waiting around. Broken Blade has to be careful not to step too far up as Hans down a level. Or at least half a level here. And again, that is because of the earlier trade, denying that additional wave.
Yeah. Now, you can just keep on going in for these trades with the Lucian Milio. Like the buff, so you can just get the extra damage here for Lucian's combo. Hard to deal with it.
Also, just Caulfield's back versus Cold Dagger is... Yeah. It's tough to match this. Nice polymorph, but...
Ooh, once again, we have a roam here. Zeka's gonna get behind Skumon even.
Da, idu iza. Mislim, oni ne mogu lanuju toliko lako. To je problem. A Skumon pokušava da popravi loš matchup na botu, što je... Zeka na kill. Jedan. I onda opet. Malo su doomed, neću vas lagati.
Looks like Hans is not going to get his revenge just quite yet. And wait, Kanavi's going to wrap around.
Level 6.
They could get Caps' flash here if he's not careful. All right, they're going to back off. Let him hold on to that one for now. They actually sent Hans down mid lane here as Caps is rotated over to pick up the minion wave.
2-3 going a bit wide there from Broken Blade, hoping to find the knock-up. Recognizing he has time, isolated in the top lane 1v1, wants to make the most of it, but Zeus is nasty with it. Sidestepping multiple Qs there in that sequence.
Yeah, and we were discussing, which of these volatile lanes are they going to go try and tend to? Are they going to let the Lucian Milio go to town in their lane by themselves or play up to the Broken Blades counter pick here? And the decision was towards the bottom side, and Guma has been the beneficiary. 2 kills. Definitely very substantial lead. He's going to get to level 6 very soon too, so you can get your culling poke. And everybody's going down there. It's not just Kanavi. Zeka also with the roam over this time around. You can see Kanavi on the minimap, but...
Ali fore što Hanva igra pametno, oni igraju oko winning lane-a. Njima je ovo fine. Njima bot lane hard win i oni samo prave play-eve oko bota. Jer znaju da su na botu 2 na 2, 3 na 3, 4, 5 na 5 uvek su jači. Sve dok se fight dogodi na botu, Hanva je jača.
frustration.
About there.
And is there anything in League of Legends more frustrating than a level 6 Silas when you still don't have access to your ult, using your ult?
Skumundo je dosta nezgodno jer mora da igra oko losing lane, a što je shit, iskreno.
G2, of course. Hopefully can calm down, weather the storm. As you highlighted, though, on the top side, despite the counter pick, Zeus so comfortable, just so good individually that Broken Blade hasn't been able to get that greater edge in the matchup, so hasn't needed that attention. But now, Kanavi, you can see in the river, looking to contest Skewmond a bit. With the kick around, it's easy setup for the last breath. You have to be careful not to overcommit. Hans and Lebrov, man advantage. Calling onto Hans from Guma is big. Getting a bit more damage down. Guma with the barrier, flashing away. Guma overconfident. Has to use both of his sums, but gets one in return from Hans. But that's a 2v1, and now Zeka's moving in behind them. Grubs are down. Zeka can steal Yunara. Oh, no, he has Syndra ultimate. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no.
You're not outplaying that one. Doesn't matter if Syndra casts it or Silas casts it. The outplay R button is not happening. Lebrov running for his life. He wants to dodge this chain. He cannot.
The shield there, but Lebrov going to fall too. Zeka is monster fed. Scatter the weak from Cap. Skewmond to follow. The abscond takes Zeka out of range of the Sonic Wave. So there's no counterplay. On the top side, HWE are making another play at the same time. This is even more dominant than the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, they got numbers advantage because Guma there took the 2v1 to the very edge there. He fights the 2v1 to the very edge, buying the time for Zeka to get there. Teleports down, closes the trap onto Hans then, taking him down again. Let's see, can they do much here towards the mid lane? Because Caps have been farming during this time, but you know, Zeka's roams have been felt bottom lane, but Caps does have the CS lead to speak because of it.
Oh, flag drag. Quick flash back there. The Golden Egg is slow connects, but it might not matter too much. But now the Cataclysm lineup is there. Instantaneous polymorph. Nice wild growth on the Caps to try and turn it. Zeka hoping to find an angle for the kick. Only manages to disengage from Skewmond as Lebrov keeps walking up. HLE.
Ovo će biti baš teško, iskreno. Biće baš teško za G2.
Turn the battlefield to mid lane here, and Skewmond coming over is the extra person they needed. I mean, they still have Broken Blade here. He was waiting for more action. But it's actually going to take him a while now to get back to the top wave as Anivia is pushing in. Zeus is going to get there, so he's going to have to use his teleport. I wonder if that top wave is a cannon wave, how much Zeus is going to get up there, but we'll see afterwards. They get the flash, and then Kanavi's like, all right, well, if it's 2v2, we can handle this because Delight is on the way, but Skewmond was also coming over, and Skewmond with the flash gets inside there for the kick as well.
Top lane, Broken Blade, moving up. Zeus had pushed the wave all the way in. Risky call from Zeus. Last breath to come through, but Kanavi already on the way. Oh, the wall to push it back! Zeus is just too damn clean. Broken Blade gonna try to dash his way through, but the ulti...
Mislim da Tiva nikad sebi neće oprostiti što su ostali bez Zevsa, iskreno. Mislim da sebi nikad neće oprostiti što su ostali bez Zevsa. Pogotovo nakon što gledaju ovakve partije.
Very comfortable there, kiting and buying time for Kanavi to join again. They do get the kill onto Broken Blade, who just teleported top Draco, so it's even worse than a regular gank. No teleport for him to get back out afterwards, and they are going to take their consolation prize, because you saw Kanavi top side, so immediately go for the bot side counter of the Dragon, but
it's taken so long that Kanavi is here.
Yeah.
Guma walking up, that's the polymorph. Piercing light onto Lebrov.
Thanks for the leash.
The consolation prize looks like it might be going to HLE, and they seem pretty well consoled already, Kobe. They keep all of the prizes are theirs. It's Console like G2, what are they getting back, Kobe?
Your friend just, you know, won a hand in poker, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna come console you. Really, really tough time you've been having over here, making money.
Being wildly far ahead, as it were. 2K advantage for HLE, and this is so frustrating for G2. Broken Blade continuing to go all in onto Zeus. He doesn't really have another option. Caps now coming up, gets on the other side of the wall. Last breath there, but unfortunately not on the other side of the wall where he needs to be. Reset into the egg. G2 should grab this kill, but Zeka now moving in. No way the Anivia manages to live. Broken Blade dashing through the shutdown, going to Caps, fighting the bottom lane. Ulti onto Hansama, the Wild Growth gives him an extra second. Guma overstepping. Shutdown from Skewmond, extra healing now coming in. That's the Sundered Sky. Delight, the turn back, wants to get it onto Skewmond. Kanavi, polymorph, down he goes. G2, an excellent fight in the bottom lane.
Hans is kind of moving here. I mean, even though he got shut down so much early on, pushed off of waves, Lebrov gonna check here to interrupt the recall from Delight. But even with all of the early hindrance that Hansama had to face, able to get some back there, get a kill, and make his Kraken Slayer at the very least.
And an overstep from Guma, it feels like essentially underestimating. And that's big. Gets something. Also is going to be empowered by the Lulu. You can see the Ardent sensor there for that additional. Echoes of Helia, also a very good item coming in for Delight, but in the extended fights, Labrov really amping up that 80 carry damage output is here, HLE.
Yeah. So they start out, they use so much on Labrov, who flashes over, that Skumon gets a good angle. Nice kick from Delight. He did interrupt the early arrival.
Sad ću da im.
But they still pull it out here. Labrov uses the ult onto Hansama. They're able to dash forward during the Cataclysm. Skumon still can't get out, so he goes down.
Ne znam kako su ga rasporedili, ali trebalo bi da. Trebalo bi gubiti Indide na TSW.
Their Yunara Lulu for later.
That was incredibly close. It looks like Hans's dash just barely took him out of the Cataclysm damage. Allowing him to find that kill is now the 2v2. No longer in bot lane, instead in mid. Skumon nearby. Navi not too far off either, and in the respective solo lanes. Broken Blade recalling. We'll see when he goes for on the early items. Wit's End often the go-to against magic damage, especially when you're forced to, or when you go Berserker's Greave. It's a nice early spike, but you know, not having Mercs is, it's always a tough discussion with Yasuo, just because of how good Berserkers are. It's often just worth giving up that tenacity, but does mean you're forced into sometimes not ideal.
6-4 ne mogu od lida. Opet nije loše, koliko su loše krenuli na botu.
The Glacial Storm, big circle.
Also, Labrov probably going to get a Mikhail's this game. We'll see. They got to
running in. Skumon, the shielding enough, keep him relatively healthy. Forward, denying a bit of the vision there. Flag and drag, flash out from Hansama. Polymorph now.
Hans?
He's back on Kanavi. He's going to flash out as well. Guma marked up by the Sonic Wave. No resonating strike, and Zeka starting to come over the wall. Crucially, if Scott Abduct does not connect, but it might not matter. Wild Growth stolen away still by Kanavi as a double kill comes through for Guma. G2 were not ready for this fight. The knockup doesn't land on the cast with the red buff, just keeping him in range. Lower and lower goes Kanavi, the Dark Sphere to finish the kill. Solo laners of G2 in the 2v3, hoping to make the difference. Flash out from Broken Blade, though. Leaves his mid laner to die. There's no other choice. He cannot save him.
They give the double buffs and the kill to Zeka here on the Silas. They can keep on pushing as well, both mid and bottom. Zeus doing work that entire time as Broken Blade used his teleport to go cut off that play and try and get Capson Avenue to escape, but even with that, unable to do so. Flash down from him as well.
Oh. Zeus just canceling recall after recall after recall, knowing that no one on G2 is in a good position to threaten him here, and now having his entire team back him up as he basically just solo kills Hans.
Woo, that was brutal right there, Zeus. My goodness, keeps the pressure up on the tower, sits Hans down
Zerci samo gutio, mislim.
And Guma says, I'll take over from here.
And it's just so hard when you're G2. You lost the Ambessa, the meta stuff. Now you're losing to the more niche stuff. In Game 2, the top lane matchup just seems like a puzzle that G2 have not had an answer for yet, and the problem that was once Broken Blade is very quickly turning into everybody's problem. As G2, the gold lead, still okay, as now we see Last Breath in the bottom lane. Zeka going for the 1v1 of Scott Abduct will give him access for the Last Breath, but Zeus is here once again to save the day, and just, what the just one taps.
Electrocuted!
He's still going! Anivia is a mobile champion in this man's hands. Labrov also forced to flash out.
Zeus is kind of good.
Yeah,
brother.
This guy deserves to win Worlds, I think, maybe. Some would say.
I like too. You know, he's calling down the lightning, even when he's playing the Frost character. He's got the electrocute. They're able to get that synergy as they drive this Herald right on in.
Man's got every element ready to go. Kanavi. Zeka. Okay. The 1v1 versus Caps. And that, I think, is at least one of the straws currently breaking this particular camp.
Ali nije, kažem opet, ono što mislim da je stvarno jako nezgodno je što je neverovatan tempo stavljen. Jednostavno ekipa G2 nije navikla da ekipa toliko gazi. I mislim da ih to baš ubija jako. Samo nisu navikli konstantno da se ovako bije.
Okay, so HLE back on track with the Dragons. But really, it's all about the kills and the gold lead. I mean, they've taken so many towers. It's really easy to get consecutive picks here against G2. Syndra does not belong in side lanes. You are a low mobility, fragile mage. You are going to have a very big issue, as we just saw, you know, trying to survive up there. And Zeka's going to go straight back. Look at the mini-map, though. You know, G2 now are kind of hovering that side. Every time you're trying to pick up a side lane wave, okay, we'll hover this Syndra. But HLE can do that, too.
And that Coinbase gold grind is showing us that despite a 40 CS discrepancy, kills can more than make up for the differences. LeBron has simply stepped too far forward. Didn't really burn much of anything to make that happen. Caps now in no man's land, a decent scatter as Skumon manages to kick Gumayushi out of the equation, but now Caps is in enemy territory and may once again just be sacrificed. Kanavi puts him in the Thunderdome. The extra healing, and Caps just doesn't do enough damage to finish the kill. Breath of life there, and a culling to close as once again kills just being donated to Guma.
Nice from Delight there. Keeps Kanavi up while they finish up their business in the top lane. And honestly, HLE don't look like they're dropping a game anytime soon at this tournament with how they're playing. Broken Blade in a brush, though. What can they do?
Guma. Q auto, another Q, dash through. If he gets the knock up, he can probably finish the kill. Flash away from Guma, given that respect. But Zeka's just solo killing Lebrov. And now Broken Blade is dead. Oh gosh, yep, last breath, aptly named. That's the last breath he's gonna get. It's HLE obliterating G2. There's not a lot else to say. It's 16-5. It's a 7,000 gold lead. We're 20 minutes in. Skumon gonna try to get one back. No. Zeus, just give him a crumb, please. Have mercy.
You know,
oh no, Caps is next. Oh no, Kobe.
I'm sorry, bro. Hey, he already got a pentakill on the champ. It's going slightly less good this time around. With
yeah, and look, I'm
ever
not
so slightly.
I'm not here to start hitting with the cope. The cope at this point is you go game 3, you believe in G2 to go back to the drawing board, maybe try a different approach.
Hey, we've got a replay for you to relive that.
Yeah,
buddy.
thank you, thank you.
Zeka here on Silas. It just feels so good to see him back on this champ. Takes down Lebrov there. He was able to hit both chains for the first round and then the second round too. Lebrov not able to dodge anything there, and you saw the whole thing the first time around?
They're so good.
Yeah.
And I knew it when I watched the LCK VODs, but it feels different when they're playing against your representative, I will say. It hits a lot harder as Zeka just doesn't stop.
Hits hard.
Oh, he takes the Yasuo and he's doing better with it. Broken Blade's dead, Lebrov running. Skumon also has to get the hell out of there. Zeka turns back.
Nema, bukvalno nestaju, bukvalno nestaju.
Off to the side, they're being herded, knocked back into their own jungle as HLE just make a montage on the first seed of the LEC. Zeus didn't even arrive yet. Finally, the bird is here, but it's another double kill to Zeka.
HLE looking to get some revenge for Gen G and BFX at first stand. And they're going to get it, Dracos. They are getting it all right.
That's 20 pages in Zeka's book, and yeah, this one feeling like a short story, Kobe.
LCK took that first stand personally.
That they did. I don't know. I liked it more when BFX and Gen G were out. HLE terrifying. Skumon preying on a 50-50. He's dead. Might get a kill, but he cannot steal this because they have the discipline to back away, and there's Zeka once more. Now legendary, insane.
Ne, ubiše ih I boga bi ih baš lepo ubiše.
This is their final stand, 1.7k. The objective will fall. Hansama off to the side, 4v5. G2 continue to walk up. Scuttlecrab plopped on top of Zeka's head. Broken Blade charging the Q, ease through, manages to find the last breath. Polymorph onto Zeka, they're getting a bit of space here. Hansama still standing, ults looking to transcend. Zeka looking to stop it, and it's track, so the follow-up is there! Hits him with the Dragon's Rage, he's absconding, he's abducting! They finally kill the mid laner, but it looks like it's costing them the game.
Holy moly, they take down the 12-killed Silas. That is going to be your biggest trophy of the game, Dracos, as HLE, they can do whatever they want.
That they can. 10,000 gold lead at 20 minutes is a incredible, incredible number. And you look back, G2 know that there are no good fights, so they got to make do with what they can.
Oh my goodness. Zeka in form, and Akali and Silas are both strong right now. Take a look at it. He kicks Hans into the pit, and then he's going to go for the flashover, land the change on the Cap. But Cap saw it coming, so he at least gets his Scatter of the Week into ultimate.
Frustration on the face of Lebrov. It hurts to go down like this, right? We're having fun with it because there's not a lot left to be said, but this is still
hey,
a high-pressure series.
Hey, me and you were there. They pulled off a reverse sweep not too long ago. In fact,
and game 1 and game 2 versus Top were diabolical.
Yeah. Top has now exited the tournament already, but
what do we say about the transitive property, Kobe? Let's not go any deeper into that one. It's not over till it's over. I didn't hear no bell. They may have tried to ring it, it's unclear, but HLE are not letting them get close to that particular bell. But again, you have a game 3, you have a chance to bounce back. The mental fortitude going to be necessary from the side of G2 Esports. As Skimon looking to follow up on Kanavi. Good chunk to kick things off. The wild growth stolen, and once again...
Ma kakvi čoč. Ma nema tu leba, vred. Reversi, pa možda. Ostaje nam da se nadamo, zar ne?
I mean, that was like art. That was beautiful engage.
That's fantastic.
Caps versus Egg. He's gonna lose before the timer pull.
He can't do it.
The Egg
can't
wins.
kill the Egg. The Egg won. Zeus is just
TPing
to a random
teleport
horn.
for the chase.
He knows. HLE even more dominant than game 1. Give no hope. Give no quarter.
G2 baš izgleda helpless. G2 baš izgleda helpless ovdje.
All right, analysts, tell us how G2 are going to pull off this reverse sweep.
Need enough. Give him the trophy. HLE is just too good. I don't know, Kobe. I don't know. Ox, do you want to gloat for a second?
Yes.
Yes,
I will. They look phenomenal, and I am joined by my
turncoat.
I mean, hurts a little more, but you know, this is all scripted. We all know how can deal with this kind of situation. But the thing is, HLE is looking just so much stronger than expected, and I think the issue is they have so many comfort picks like Zeka and Silas once again.
Yeah, as you say, not expected. I would argue to say that we did expect them to be very, very strong. You said it, a lot of comfort picks across the board, but Emily, it didn't start off well. Talk to me about that bot dive.
Yeah, so this features Zeka on his signature pick of Silas. I love this setup from playing around the pushing pressure of this Lucian Milio, right? So they get Lebrov and Hans really low. Zeka is going to be able to wrap around here. Even though Skewmon is here, he has to go back to turret because his bot lane is still just so low. They're really patient about clearing out the wave, and then Zeka just boop, one tap. Kanavi is already heading over, and what's about to happen is just a beautiful flag and drag into a stolen wild growth that knocks up both Skewmon and Lebrov. They both go down. This sets up Zeka in such a great position to just take over the game.
And you know, when the Silas came in, I was thinking there's not that many amazing ults for him to steal. We're so used to seeing Alistair all being a takeaway, but he got so much value out of this wild growth throughout the game, just getting consistent multi-man knockups on it. It felt pretty smooth.
I mean, the issue started even before, you know, they couldn't really lane against the Lucian Milio. That's the issue when the different two meta kind of crashes, you know, because I think in LCK, you normally don't pick Yunara blind just like that because you kind of afraid to play against Lucian Milio. So I think that was the main issue for G2 bot lane here.
I love that analysis. I also heard you talking about how they were kind of forced to pick a skirmishing jungler.
Yeah, I think Skewmon is one of the jungler who just wants to pick something like a solid more than Lee Sin, because I think he didn't really prioritize the Lee Sin pick this year in general. You know, he just picks over Strandal or something more stable. But I think this time around he had to pick Lee Sin because he had to match the power of the skirmishes in the mid jungle. But I think the issue again, the bot lane was not able to lane properly, and that's why he kind of pulled over to the bot lane more than he expected.
Let's talk a little bit more about that bot lane and about Guma, right? Ox, we know the tale. We've heard it many, many times about he's a great weak side player in Gumayushi. He can put on all these different hats to make it work, and you see it again in this composition.
Yeah, I think when you see a team that has Zeka and Zeus as solo laners and Gumayushi as a bot lane, we've seen them time and time again put Guma on the weak side and play to the solo lane. So this game shows they are not one-dimensional. They can put the carry pants on for Guma and play through him. They put so much resources into bot. We saw Zeus in the top lane playing and Nivea stalling out, and Gumayusi absolutely delivered on this Lucian.
I mean, is he playing weak side, by the way?
Not in this
Look
one.
at the damage! Look at the damage. It's just insane, you know? Like, we can just play through Gumayusi. You can just play without Gumayusi. That's the player that you can just, like, just deal with it.
Yeah, everyone is scary.
Well, and also how it combines, right? Because we saw in that earlier play, Zeka getting ahead off of the pressure that Guma and Delight were able to get with the Lucian Milio. And then, again, it just set up Zeka to completely take over the game, as we see in some of these later fights, Guma kind of trying to soften them up, and then Zeka is going to be heading up from bot side to get on, even though the Kanavi ult doesn't land, and it initially looks like, okay, maybe Hans can do something. No, Zeka is already here to get into the fight once again, being able to Kanavi this time, getting the wild growth knock up. The synergy, like you already talked about, Ox, between the stolen Lulu ult and this Jarvan was amazing.
Yeah, it was so good to see, and how decisive they were, because Broken Blade started the TP, and I think G2 were like, hey, if they go in, we can turn this. Before they even got a chance, before the Yasuo even arrived, they were already losing the fight.
Yeah, the Syndra, on the other hand, some anti-Syndra-G. That did not work out very well. Now, a question I want to pose to you guys is we've seen now 2 times from G2 that they're daring to pick a composition that actually kind of, in the first one, was very inventive, trying to throw HLE off kilter. In this one, that Broken Blade still goes and locks in the Yasuo because he wants to fight pound for pound. Overall, what do you think of the approach we did?
I mean, I feel like you just need to have a better matchup on the bot side. I think whenever G2 has bot priority, the game gets much easier. So I think, I mean, the issue in Game 1 and Game 2 was literally similar. I think you kind of tried to deal with the bot lanes, but you couldn't, you know? So I think you have to find a way.
I think to me, even though Broken Blade's throwing these less common matchups at Zeus, it feels like he doesn't miss a beat. It was a tough matchup in Game 1, he held up strong. Game 2, never really gave him a way in the 1v1, and I feel like he could pick anything, and he's just going to be able to hold on, match it, or even come out ahead.
It's true. There was a quote from Hansama to Rift.gg about, like, well, sometimes when we don't get going, we need a bit of agency in that bot lane, and I feel like, again, that is showing here. I want to get a little bit of a posture check on Skewmon, because one of the things that was invigorating about the reverse sweep versus top esports was the mentality was there, but he's getting lower. So I wonder if after Game 3, it's not really going to work out. But listen, hey, I saw my country's team, Belgium, be 0-2 down in minute 85 in the World Cup. I saw G2 with their backs against the wall versus T. I don't have it in me. What did you have to do it?
I mean, I think in TS series, it was literally the same, you know. I was not expecting the comeback as well, because the Game 1 and Game 2 looked a little hard. But in this kind of scenario, it's literally the same, you know. Just forget about the Game 1 and Game 2. Just reset your mindset. Their comfort pick is gone, so just think about what you can play better on your hands here.
Well, that's the thing, is that years ago, a lot of people had criticisms of Zeka. Even when Fearless started last year, he struggled, and he was like, well, he's good on melee champions, maybe a control major too. This year, his pool has been so much wider. Things like Victor, Cassiopeia had great games with him. He's brought out the classics already. He still has so much ready left in the pool.
He absolutely does. It is a big ask that we demand of you, G2, to not have us be embarrassed today. But on the other hand, is it really that when HLE is playing to championship form? Let's see if they close the door and get the win in this next one.
Please.
Still into one. I think I leave. Good job, good job. You might look to fight you on. I can fight. Oh wait, I can shield, maybe shield. Yeah, no flash down, no flash down. Down. Oh yeah, TB. No flash down, no flash down. Still into one. Yeah, top.
Alright, G2 continue to walk up. Scuttlecrab plopped on top of Zeka's head. Broken Blade charging the Q. Ease through. Manages to find the last breath. Polymorph onto Zeka. They're getting a bit of space here. Hansama still standing. Ult's looking to transcend. Zeka looking to stop it and it's tracked. So the follow-up is there. Hits him with the Dragon's Rage. He's absconding. He's abducting. They finally kill the mid laner.
you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX. Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where we're gearing up for Game 3 between Hanwha Life Esports and G2 Esports. And thus far, it has been Hanwha all the way.
But you know what they say about Game 3s? They're just a stepping stone to game number 4, Draco.
That's true. And you know what I've always thought to myself? I've thought that scuttle crab looks delicious. Don't you think, Kanavi? Hey, Kanavi, play Wukong. Go for a scuttle crab. I think that would be a great call, analytically.
Last time, when G2 needed you most, you invoked the dark magics. And you caused...
There has never been a better jungler than Kanavi.
To dive into the tower.
It starts with Kanavi.
Now. Yeah, can you get Kanavi to act like Tien?
I don't think there is a caster curse in this world strong enough, but I could be wrong. We'll have to find out. G2, we're going to need to see a massive step up in level of performance across the board. They have been good moments, but there have been few and far between where it has been enough to outmatch HLE. And now as we see Bard locked in for Delight, we'll see how G2 responds.
Yeah, and Bard is by far Delight's most played champion. This is looking good for them. Ezreal, Karma, though, locked in preemptively. You're kind of expecting like a Caitlyn Bard combination to come out here for HLE, but we'll see if they want to throw any wrinkles. I have been pleasantly surprised with a lot of the flexibility that we have seen thus far in this fairly short series, but there's no reason for them to flex anything else. It's the good old true Caitlyn Bard. You get your stasis into trap combinations or your cosmic bind. Oh my goodness, there's no pure meta here, and Cassio is still up, so they can slam a Cassio into it. I mean, they are facing the Ezreal Karma poke, so maybe they don't want to do it early. They just hover first instead, and they're not going to jump on that one, in fact, and go with an Nefiri instead, so...
And Nefiri's such an annoying jungler, especially when your lanes are already set up to be strong, and just the freedom she has to walk in and walk out of your jungle with the power, that call of the pack, that intangibility, it's infuriating.
Well, I was going to say, even if you try and use your dark magic of making the jungler tower dive for a Scuttle Crab, Nefiri is the best tower diving jungler there is. Yeah, she can just go.
She just gets to leave
anyway.
She just picks up the kids and walks out.
That's 5-head here from Kanavi.
Good. He's avoided the dark magic. I've been taken into account, Kobe. I feel so honored.
Yeah, he's able to dodge you.
Okay, so Wukong here, obviously fantastic team fighting pick. The armor as well from that stone skin passive, getting double value from the Caitlyn as well as the Nefiri. But it might need a bit of time.
Evo nas nazad.
Talk about was wanting that individual agency, especially
Barkec se češće igra, tako da verovatno su samo išli na to iz tog razloga.
Yeah, I mean, you have to hit your poke damage with Ezreal Karma. That is literally the whole script. You have to hit your poke, and then things will go well. I like this ban, though. Again, whenever we see the Wukong, we are always talking about, are you going to let through the any combination for the guaranteed engage? HLE playing by the book here. Nice ban from them. Take that away. Don't give the playmaking 2 caps, 2 G2 that they want. Meanwhile, similar bans here for G2. Second round, the Akali and the Victor both off the table again.
Yep. And really just respect bans to Zeka. Akali kind of the old school comfort pick. Victor the modern, more refined Zeka, the broader champion pool. So what is the final ban going to be here from HLE? Tricky thing. Of course, last pick is going to go to G2 on the red side here, so can counter pick the top lane if they want.
Making it so deep here. So they really are trying to use, like, somebody's got a good Cassio answer counter here prepped.
Well, we can feel pretty confident, again, if we
ne znam ni šta je dobro u Cassio.
That first game pick ban phase where we saw the rel ban, that these two teams have scrimmed against each other.
Let's see what it is. So this is what I've been waiting for. You know, they're hovering, they're giving you a little taunting, and now the Cassio does get locked in. So what is it, Zeka? I mean, you do have, you know, Bard already. Caitlyn Bard from your bottom lane already is
meni je Klara napravila has, tako da ja chillam s nekim proteinskim cheesecakeom recimo. Tako nekako.
Delay us a little bit longer. Now it's like the standard rumble here.
Blind Rumble obviously pairs nicely with the long range of the Bard. Nice to have that AoE slow to kick team fights off from the Equalizer.
They really do need some more CC, I feel like, here for HLE to bring it all together.
Ooh.
So we're going to do this again. People were very critical when Caps did this. People were very, very critical.
It did not look good.
Because Cream hit all of his Noxious Blasts, and they also critically were
jako nisam enjoyer.
and support right behind him.
Samo to moram da podelim odmah.
People also have been critical when this does not work out, and the on-hit Twisted Fate does not work out. That could be a magnet for flame as well. But I have to say, the LeBlanc, if you can play it with pressure here, and again, jungle and support determine so much of mid-lane matchups nowadays that we're going to have to incorporate it. It's not just the 1v1, it is the 3v3 mid.
That it is. G2 can weather the storm in the early game, which is easier said than done. Maybe the gold card on LeBlanc in later points, but you can see what happens if HLE get ahead. The poke from this LeBlanc, the Nefiri follow-up.
And again, it's so much about how you can play around it, because the LeBlanc needs more to be able to play off of her threat. If you're going in and you have your support hovering behind you as the Casio, it gives you the confidence. You can stand your ground, you hit your Noxious Blast, you Twin Fang, you punish them on the way out, you throw your Miasma, and so she can't escape. But if your LeBlanc has the early visitors on her side, you can set up the ganks. You go in, you land the chain, you make sure you're gonna get the setup for the people ganking for you as well. You try and turn this matchup, try and leverage it. It is dangerous, it is volatile, so let's see. And here we go. This is what we were talking about in the previous game. Send your mid laner down bottom to try and get the priority here, and it remains true with the Caitlyn Bard lane. Gonna need this too, so Zeka does come down for that level 1. They sweep, they use it as bait. Delight gonna wrap around, here it comes.
Has all this extra movement speed as well as the level 1. The passive on top of the Q, whiffs the Q, nice sidestep from Lebrov. Hansama winning the trade with Guma as well. So Lebrov down in HP overall, but with the lethal tempo fully stacked, G2 do a fantastic job of getting value there, and now it's Caps. This is a bit bold.
Yo, Lebrov has moves, man. That was gonna be scary. I was wondering too if Zeka was gonna early flash, but he didn't want to use his summoner spell for bottom lane.
Oh, exhaust going down though. As good as that initial trade was, Hans taking a big chunk there.
But yeah, because Zeka does not want to use his flash, the early flash with his chain. And then Lebrov is able to sidestep there on Delight, so it does not get the Cosmic Binding into the wall. They do escape, and honestly, they were fine afterwards. So Zeka having to walk back to lane now. Another Noxious Blast does land from Caps. Good start for him.
Some poke landing here in the bottom lane, but some of these Mystic shots also going wide means Delight and Guma having a decent time matching here.
Okay, on the level 2 spike. Trading very heavily again. Dude, volatility
Volatility's
bottom
the name of the game. Top lane is the only lane where I think no one will die. I think every other lane, I don't even know if a jungler needs to get involved.
Now that you've said that, Mr.
No, cash recurs when it's good for my region, not when it's good for HLE. They don't need any more help.
Hey, what do you mean? BB could be the one getting the kill.
That's true.
Wait, bottom line, we have both junglers.
Skewmon going in on the Kanavi. Flash out stun on the Hansama. Guma potentially in trouble. Call of the pack already burned by Kanavi. He's forced to back away.
Man, good read from Skewmon there. Honestly, he matches it for the 3 camp clear, matches it on bottom side. And then to their benefit again, G2 holding strong in the beginning stages, despite HLE trying to do the mid laner through bot level 1, trying to do the 3 camp gank. Good reads, good responses so far from G2.
Yep. A stable early game thus far. It is 2 minutes in, but we're a little traumatized from the last 2 games. We're just kind of ready for anyone to go down at any moment.
Sometimes you get beat so hard in the previous game, it sticks with you a little.
It does. It carries over. Normally we get to talk about it positively. Like coming off a game where you're so fed, you go in the next game and you overestimate, but not the case this time around. As Skewmon spots out Kanavi. Once again, tracked well. Kanavi dropping his own blue buff, it looks like, to come fight for the crab here.
He's gonna give the presence because his mid laner's gotta go pick up that wave. He knows Zeka needs to get back to the minions. So Kanavi will go back to his jungle, give up the crab to Skewmon. And Zeka went for the Dark Seal, so he's double rings here for the LeBlanc.
Inače tu sam gledam, završavam Has.
You got to play off the pressure here with LeBlanc, and you're going to need jungler or support as well to go do it, and then your rewards will be even bigger now. Start to stack up your Dark Seal.
Definitely.
See though, can they actually get some presence on bottom lane in order to unlock Delight?
Able to get a bit of a push here. Stun connects. Guma not quite close enough to drop an immediate trap. Not sure if he has a charge either. But bot lane has relatively evened out after the initial scramble there. G2 with a small gold lead. Navi though getting closer and closer.
Bot crab. Should be his for the taking. His mid laner now has to push. Oh, trading very heavily down there though.
Aggression here. Really want to stop this wave from going in. As Hansama shifts forward, flash. Not ideal, but that's a blink and health bar on Delight. The follow-up just isn't there. But Skewmon moving down, has a flash
of his own. Fakes that he's going to go in on the clone, stepping on the trap from LeBron, not going to cost him. Call the pack might though. Kanavi goes in, looking to land both the daggers. First blood to the side of HLE. The stun landing because he uses the clone. Delight.
Ne mogu se bio.
Able to lock them up, stop the follow-up, and now Tansama flash forward from Guma. Doesn't quite have the range. That's such a mess for G2. So close to finding those kills, but it's Kanavi full.
To je istina, sad u stvari doručkujem. To je istina.
Cupcake in the brush, Dracos, is too much for LeBron. He walks in, they chase too far, and Kanavi says, not on my watch.
TES in the top lane battling Broken Blade. Broken Blade holding onto a gold lead, mostly because of the passive. He's just counterfeiting a bit of money up there, but now it's Zeka first on the roam. Bot lane, who were able to get that push out, deny some CS away from Hansama. And while G2 had those small gold leads, it didn't mean much, and now it's HLE who are really starting to take control in a lot of these lanes.
Love how Kanavi did it too. You know, he goes point blank on him, as that could have been a little bit more explosive because we did have a support roam timer, and LeBron was here. He's kind of hoping that Zeka was going to overcommit to that, but
Caps getting a bit of support. Mantra shield there.
He had used the miasma on the previous one, so didn't have it here for the chase down, but now that Delight is here as well to even the numbers.
Dropping off a couple of health packs as well, which only makes the mid lane matchup that much harder. Miasma this time around means that Zeka can't fully commit, but as you've highlighted, Zeka really aware of that Miasma cooldown, not fully committing until he can kind of get that cooldown out.
Still though, I feel, you know, if you don't have the extra pressure, like Caps is doing well in CS, he's earned his CS lead here on the Casio, and he's constantly trading, constantly pushing out. Yeah, he hasn't gotten like the dream, you know, scenario like Cream did when he played the opposite side of the matchup with his jungle and support there and actually getting the kill, but still with the early CS lead for the Casio, and the vision is key around that mid lane, you know, constantly threatening the roam between this.
Exhaust on Guma. Still, the magical journey just instantly takes him out. G2 hungry for blood.
Jedem neki proteinski, tortu neku proteinsku mi Klara napravila.
Achilles bottom lane's had those blinking health bars, but G2 just haven't been able to finish that kill as there's Navi showing some presence.
Ono, jaja, proteini, sklir. Neko voće na vrhu. Boga mi, ogromna porcija. Jedva sam pojao. Ali mora jako da se jede, jako da se trenira.
You're always wondering how long is Caps going to hold his ultimate. That mind game. Going in for the trade, turning your back.
Ulti in the top lane coming in from Kanavi though. Drops the tower aggro, flash out coming in from Zayas. Easy kill pickup for HLE.
Kanavi, man.
Sad sam jeo.
Just come back to a dead Casio. There's rocks on the ground there. That was a solo bolo, I believe. Was it? Did there?
Kobe,
we're gonna have to get a replay.
We have to take a look back at mid.
He was getting low, Dracos, and we were talking about how are you gonna hold the ultimate. He tries to flash away. Zeka does flash as well, and then he has plenty of time to turn his back for that ulti because the ignite is on and Caps is burning down.
And G2, it felt stable for the first 6 minutes, but now that kill in the bottom lane from Kanavi, full confidence to flash into LeBron's face. No room to dodge that crucial Q. Now he's ahead of the clock. Now he's able to dive top lane, drop tower aggro, just like you said. The nightmare champion to be playing against such a good diver in the form of this Neferi as Caps trying to hold on in the 1v1, but Zeka feeling that much more confident to go for those easy trades.
Yeah, Kanavi is just king, man. Play after play.
Možda ideš na odmor ili?
Caps getting solo killed on the opposite side of the matchup this time around is also going to add just extra insult onto that one. Zeka's able to get it. Kanavi is getting invaded by the support room, of course. They do have a Twisted Fate top as well.
Broken Blade stepping up, gold card. All the pack used just to stop the stun going in.
How many turret plates are you losing for this? Because that Caitlyn is wailing on the tower.
And we've been here before. We've seen it, I think, in the first game of this series, in the first 2 games of the top East.
Aniviju.
Clearly making moves.
On igra Aniviju prošli game.
Because they're at such a deficit, it's just costing them more than they're gaining.
Certainly is. Broken Blade also suffering in CS with his counter pick into the Rumble. Ultimate popped. Go to bottom lane. Broken Blade uses it to go try and collect that wave. Catch up in those numbers, but look at that. Guma sticks around on bottom side with the Twisted Fate arrival. Caitlyn lying in wait. And they're pinging assist pings down there too. They've got Bard.
Oh, here come the boys. They know no flash, no
look
exhaust.
At the mini-map, bottom lane.
That's a Voltaic Cyclo Sword. They're gonna give the kill to Guma, but Kanavi's there just in case. G2 running out of space to play in their individual lanes. Broken Blade 0-2, once again the dive top lane into the immediate follow-up punish. He had to burn sums to survive or hope to survive, but when he goes down anyway, just makes the follow-up dive that much easier. Now the tower taken out of the equation. Kanavi, remember, incredibly fed. He's stunned, but it might not matter. Double Dark and Dagger's about to come out. A little bit more healing, but no. G2 with the tower powering them are at least able to grab that shutdown. Crucially,
Zna I to tako da bude.
He's able to complete now the Rod of Ages.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot sent, and even while they turned off the tower, Kanavi uses the W for the extra damage. He goes in, and Caps hits him with the ulti, at least for G2. You get yourself a counter kill there.
And I think that's the most of a curse I'm going to get this game, Kobe. We were just praising him. He goes in for an aggressive dive, and still manages to make the most of it. 2-1 and 2 the score for Kanavi. Caps getting the kill back is nice, but Broken Blade, you know, 5 seconds is all you got once you lock that gold card in, and then immediate engage comes in from Zeka. One more auto, just eats the stun and takes Broken Blade's life.
Ovo je već problem.
Zeka is on one, man.
Ale Blank što najjače stvarno, mislim, ne bi trebalo toliko dobro da radi u Casio, iskreno.
Broken Blade is kind of homeless.
Stvarno ne bi trebalo raditi toliko dobro u Casio, Broken Blade is homeless, ne ovako.
Handle the we got an actual fight on our screen.
Actually, Kanavi is still very squishy despite having the Voltaic Cyclone Sword. Skewmon flash in, immediate Cyclone, good reaction coming out from Kanavi. Skewmon just can't get anything. Instead, turning back onto Gumishi. One more stack on the Cyclone, spinning as fast as he can towards that Caitlyn. But the berry is there, and down they go. And now Kanavi, he smells weakness, and he's quick to punish. Getting the kill on Hans as well, and Lebrov is just not enough to turn. He's running for his life, using that extra bit of movement speed, and they, on top of that, they see Broken Blade top lane, so they know they can just keep going forward, taking whatever they want from G2.
Yep, and HLE blocked the Q damage as well, so the flash forward is futile from G2. HLE are just cleaning up this series. 5,000.
Previše se fida Zeka, iskreno, ne može, ne sme LeBlanc dobije toko na početku partije.
Then died bottom lane, then died mid lane, now back to top lane. Well, he's already in a deficit versus Zeus.
And they want to keep this world tour going. Wherever he goes, they're going to kill him. They know how vulnerable this TF is. He's so far behind. Gold card is his only defensive tool. The second it's gone, they pounce. For the rest of G2 this time, at least here to cover.
Hey, he has to flash.
And now for the next 5 minutes, he's once again vulnerable. Zeka just keeps walking in. Waits to see him lock a card. Broken Blade forced to recall. Remember, Guma has a 2,000 individual gold lead, a completed item, and an extra BF sword on top
Zeus
of
wants the
Boost 2.
Ezreal kill. Look at him. He's going down for the Ezreal kill bot lane.
Zeus going for the 1v1, looking to burn down Hansama. Electro Harpoon's hitting, overheat coming in. Hansama forced to flash away. It's a split fight, though. Zeus quick to finish on Hansama as we turn our attention to the top side. Delight finds the disengage. Broken Blade finally gets here. Kanavi, not sure if he has the call of the pack. Taking his time on the double daggers, and Broken Blade just getting deleted. Ulti in, not enough time to lock a gold card. Kanavi gets the reset. He'll get a shield when he ults again. Skewmon hoping to get one back. Healing coming for the Dark and Daggers. They finally take down Kanavi, but it looks like it's costing him everything because Guma's the fed one, and he's raining hell down onto Caps. Triple kill for Guma Yushi.
Look at that, the golf clap. Yep, well done. Clean it up, boys. They are also pushing top. They are also pushing bottom. HLE owns Summoner's Rift.
That they do. It starts well.
Ja se bojim. Vidjet ćemo.
But they're too far behind. This play just fizzles in front of them.
Ali ne, mislim, Kule što pokušavaju prave play s druge strane stvarno jako teško.
He goes back in. That is a headshot, all right. And Kanavi goes in to finish the job. Lebrov then also the recipient of a headshot. And Guma is able to gun him down. Caps as well. He does get the magical journey to help for this one too. Delight sets him up. One more auto. Get the extra.
And there is Fed. There is Monster.
Ako Hanmo ovdje pobedi, to je to za ovu seriju.
Well, he doesn't have his Infinity Edge completed yet, but Hansama doesn't have anything completed yet.
Yes, yes.
He's got the IKEA special here, just parts. Oh, there we go.
He got it.
He got the instructions, put it together. Trinity Force done.
You know, that's kind of like having 3 items, if you think about it. You want to put some fake silver lining on those clouds as mid lane tower going to fall. And Hansama does do damage. You can see the Mystic shots are connecting, but finishing a kill is just a different story. And credit to HLE, right? Oh, hold that thought. Delight caught out. They're going to try to one-shot this Bard. Lockup is there. Miasma as well. Nice shutdown to kick things off, but Kanavi instantly turns back. Looking to pick up Hansama as well. Call the pack. Not going to be necessary. Eviscerate to get him over the wall. Sidestep on the true shot barrage as Gumayushi just 1v1ing.
Ovo je upper polufinale, imaš da se igra. G2 ima losers bracket I dalje, tako da lagani su.
Find 1 square inch of Summoner's Rift that is safe for G2.
I can't. And
Challenge.
For the love of God, G2, hold on for 2 minutes, please. The meme cannot get worse than it was that 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, we're already 15 minutes,
No,
24
we have
seconds.
to make it 1 minute and 20 seconds, and then everything is fine.
16:47, you're telling me?
Don't say it out loud, Kobe. Don't wish that. Don't put that juju on me, man.
So, I will say, I feel it is so much harder to end games with turret plates, though. The towers are really hard to, like, one-shot now.
It's true. It's
so
probably not gonna happen.
I think you're probably okay.
It's fine.
A ne, prva serija ti je bila super. Hoću ti kažem ko je pobedio prvu seriju, pošto... Kapiram da misliš kao što sam ja mislio da je očigledno ko će dobiti prvu seriju protiv TSW I TES-a, ali međutim... Tajni kitovi klačuju. To je prva serija.
Skewmon retreating, true shot barrage hits the cam, but tower finally going to fall, and Broken Blade still hasn't had a chance to recall.
And production brings up the gold graph to show you how this huge kill on Zeus cuts the gold lead down to 9,000.
Yeah. You also notice from that this is the most dominant game, I think, in the series thus far, which I didn't think was possible after how dominant Game 2 was, but here we are, HLE. There is a reason they are amongst the tournament favorites. And while optimism for G2 was there to be the team that could contest, that could fight their way in the top 4, today is clearly not their day. It's the upper bracket. They're not eliminated if they lose here, but definitely going to be sent back to the drawing board, and we'll need to find a massive level up or a new strategy to support them in the next series, because HWE are playing comfort, they're playing old greatest hits, they're playing whatever they want, and they're looking just as good no matter what.
Secret Fields dobio im.
Hey, look at that first 5 minutes, though.
Yeah, why didn't we run the graphic then, production? How about, give me a little, oh my gosh, she's almost dead. Hansama, this is the nightmare of LeBlanc. She gets ahead, she breaks your mid tower, and suddenly she is a poke mage. And if she doesn't W back, she's an assassin, and that's really the only distinction.
Yeah, the thing is, they actually do have a point-and-click gold card, but it's not easy to time, right? So technically, it's point-and-click, but first you have to pick the card, you know, you
gotta lock it in.
Go through some steps, and also the one holding it is very poor and not able to purchase a rapid-fire cannon.
That he is. He is trying to find a home in the top lane, but when Zeus is done farming the Krugs, just getting every little advantage he can, he may try to shut down Broken Blade, but he's just gonna opt to recall. No need to overextend. HLE with this kind of advantage, you don't really need to force. Just
but you can because it's fun.
But you can because it's fun, and they might, because that's a 7-stack Magi's on Zeka. It's fun. Hey! Brother Delight, not enough to save Lebrov. However, he will still die, and now the resets are coming in. Naka from the Cyclone, and the clone is nice from Skewmon, but it might not matter. Red carpet laid down for Broken Blade, looking to send him back to the fountain, and Caps cannot get the snake body in front of that bullet in time. Hoping to take down Kanavi, but stepping into 3 members of HLE who flash on him. Instant McHale's to stop the CC from coming through. Hansama now retreating, and they're just getting run down. G2 zoned away, forced back. That's before Guma even started to auto-attack. HP just disappears in the blink of an eye.
Again, though, those towers, they make them sturdy now, okay? So it takes quite a while to end games nowadays. You're going to make it to 20 minutes, buddy.
Is that a blessing or a curse, Kobe? That's the question. 13 stacks now for Zeka. I think he wants the full. Wants to max out here. Kanavi can go untargetable. Waiting. He's just outranging.
He gets to live. He autoed a Scryer's Bloom while he was running.
That was terrible, but given how hard of a day it has been,
Oh.
I'm not going to die on that hill. You know what?
Posle MSI imamo EVC. Ali kao sljedeći Riotov veliki turnir je Worlds. Samo imamo još do Worldsa da čekamo. Pošto obično ide split pa first stand, pa split pa MSI, pa split pa Worlds.
Ideally, you know, you'd love to kill Guma to get the giant bounty. Well, never mind, we're under
Caps
attack.
is the goal. Caps is the individual for HLE. Lockup is there. He's about to fall. LeBron getting lower and lower. Broken Blade is finally here, but it's a red card. He's hoping we can play football rules. He can get him kicked off the rift, but he absolutely cannot. They've exhausted Kanavi. LeBron just barely able to kind of step up and tank that one. The Caitlyn damage is continuing to get higher and higher.
Yeah, the Guma autos on Broken Blade were brutal there.
I'm just saying we swapped the football rules. He hit you with the red card. Please leave the rift. We're swapping now. Please leave. We've swapped the refs. Please tell him.
Hey,
okay.
Fight victory though. Every comeback starts with a single step.
Kobe,
and it could be the red buff steal or secure. It's because it was on your side and it was technically supposed to be yours.
And guys, let's be clear here. I'm an EU rep. I love this G2 team, but you just can't dance around this. There is no storyline. There is nothing we can say that will make this any less one-sided. Nice engage coming in for HLE.
Bajeste ne kasteri, hvala.
Stop juke coming out? No, they just already killed him. It wasn't a stop juke. That's my bad.
I like it. Yeah, it's because the camera panned down.
Evo zi, i Eni ekipa će dobiti batine.
We're locked
just
up.
already dead. Oh my gosh, Kumayushi.
So, how far, I mean, okay, you already talked about HLE and BLG are the big two tournament favorites. HLE, they have just, they're currently still undefeated at the tournament, and they have just steamrolled over this tournament thus far. Of course, we'll definitely have to wait and see how it progresses, but Baron's gonna go down as is.
Another trap about to go down. Chain CC, Mikhail's there, Caps running, Zeka chasing, distortion in. A little bit more damage as Caps does what he can to fire back. The gold lead continues to grow. Red Bull Baron power play. Already big and only going to get bigger. 13,000 gold advantage.
Also remember, this is not an elimination series.
Yes.
So I do want to go back to earlier in the tournament because there was discussion online when Team Liquid got smashed by T1. And Team Liquid released a video, you know, during the game where Spawn was talking to his team after game 2, and he was trying to keep their mental stable and their trust in their teammates. You know, sometimes, you know, Western teams are going to get smashed by an LCK team, especially, you know, one as good as this. And it is important for the length of a tournament to continue to trust your team and not let it break you, okay?
100%.
This is not an elimination series. You still have tournament left to play. Although, you probably don't have much of this series left to play.
No, probably not. Ulti on Hansama starting to walk away. Ace in the hole, body blocked by Skewmon. Broken Blade has a gold card this time. Yellow, hoping to take him out of this particular play. Oh, the Coinbase gold grind. Yes, thank you. One to review. Shout out to Coinbase, obviously. Much love to our sponsors, but poorly timed. We know
23-4, brate mili.
Capsize up the ulti. Q flash in goes in from Delight. Skewmon's going to spin amongst 3 people, but he's just serving himself up on a silver platter.
Round up into gold.
Yep, and it is. HLE continuing their dominance. Not going to risk anything on this closeout. They want to stay in this game as Kanavi's going to survive that true shot barrage. There's insult, there's injury, and there's the addition of whatever the heck this is Broken Blade is also going in.
Oh, Zayas goes through. Oh, too good. They roast him up. They're going to go for more. Okay, not done.
Zeka still living. Goes back, shut down onto the little block. That's the one kill.
O, nema šta, mislim ubiše nas ono.
To cut the lead down to 14,000!
That's my region! That's my region! Anyway, Kobe, I want to go back to your point because I think it is a valid and I don't want to make too light of this, but there's not, you know, I also don't want to treat this as the most serious thing because G2, they're pretty donezo. I think we've seen before teams when they lose a series, the tournament is over for them. They might play more games, but you never get to see that team in that peak form again. Some people will argue that that's what happened to top esports. And I hope for the sake of G2 that this is not the end of their tournament. This is not the end of them playing at their best level.
even if we don't get to see that best level here, because obviously they're down 14,000 gold. The tower's taken out of the equation. HLE caused binding up. There's on a rampage. Caps hoping to get another kill. Yushi running. Ruggleby with a gold card. Can we get one more kill?
Oh my god! My god!
HLE undefeated in the first series. It's not a peacemaker. That's a killmaker right there. That is a surface-to-air missile strapped to Gumyushi's hands. He has taken people out.
Pa nema šta, clean, ali stvarno svaka im čast. Svaka im čast ekipa Hanve.
BLG or Lion facing them at the top of the table.
Who will be the first to take a single game off of HLE?
Bukvalno što kažu, pitanje je ko će prvi da im uzme partiju. Stvarno izgledaju prejako.
There was a gap this series. It was a massive gap between the teams, and HLE reminding us how incredibly dominant they can be. Let's send it over to the analyst desk now to talk a little bit more about that series.
As we see HLE take a bow, and they've absolutely deserved it. 6-0 so far. You speak of a gap, I speak of a Mariana Trench. It was absolutely huge. I think this was one of the biggest reality checks I've seen for a team in a very, very long time. HLE...
Dobro, isprozivaše nam malo ekipu G2-a, ali bože moj.
Yeah, even though I'm such a big 3-0 predictor, I couldn't really predict G2 to win 3-0 today, and it turns out HLE having a 3-0 against G2. Again, I think we didn't have a clear plan by ourselves, and that means a lot. Even though we kind of knew that HLE is in a better form, I kind of wanted to see from G2 having their theme, having their team color, but this time around, like, it was none of them.
Yes, we'll get a little bit more time to talk about the G2 side of things in a bit, but Ox, first, let's sing the praises of HLE. Where would you like to start?
I want to look at Zeka because he had a phenomenal game on the LeBlanc. This is a pick we have not seen for him for a pretty long time. And he was just taking over, playing into the Cassiopeia of Caps, having great success there. And
Ostavit ću malo analitičar čujem šta kažu, pa nego što ugasim večeras, to je večeras, WTF, jutros, večeras, danas, šta god.
Played LeBlanc in almost 2 years since LCK 2024 summer, and it shows the evolution of this player. A player who struggled last year in Fearless, but now is just able to bring out picks he hasn't played for a couple of years, have incredible success on it, and it just shows how well-rounded his champion pool now is.
Well, and it makes HLE a more well-rounded team too, right? Because we have talked about how, okay, this is how they typically play, and part of that typical playstyle around their solo lanes is due to the fact that he has expanded his champion pool so much, and also, they don't necessarily have to play that way. As we saw, they did rotate towards more stronger, pushing bot lanes at times, then used Zeka's mid pressure to gank for bot to get their bot lane ahead. And I thought it's just such a great use of the strength of these players, and a really good nod to how Zeka has just continued to improve himself over time.
Yeah, great adaptation, it seems like, from HLE, going from strength to strength, really.
Yeah, I mean, this is the player the Zeka can only just pull off, because I think it's all about the high risk, you know. You normally don't take the Ignite LeBlanc, or you normally don't pick the Silas into Syndra, because you kind of want to just play something like Talia to get the priority, but I think Zeka is the player who wants to take the risk when there is something that you have to deal with it. And
how you deal with it?
I knew it! I work for LCK, so I know that HLE is just scary, but...
Well, actually, I would check that. You have a message from Kingston. You may no longer work for the LCK.
But, like, it was even, like, better, like, so much better than I expected, you know. I think the way how they draft around, like, we kind of expected Guma to just peel back and pick something like losing lane, but he picked up the Lucian, and he showed who is the GOAT.
Yeah, and the GOAT! There he goes. He called him the GOAT. We have it on tape.
I had to.
Yes, I love what you said about Zeka also, and I think Zeka as a player story, for me, is one of the most insane stories in all of LoL esports. Unfortunately for him, there's all these mid laners with these crazy stories, but, you know, out of nowhere, really, puts up a great performance at Worlds 2022, right? He wins that World Championship. He's kind of MIA for a while. He comes back, he has his moments, but never really those highs. Now, Ox, what can you say about this trajectory that he's currently on?
I mean, he's in great form. The team is so good at playing around him, and I think considering when he had that great run of Worlds, it was so much around the meta of the time, being great for him, great for DRX, picks like the Akali and the Sylas, and now he feels so much more complete as a player, and you can see the growth that he's gone through, and the team just able to rely on him constantly. We've seen sort of the players from that DRX roster. The bot lane is obviously both currently not playing. The top side, top and jungle, having some struggles recently, but Zeka is the one still prominently at the forefront of the LCK.
Yeah, and I remember back in the LPL, he was really struggling as well with his champion pool. Found his footing when he returned to the LCK, won that Worlds, and then continued to evolve. It just continues to make this team so dangerous, right? Because we talked about the fact that they, you know, kind of had to adjust this adjustment period with Kanavi and his aggressiveness into going through road to MSI, improving even more with the mage bot and also the engage supports coming out for Delight. So I just think it adds there are just so many facets to what this team can do in draft and how they can play.
Yes, with that, we are ready for to join the interview on stage. You've been on stage with Kanavi for the Verizon postgame interview with Kingston.
MSI 2025 브레이크 스테이지 상위권 2라운드 첫 번째 매치 하나생명 e스포츠가 3대 0으로 승리하면서 3라운드로 향합니다. 카나비 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 오늘 정말 완벽한 경기.
Dobro, kapiram, pošto intervju ne čujemo, svako ćemo ga kolamo. Ništa ljudi, to je bilo i to bi bilo to za večeras, za danas, za jutros, zavisi kad ste legli da spavate, kad niste, ono, nemam ja pojma. Ali plan je sledeći. Odu da odspavam, odu malo da odmorim, sutra, to jest danas kasnije kad ustanem, nedelja je, tako da Patreon Movie Night možda bude i streama, vidjet ćemo kako bude prošao dan, ali svakako valja i malo odmoriti. Ljudi moji, ja se nadam ste uživali, eto, još jedan dan MSI-a, do duše, možda malo nesretan razvoj događaja što se rezultata tiče, ali bilo kako bilo, eto, ekipa G2-a nažalost izgubila, ali i dalje ima nade i dalje verujem da G2 može da se vrati nazad potencijalno kroz taj losers bracket. Svakako, kolamo ga za danas, ljudi moji, vidimo se ili nešto kasnije, ili se vidimo večeras, kakva je situacija, vidjet ćemo, ali ljudi moji, ja vam želim laku noć i do sutrašnjeg streama, veliki pozdrav.
Honestly, today it was all about the laners. You know, they were doing an amazing job, so it was not really much of a. We were not able to see you today, so it was a little bit of a bummer. Now you will be facing the winner of Lion versus BOG. Yesterday, Viper said he would come meet Hana Life Esports. Do you think things would go the way Viper wants? Based on the performance so far, I do think that BLG would make it, but Lion is also a very strong team, so it's really hard to predict.
이제 하나생명 e스포츠는 한 번 더 이기면 결승전으로 향하게
And one
됩니다.
more win, Hana Life Esports will be heading to the finals. What is your mindset going into the upcoming match? So we are keeping a 3-0 win streak. Currently, I hope we can pick another 3-0 victory up in the next match.
카나비 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much, Kanavi. And please keep it up one more time for Kanavi, everyone. Thank you very much.
Let's see if it's 3-0s across the board into that grand final. But did we lost G-Sun there for a second? We heard something about Warwick and about Seraphine?
Yeah, so Kanavi mentioned about he already practiced against Seraphine as well, because some teams are also playing the bot lane Seraphine. And luckily he said he had time to play against Warwick as well. So I think some teams are also cooking. But yeah, I gotta like spotlight the Kanavi there once again, because I feel like in the beginning of the split they were struggling to find out being on the same page as a like jungle support, but right now Kanavi and Delight are just waiting for each other's and looking for the right moment to go in. And I think
even though it hurts, it's kind of amazing to see how they kind of like play on the same page.
Yes, I mean, we all have our allegiances, but when you see League of Legends that is that good, you can't help but take a bow and like really enjoy it, right, Emily? It's really fascinating to see how, as what it says, from the beginning of the year till now, which evolution we're seeing out of HLE.
Yeah, it's been great because it's basically Kanavi taking what made him so successful in LPL for so long, bringing it to this team. I still remember my favorite moment was still the Aatrox jungle where he's just diving. He's just diving into the base. That was not successful, by the way. But now that the team is all on the same page, again, they just have so many facets in draft, so many ways that they can play, despite the fact that I do think they have a default style. And you mentioned jungle support. I actually think that's something that all of the remaining teams have in common or have to look at, right? Especially the favorite teams. We're talking about favorites coming in. Jungle support working together to control the map is so important right now.
I think as well, we saw Peanut and Delight together across multiple teams, playing together for a long time. And losing Peanut for HLE was obviously a pretty heavy blow. Took time to adjust, but I feel like we've gotten to the point where they are so in sync together, not just the jungle support, but the team as a whole.
Yeah, they got lemons, they made lemonade. They absolutely did. Let's take a look at the updated bracket, because that does mean that HLE will be playing the winner of BLG and Lion, which obviously will be Emily.
I mean...
What do you mean?
I think BLG are winning this, guys. Sorry.
Let's see. But
sorry, NA.
Yeah, but I think when we look at that possible future matchup, right now I'm kind of wanting to say that HLE will beat whoever it is they face there and make it to the final with it. What do you think?
Oh, well, I mean, I think, again, every single team has different meta, like, kind of tier list, so I really want to see, like, how they think when they're playing against the LPL team. But also, I mean, even Emily said BLG is going to win, but don't forget the Lion. You know what happened today.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Lion actually pulled off, I will be amazed. I will be very happy for NA.
It?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Based on their